Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Katerina Spirou, and I am the director of the Center of Culture, Research and Documentation, a section of which is the Historical Archives. Thank you for attending our conference. I am particularly grateful to our foreign participants and guests who have traveled from afar to be with us today in this conference on Public Debt, Past Lessons, Future Challenges. The future challenges part is self-explanatory. By the end of this year, the IMF expects global debt to exceed $100 trillion, or 93% of global GDP. And while participants around the world are reluctant to raise taxes, public expenditure is expected to rise. Geopolitics, demography, and climate change is pointing to more challenges ahead. Hopefully, our speakers will help us to understand and navigate this new global landscape. The past lessons part needs more explaining. It is a fact that people rarely heed the lessons of history in general and financial history in particular. We never seem to learn from our mistakes. This is why history always repeats itself. Nevertheless, as many of our speakers will demonstrate, history can also serve as a testing ground for different economic theories. And our interpretations of the past certainly influence our perceptions and misperceptions of the present, and thus condition our reactions to the future. That is why we felt today's conference should combine current policy with historical twist. There is another, more practical reason for our historical outlook. Today's conference is part of our Historical Archives program to encourage new research into financial history. Most of what our archive does happens underground, quite literally so, since it is housed in the basement of this building. In the last 5 years, the size of our archival holdings has doubled. New material is added constantly, and private donations have increased. None of this matters if these sources are not utilized. This is why we are investing in synergies with other institutions to be able to the AI to read documents or make fiscal data machine readable all the way back in 1833. But at least for now, machines cannot replace actual researchers. Conferences such as this one are an opportunity for us to showcase the relevance of historical research and encourage people to engage with our archive. Today's event would not have been possible without the valuable help of public relations and press department, as well as without the support of our colleagues in the economic analysis and research department. We are very grateful for their help and all the work they have put in. It would also not have been possible if not for the fruitful cooperation between our scientific advisor to the Historical Archive, Andreas Kakridis, and Professor Barry Eichengreen, who has been a long-time friend of the Bank of Greece. Last but not least, none of this would have been possible without the steadfast support of our Governor Giannis Sturnarras. I suspect his opening address will focus on recent events and future challenges, but it is worth stressing that Governor Sturnarras has been a steadfast supporter of all our initiatives, not least because he has always believed in the importance of history. We thank him so much and invite him to deliver our opening address. Please, our Governor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this conference. As we gather today, we aim to address a topic of growing importance, not just for individual member states, but also for our collective future, particularly for the euro area. Historically, public debt has shaped the economic history of nations because governments have often resorted to borrowing to achieve economic stability and foster growth. While borrowing has at times allowed nations to provide critical support for their economies, it has also raised significant questions about sustainability, fiscal responsibility, and equity. As we reflect on the lessons of the past, we need to acknowledge the delicate balance between financing today's prosperity on the one hand and safeguarding the well-being of future generations on the other. In Europe, the debt crisis, which unfolded over a decade ago, tested the resilience of our economies, financial systems, as well as the unity, the very fabric of the European Union. It exposed the vulnerabilities in our fiscal and banking systems, bringing to light critical lessons on fiscal policy, debt sustainability, and the health of the banking sector due to the strong sovereign bank nexus. Indeed, it tested the very existence of the single currency area. In what follows, I will reflect on these lessons in four key sectors. First, fiscal policy. Second, debt sustainability. Third, financial stability. And fourth, the interaction between monetary and fiscal policy. These interconnected dimensions are not only relevant for understanding the past, but are also crucial for shaping the future of European economic governance. Fiscal sustainability lies at the heart of any stable economy. During the European debt crisis, we were reminded of a fundamental truth. Unchecked fiscal deficits, combined with large imbalances in the current account, which themselves were mostly related to the fiscal deficits, can trigger severe economic and financial distress. Several of our economies faced enormous fiscal and external sector imbalances, exposing the fragility of the euro area's architecture. But what are the lessons that emerged? Lesson one, sound fiscal policies and strong institutional frameworks are the foundation of economic stability, especially in the context of the euro area, which still remains an incomplete economic union, lacking a central fiscal capacity. Before the crisis, the Stability and Growth Pact, the SGP, aimed to impose fiscal discipline across the European Union. However, its enforcement was weak, and many member states repeatedly breached the pact's deficit and the debt limits. The crisis underscored the importance of stricter fiscal surveillance and the need for credible enforcement mechanisms. To address these issues, the EU introduced the Fiscal Compact in 2012, mandating balanced budgets and stricter oversight. The European semester aimed to coordinate fiscal and economic policies among member states. Moreover, post-crisis reforms included the European Stability Mechanism, ESM, which provided financial assistance to member states in distress, tying its support to strict fiscal and structural reforms. The ESM is an essential reform within the European economic architecture, as it acts as a financial backstop by providing a safety net for Eurozone member states during times of economic and financial distress, helping to prevent the contagious effect of crisis and ensuring stability across the region. Lesson two, counter-cyclical fiscal policies. Counter-cyclical fiscal policies are key to stabilizing economies and avoiding self-defeating effects of fiscal consolidation, while also creating fiscal buffers. Many Eurozone member states were forced into pro-cyclical austerity measures during the crisis, including large cuts in public investment, which exacerbated economic contractions and worsened unemployment. Having been Greece's finance minister during 2012-2014, I can attest firsthand the damage Greece had to endure due to the imposition of overly restrictive fiscal measures, without overlooking the political constraints at the time, since it's true that a milder and more gradual fiscal consolidation would have required a larger financing envelope and the need to enhance market confidence by addressing the country's credibility gap. A more flexible approach to fiscal policy could have mitigated the severity of the crisis. As we move forward, the new EU fiscal rules encourage counter-cyclical fiscal policies, balancing fiscal responsibility with the ability to support economic growth during crisis. This is especially relevant in today's context, where high levels of public debt persist after the COVID-19 pandemic. The new framework accounts for country heterogeneity and provides greater flexibility regarding the medium-term fiscal consolidation plans. Moreover, by focusing on structural fiscal adjustment, the new framework encourages the authorities to differentiate between temporary and permanent fiscal measures, thereby promoting more prudent long-term fiscal planning. The use of the expenditure rule as a single operational indicator used to monitor compliance with the new framework contributes to a more sustainable fiscal environment by encouraging disciplined budgeting and thus more effective expenditure-based fiscal consolidation plans. Expenditure rules mitigate fiscal risks and create fiscal buffers by curbing excessive spending during periods of economic boom. Also, the proposed rule allows flexibility for public investment, enhances predictability and market confidence in fiscal strategies. Third lesson, ownership, national ownership of fiscal consolidation. The experience of the euro area debt crisis has clearly indicated that national ownership of fiscal adjustment effort is critical for ensuring the success and sustainability of fiscal reforms. Successful fiscal consolidation depends on political consensus and effective social dialogue. When countries take ownership of their fiscal policies, aligning them with domestic economic conditions and political realities, it strengthens their commitment to sound fiscal management. National ownership of fiscal consolidation measures allows governments to design tailored measures that reflect the specific needs of their individual economies while fostering public support because citizens are more likely to back home-ground reforms than those that are externally imposed. Within the European Union, where fiscal rules are in place, national ownership helps bridge the gap between EU-level requirements and domestic policy priorities. By embracing fiscal responsibility voluntarily rather than merely complying with European Union rules, member states can promote fiscal discipline, improve credibility with markets, and enhance trust in European institutions. This approach supports long-term fiscal sustainability and economic stability, ensuring that fiscal consolidation efforts are both effective and politically feasible. But let me emphasize that trust or credibility is not something that can be obtained overnight. We have to fight for it. Our new fiscal framework provides a necessary vehicle for doing so. The rest is up to us. As the old saying goes, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Debt sustainability was perhaps the most immediate concern during the European debt crisis. The skyrocketing public debt levels in several member states led to a loss of market confidence, rising borrowing costs, and fears of sovereign defaults. In this context, the European debt crisis offered key insights into managing sovereign debt effectively. Fourth lesson, a holistic approach to debt sustainability. The crisis revealed that managing public debt is not simply about medium-term solvency, but also about long-term sustainability. The concept of debt sustainability analysis, DSA, which had traditionally focused on the medium-term evolution of the stock of debt, was expanded to include longer-term projections due to the consensual terms of official sector loans, as well as vulnerabilities of the debt trajectory to various adverse macroeconomic, fiscal, and financial sector shocks. The extended analysis reinforced the notion that safeguarding a favorable contribution of the snowball effect to debt reduction is equally important as pursuing a structural fiscal adjustment. Moreover, medium-term projections of gross financing needs are also important in identifying debt sustainability risks because they reflect the underlying characteristics of the debt structure. For example, high levels of short-term debt or relatively high shares of floating rate debt can make a country more vulnerable to interest rate shocks and high liquidity risks. Such projections are particularly crucial in detecting sustainability risks that would otherwise have gone unnoticed. The European institutions, the European Commission, the ESM, the ECB, as well as the IMF, played a central role in providing assistance based on DSAs, ensuring that fiscal consolidation targets the country's structural fiscal position, thereby promoting structural fiscal reforms, especially in the pension and social security systems, while also advocating for productivity-enhancing reforms in the labor and product markets in order to raise long-term potential output growth. Today, we understand that debt sustainability is not solely about reducing debt ratios, but also about ensuring that debt levels remain manageable under varying economic conditions. The new European fiscal framework is centered on a risk-based surveillance framework that puts debt sustainability at its core and differentiates among member states, taking into account their specific public debt challenges. The incorporation of stochastic debt sustainability analysis in determining the structural fiscal adjustment needs of EU member states provides significant advantages because it accounts for uncertainty and incorporates a range of potential economic scenarios. Unlike traditional methods, stochastic debt sustainability analysis helps policymakers to assess more realistically the likelihood of various debt outcomes, identify risks much earlier, and manage debt levels proactively. Lesson number 5, flexibility in debt servicing. Flexibility in debt servicing can help alleviate immediate fiscal pressures and prevent defaults. The ESM and the IMF introduced measures such as debt maturity extensions and lower interest rates for countries, for member states receiving bailout packages. These measures provided temporary relief and helped restore market confidence. Moreover, the overall debt restructuring framework in the euro area, shaped by the experience of the European debt crisis, has evolved significantly to address more effectively sovereign debt challenges. In particular, the ESM, which acts as a permanent crisis resolution mechanism, has the legal mandate to restructure sovereign debt if necessary. Since 2013, all new euro area government bonds with maturities of more than 1 year must include collective action clauses. The use of CACs, of collective action clauses, is a core component of the new debt restructuring framework designed to ensure that restructuring can be carried out in an orderly manner, limiting market disruption. The ESM and the European Commission play a central role in conducting DSA before providing financial assistance. The framework is used to guide decisions on the necessity and the scale of any potential debt restructuring. The experience of the Greek debt restructuring highlighted the significance of the private sector involvement, the PSI, in sovereign debt crisis. The Greek case revealed the potential benefit and challenges of the PSI, where the involvement of private creditors helped reduce Greece's debt burden, but the process also raised concerns about contagion risks. The euro area crisis underscored the need for orderly and predictable debt restructurings. Past experience has shaped principles to minimize financial market volatility. Timely intervention here is crucial, as early restructuring, if needed, is more likely to be successful before debt levels spiral out of control than long drawn-out restructurings. The legal and institutional framework for debt restructuring has been enhanced to prevent moral hazard, ensuring that governments adhere to fiscal rules. The Fiscal Compact and the revised SGP impose stricter fiscal discipline to prevent excessive debt accumulation. The framework also ensures that sovereign debt restructuring is treated as a last resort after all other policy measures, such as fiscal adjustment, structural reforms, liquidity support, have been exhausted. All in all, following our experience, the Eurozone is much better equipped today to manage sovereign debt crisis in the future. However, the need for continued vigilance, early intervention, and fiscal prudence remains essential to ensure that sovereign debt crises can be prevented, should they arise, be resolved efficiently. The crisis also exposed vulnerabilities in Europe's financial stability framework. The rise of sovereign bank nexus created a vicious cycle of contagion, where failing banks weakened sovereigns and vice versa. The euro area's banking system was one of the weakest links during the debt crisis. Several factors accounted for this circumstance. For one thing, euro area banks typically hold relatively large shares of the debts issued by their respective national governments in their portfolios. Related to that, and in contrast to the situation in the US and the UK, the ECB does not have the mandate to act as a lender of last resort to governments. Banks in several member states, especially those exposed to housing bubbles and sovereign bonds, found themselves undercapitalized and struggling with high levels of non-performing loans. The crisis in the banking sector compounded the sovereign debt crisis, as governments were forced to bail out failing banks, adding to their fiscal burdens. Furthermore, the crisis highlighted the importance of a well-functioning financial market infrastructure. This includes payment systems, security settlement systems, and central clearing counterparties. A robust infrastructure can help to mitigate systemic risks and ensure the smooth functioning of the financial system. Lesson 6, strengthening the financial oversight. A strong regulatory and supervisory framework is essential to monitor and mitigate systemic risks. Before the crisis, financial regulation in Europe was fragmented, biased, with national authorities responsible for supervision. This lack of coordination allowed financial imbalances to grow unchecked. In response, the European Union took significant steps to enhance financial supervision and regulation. The creation of the single supervisory mechanism and the single resolution mechanism under the banking union framework aimed to centralize supervision and resolution at the European level. This ensures that systemic banks across the Eurozone are subject to uniform standards and that failing banks can be resolved without burdening the taxpayer. Lesson 7, macroprudential policies. The crisis also highlighted the need for macroprudential policies, which include tools designed to address systemic risks. The ECB and the national authorities have since adopted macroprudential measures, such as capital buffers, to enhance the resilience of the banking sector, to prevent the build-up of financial bubbles and excessive leverage, impose capital requirements, and introduce counter-cyclical measures. Lesson 8, bank recapitalization and resolution frameworks. A key takeaway from the crisis is the importance of ensuring that banks are well capitalized and that there are mechanisms in place to resolve failing banks without jeopardizing financial stability. The creation of the European Banking Authority and the Single Resolution Board have helped address this matter. These institutions have improved the regulatory framework and ensured that banks maintain sufficient capital buffers to absorb shocks. Moreover, measures to effectively manage credit risk were essential in order to improve the quality of the loan portfolio. Lesson 9, reducing the sovereign bank nexus. Reducing the sovereign bank nexus is critical to preventing future crises. The European debt crisis has demonstrated how weak banks could exacerbate sovereign debt problems and vice versa. The introduction of bank resolution mechanisms under the Bank Recovery and Resolution Directive, the BRRD, ensures that shareholders and creditors bear the losses in the event of bank failures rather than the taxpayer. This has helped to weaken the link between banks and sovereigns, thereby decoupling risks in both sectors enhancing their resilience to economic shocks. The interaction between monetary and fiscal policies is central to understanding how Europe can navigate its future debt challenges. The consistency between fiscal and monetary policies is critical in shaping sustainable economic recovery paths while managing the delicate equilibrium between growth, inflation, and fiscal sustainability. Regardless of the near-term budget outlook, the current high levels of public debt complicate the task of monetary policy, limit the room for maneuver, and worsen the trade-offs faced by central banks. Evidence from the recent crisis in the euro area have underscored the need for alignment of monetary and fiscal policy objectives, highlighting the benefits of complementarity between the two policies. Risks of fiscal dominance could emerge if debt dynamics are left unchecked by the fiscal framework or if fiscal policies lack counter-cyclicality. Lesson number 10, effective complementarity of monetary and fiscal policies. In the current multi-crisis environment, the complementarity of monetary and fiscal policies is critical for achieving two interrelated goals in the European context: fiscal sustainability and price stability. The ECB has long emphasized the importance of complementarity between these two policy areas, particularly during periods of economic turbulence. Moreover, over the medium-term horizon, the benefit of the negative interest rate growth differential, the snowball effect, is expected to gradually fade, highlighting the risks of low growth and the effect of relatively high interest rate levels as compared to the pre-COVID period on debt dynamics going forward. Monetary policy, driven by the ECB's mandate to maintain price stability, operates most effectively when complemented by sound fiscal policies that ensure public debt levels remain sustainable over the long term. This interplay is especially important in the Eurozone, where fiscal policy remains the responsibility of national governments, while monetary policy is centralized through the Eurosystem. Therefore, in the short to medium-term horizon, the development of a framework to monitor and steer the aggregate euro area fiscal stance, including through a permanent central fiscal capacity of sufficient size, is important for increasing the effectiveness of monetary policy. A failure to align fiscal policies with the ECB's efforts could lead to inflationary pressures and undermine monetary policy effectiveness, as excessive government borrowing risks overheating the economy or raising inflation expectations. Therefore, fiscal policy needs to be disciplined and forward-looking, focusing on long-term sustainability to allow monetary policy to maintain stable prices. The European debt crisis was a wake-up call for policymakers, businesses, and citizens across the continent. It exposed deep-rooted weaknesses in our fiscal, financial, and banking frameworks, but it also instigated a wave of reforms that have made the Eurozone much more resilient today. Further reforms aimed at strengthening the EMU, such as a deeper fiscal union and complete banking union and a well-functioning capital markets union, can help prevent future crises and make the euro area more robust. Europe today stands at a crossroad, grappling with debt burdens that have grown due to a series of recent crises, such as the global financial collapse of 2009, the sovereign debt crisis of 2010-2013, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the energy shock triggered by the war in Ukraine. Addressing debt sustainability concerns is even more complex within the European framework, with its unique challenges ranging from the complicated Eurozone economic structure and the lack of efficient fiscal coordination to balancing national sovereignty with collective responsibility. But how do we ensure that the consequences of today's decision do not unfairly impact future generations? How do we manage debt levels without stifling growth? How can Europe create a framework for shared prosperity while maintaining fiscal discipline? So, over the course of today's discussion, we will try to delve into these issues from both historical and forward-looking perspectives, focusing on how we can learn from history while navigating the challenges of an uncertain future. Our goal is not just to understand how we go to where we are now, but to contribute to the overall discussions on charting a responsible path for the future. The challenges we face today, ranging from high debt levels to climate crisis, geopolitical risks posed by conflicts, geoeconomic fragmentation, demographic shifts, low productivity, and deglobalization trends, require us to remain vigilant and adaptive. Should we confront rising debt vulnerabilities, the need for innovative and sustainable fiscal solutions will be more urgent than ever. The decisions we make today will determine not only Europe's financial stability, but also the well-being of future generations. Striking the right balance between fostering growth, ensuring fiscal sustainability, and protecting the long-term interests of our societies is no easy task, but it is one we must face together. So thank you for all your participation, and I look forward to the fruitful discussion. So, Barry, please take the floor. So, Barry Eichengreen, professor of economics at the University of Berkeley at California, has the floor.
So let me start by adding my thanks to the governor, to the Bank of Greece, to Andreas, to staff more generally. Indeed, I do have a long-term relationship with the Bank of Greece. Heather Gibson, who you will meet later this morning, reminded me yesterday that our relationship goes back fully a quarter of a century to a Bank of Greece Brookings project on which we collaborated. So it's gratifying to be back at the bank. It's a special treat for me as well to be involved with this conference because it combines financial history with concerns about current financial and monetary policy, which is my special love in a way. Anyway, in addition to that, it takes my mind off political developments in certain other countries. It's also striking to listen to the governor and his remarks. I was struck by how central bankers, monetary policymakers in Greece, in Europe, are much more forthcoming and candid about fiscal policy problems than would be the case in the United States, where a central banker would feel compelled to keep them at a far distance. And I think that testifies to some of the advantages of central bank independence. The European Central Bank is, by most measures, more independent than the Fed, and that enables central bankers here to weigh in on fiscal policy in a way that would be almost politically toxic in the United States. So again, I think we've already had a demonstration this morning about the advantages of central bank independence. So I will talk now for a few minutes on a history of recent public debt, a recent history of public debt, a little bit of both in 3 chapters, where chapter 1 starts with this book, published in 2021, which is entitled In Defense of Public Debt, but tries to make a balanced argument about the advantages and risks of public debt and how they should be balanced with one another. Rui Esteves, one of my co-authors, is here this morning. He reminded me earlier it would have been nice had I grabbed the cover of the Greek translation, which actually is coming out later this month. So that's my one and only plug for the book. The book is unfashionably Eurocentric in its approach. And I would argue, we argue that this Eurocentric approach is defensible that it's appropriate because the early history of public debt is very heavily European or Eurocentric. Sovereigns began to issue debt securities, borrow from bankers in connection with war, and wars were unusually frequent in Europe because of its physical and political geography. So for much of its history, the European continent was divided into literally hundreds of princely kingdoms and fiefdoms, many of which were no more than cities with relatively modest hinterlands butted up against one another. Charles Tilly, the eminent historical sociologist, emphasized this political factor when trying to explain Europe's financial development, and historical anthropologists like Jared Diamond have in turn linked that to Europe's physical geography as a landmass divided up by mountain ranges and river valleys that posed natural obstacles to the formation of larger territorial states. And you can put that point in relief very quickly by contrasting the European continent with China, much of which is a great plain leading to the formation of a single unitary state encompassing much of what is modern China 2,200 years ago, along with a uniform written language, standardized currency, unitary tax system. So for reasons of geography, conducive to political unification, if you will, China lacked the same need to borrow to finance wars. From the start, however, sovereign borrow was subject to commitment problems. The king, or the sovereign, was the supreme earthly power, the embodiment of the state, as Louis XIV famously reminded his subjects. But that same unlimited political power limited the sovereign's ability to borrow, since there was no higher power, if you will, to prevent him from reneging on his obligations. And it followed that bankers were willing to lend to such sovereigns only for relatively short periods and relatively high interest rates. So those short periods begin to lengthen and those high interest rates begin to come down. We begin to see the development of a normal modern market in sovereign debt, only with the development of political checks and balances on the sovereign's previously unlimited powers. Sovereign debt begins its progressive downward march toward higher levels of debt and lower borrowing costs, as I show you in the figure on the right, only with the creation of representative assemblies where creditors sat, where those creditors were empowered to authorize or limit tax collection, approve increases in spending, authorize additional debt issuance. So with the creation of such assemblies in Italian city-states like Florence, Genoa, and Venice, and then in places like the Netherlands and England in subsequent centuries, interest rates on sovereign debt begin to come down. Sovereign debt comes to be recognized as an obligation of the state rather than of the individual occupying the throne. Public debt throughout history, starting with European military history, has always been used to meet emergencies, so financing wars has always been of premier importance. I show you, up until recently, the history of public debt in the United States, and each spike in the debt to GDP ratio shown there is associated with internal or external military conflict. But public debt has also been issued to meet public health emergencies, as in Siena and Venice and in the 14th century and all over the world more recently. And it's been issued in other exceptional emergencies, such as financial crises. You will notice in this historical US experience the tendency of what goes up to come back down. And I will talk in a few minutes about whether that's a historical regularity that we can hope for going forward. In other words, responsible states do borrow in order to meet emergencies. That's the point that my co-author and I highlight in our book. But responsible states also enhance or restore that capacity to borrow once the emergency is passed. And we know from history and personal experience and introspection that there will be another emergency sooner or later, another novel coronavirus, another financial crisis, a climate disaster, a geopolitical event, meaning that prudent governments need to start thinking now about that restoration process. So Rui and I and our other co-authors wrote about this in 2021. I think the IMF wrote about it last month in its October 2024 World Economic Outlook about precisely that point. So that was chapter one of my short history of recent public debt experience. That book was responsible for generating an invitation to me and to another co-author, Serkan Arslanalp, to write a paper for the Kansas City Fed's Jackson Hole paper conference on the implications of all this debt accumulation and what we might expect to see going forward. Would we see the historical pattern where once the emergency is passed, governments do begin to restore and enhance that capacity to borrow? Or to the contrary, are we going to have to live with elevated levels of public debt indefinitely going forward? Public debts have risen around the world. This figure on the right breaks down debt to GDP ratios for different subgroups of countries, and the levels are different depending on capacity to borrow, but the overall trends up, and up in recent years are pretty much the same. And it's only in exceptional cases, post-global financial crisis, post-COVID crisis, have we seen governments succeeding in bringing down those very high debt levels. In our Jackson Hole paper, Serkan and I attempted to show from historical experience that a combination of economic and political factors underlie this inability to reduce high debt ratios. So we looked at scores of cases historically where governments did succeed in substantially reducing elevated debt to GDP ratios. And we showed that there were basically only two robust predictors, if you will, of the determinants of that kind of success. One was success at growing the economy, favorable real interest rate, real growth rate differential. We know that we're now going to be in a higher interest rate environment going forward because of higher debt ratios. Although I wouldn't exaggerate the impact of that on interest rates, but also possibly other factors. And the IMF and the World Bank forecast slower growth around the world going forward than we have enjoyed in the recent past. So growing the economy is one determinant of successful debt consolidation. Low levels of political polarization are the other. The ability of successive governments to commit to and implement a consistent set of policies over time as needed to bring down high debt ratios. Polarization makes it hard to do that, makes it hard to agree on how to share the burden of fiscal adjustment. The coalition favoring debt reduction is frayed. Policies put in place by a political party of one coloration are then reversed or abandoned by the other party when it gains power. And rapid turnover in government creates an opportunity for a new administration to repudiate the policies of its predecessor, disrupting efforts to sustain primary budget surpluses. So there is much variation across countries, of course, but it's not a stretch to say we have seen increased political polarization in a variety of places around the world in recent years. So that was the the conclusion of our Jackson Hole paper, that there were these two robust correlates of significant public debt consolidation and the fact that growth is likely to slow, political polarization is elevated and likely to remain high, rendered my co-author and I pessimistic, obviously, about the scope for debt reduction going forward. So we presented that paper at Jackson Hole, and Peter Henry, now at the Hoover Institution, was in the audience, and he raised his hand and said, "What about my country of birth, Jamaica?" And he introduced us to the fact, I hope the figure on the right is clear, this is Jamaica's recent public debt history. So there are two lines. One is the debt to GDP ratio with a scale on the left, and the other one is the primary budget balance with a scale on the right. And you can see that Jamaica has, over a decade, a single decade, it reduced its debt to GDP ratio from 140% to 70%. And it's on course, global pandemic notwithstanding, to bring it down to that magic number, 60%, someone's magic number, within 3 or 4 years from now. And you can infer from the figure that it has done that by running primary budget surpluses on the order of 8 to 9% a year, every single year over that period, with, I think, one exception, 2021, because of the pandemic. But it has been able to sustain primary budget surpluses, extraordinarily large primary budget surpluses, as a way of solving this long-standing debt problem. It's been able to sustain them for a decade and now even more. And that record is exceptional. So Serkan and I joined with Peter to write a paper on Jamaica, and we looked to see how many other cases, how many other countries were able to reduce their debt to GDP ratios by 40 percentage points over a decade or slightly more. And there are only a small handful of such countries, typically coming out of an economic or financial crisis of one sort or another: Bulgaria, Georgia, Indonesia after the Asian financial crisis, Lebanon after one of its crises. So that is a reminder of how exceptional this Jamaican experience was. So that led us to try to look a little bit more deeply at how, not only in terms of arithmetic, but also in terms of economics and politics, Jamaica was able to achieve this extraordinary outcome. And our answer came in two parts. Number one, Jamaica adopted fiscal rules that increased fiscal transparency, encouraged formulation of a medium-term plan, limited fiscal slippage. As the governor put it, it adopted fiscal rules that combined transparency and rigor with flexibility, which was also critically important in the form of an escape clause that could be invoked under certain pre-specified circumstances. And secondly, there was what the governor called a few minutes ago homegrown reforms. Elected officials built on a hard-won tradition in Jamaica of consensus building. They built on more than 30 years of social partnerships aimed at facilitating dialogue among what you in Europe would call the social partners, limiting political instability, reducing political polarization and violence, which had been chronic problems in the country previously, all of which fostered ownership at home of the resulting policies. So let me talk briefly about the rules and then about the partnership. So the rules were introduced in 2010. This was a so-called fiscal responsibility framework which required the finance minister to take measures to reduce, by the end of fiscal year 2016, the budget deficit to zero and the debt to GDP ratio from 140% to 100%. The rules were then strengthened in 2014 by requiring the minister to specify a multi-year fiscal trajectory that would bring the debt down to 60% by 2026, pushed out to 2028 because of COVID, but they are on track. as I said before. And importantly, the fiscal responsibility framework included an escape clause to be invoked in the event of a large negative shock. That prevented the rule from being so rigid in a volatile macroeconomic environment as to lack credibility. But there were also clear criteria of by how much GDP would have to fall in a recession. And the Auditor General, whose independence is guaranteed by the Jamaican Constitution, is the person who declares whether the escape clause can be invoked or not. So I think this is, in a way, a state-of-the-art fiscal rule in that it combines transparency, multi-year programming, and the necessary flexibility. Success has many fathers, failure none. So the IMF likes to say we advised Jamaica about how to put this fiscal rule together. My reading of the evidence is that you can find elements of the fiscal responsibility framework in IMF technical assistance and program documents from the period, but much of this was really homegrown in Jamaica itself, which is part of the reason why it was willingly embraced. But fiscal rules don't always work when first put in place. So the other part of the argument is that democratic corporatism fostered ownership. So starting in 2013, there were discussions within what is called the National Partnership Council, which is social dialogue involving the government, the parliamentary opposition, and the social partners. And they put out a document in 2014 where everybody concerned agreed on consensus policies in 4 areas, the first of which was fiscal reform and consolidation. I think the document was agreed and signed and embraced because it reflected a willingness to share the burden of adjustment widely and fairly. In addition, the creditors had a special concern about the course of fiscal policy. There had been a couple of very modest domestic debt consolidations prior to debt restructurings prior to the beginning of the consolidation period. So the other thing that the partnership agreement did was to create an economic program oversight committee called EPOC to monitor and report on fiscal policies and fiscal outcomes, and to provide independent verification that all parties were keeping to the terms of their agreement. So this is the Independent National Fiscal Council by another name, on which sit representatives of the government, the private financial sector, the trade unions, et cetera, with a relatively heavy representation of the financial side. So I think this belief that the burden of adjustment was being widely and fairly shared, and this monitoring mechanism to ensure that everybody was keeping to the terms of the bargain was one of the things that allowed the plan and the consolidation process to stay on course even in 2016 when there was an election and the opposition party came to power. As I write here. So in March 2023, it was agreed that EPOC would give way to a permanent independent fiscal commission. I don't think that transition is quite complete yet. EPOC continues to function, but it's about to be renamed and made a permanent body. So why did Jamaica follow this distinctive path? Because of its distinctive history. A learning process had begun really in the 1970s, more than a third of a century earlier, with the formation of the same kind of partnership committee made up of the different political parties and the social partners to monitor elections, which had been contested, non-transparent, and occasions for violence. So creating a Electoral Advisory Commission involved consultations and agreement on procedures around elections. And what was done around elections, that same technology was then transferred to other areas, like trying to grow the economy, a variety of other domains, and ultimately the financial and the budgetary. So the fact that Jamaica had this very divisive history that it sought to overcome was one source of institutional learning, if you will. And there also was a considerable amount of leadership by Michael Manley and others toward the end of the 1970s, the feeling that the country had reached the economic and political brink, that they needed to build inclusive institutions in order to draw back, resulting in a decline in political polarization, as I show you on this figure, and political violence, and setting the stage for fiscal adjustment and consolidation. So that's a long case study of a country you probably didn't expect me to talk about this morning. The obvious question being whether these lessons generalize. We, in the paper, looked at other cases where the same combination of fiscal rules and inclusive institutions was put in place, and it's very hard to find such examples. One actually is Ireland in the 1980s, which I think fits the bill. Another one is Barbados more recently. So here we have a very small collection of relatively homogeneous island, small open economies, which seem to be able to adopt this recipe, whether a much larger, messier country like, say, the United States could do so is another story. But the IMF at this point does think that the model is more general, and the managing director has started making speeches about how rules together with social partnerships fostering ownership are needed for sustained fiscal adjustment. Finally, so those are my three chapters, which run from the history book through Jackson Hole to Jamaica. In concluding, let me say a couple of obligatory words about the United States, whose debt prospects look alarming, and I guess the question on everyone's minds, it was on people's minds before, but it's now newly fresh, is how alarming are the prospects? So I show you here the past and possible future evolution of the ratio of debt in the hands of the public to GDP in the United States. So a couple of clarifications about that would be different figures are thrown around about the debt to GDP ratio in the US. The one I prefer that I show you here, that the Congressional Budget Office uses, excludes debt held by the federal government itself, debt held in the Social Security trust funds and the like, where the government is simply paying interest to itself. So this is debt in the hands of the public relative to GDP, and it is projected into the future on the basis of current law. The independent Congressional Budget Office is tasked with assuming current law does not change and projecting and adding to that assumptions about the growth rate of the economy and the interest rate going forward, and using that to project debt out into the future. And on that basis, it will not surprise you, a country that is currently running a budget deficit of about 6% of GDP. On current law, large deficits will continue as far into the future as the eye can see, and the debt to GDP ratio continues to rise in the eyes of some alarmingly. Mr. Trump has proposed a variety of tax cuts that independent analysts suggest could add to the deficit and that would not be closed by prospective revenues from tariffs, so it's quite possible that the prospects could be even gloomier than they appear here. So my view is that there is no immediate threat to the safe asset character of the dollar, but that the safe asset character of the dollar and debt to GDP ratio that continues to rise indefinitely without limit will not be compatible forever. So I guess the first rule of forecasting is give them a forecast or a date, but never both. And then there's the political polarization point, of course. I argued before that history shows that high levels of political polarization are an obstacle to fiscal adjustment and consolidation. Recently, there has been this interesting article by Boxell and co-authors in the Review of Economics and Statistics, where they use survey data to measure what they call affective polarization, the extent to which citizens feel more negatively toward other political parties than they do toward their own. They show that polarization so measured is higher in the United States than in the almost any other advanced economy, and it has been rising in the United States over time, something that will be known to you on the basis of even casual reading of newspapers. They look at Spearman rank correlations across countries where they connect, that they find a correlation between affective polarization on the one hand and racial and other divisions, including the share of the foreign-born on the other hand. So they link rising polarization in the United States to the country's history of racial divisions, the original sin of slavery, if you will, and persistent controversies over immigration, which have been a feature of the US political landscape for a century and a half. When Mr. Trump won a presidential election in 2016, and then when there was a Brexit vote in the United Kingdom, I got so confused by events that I felt compelled to sit down and write a little book. And this is the little book from 2018, the idea there being that a history of racial division going back to slavery, together with more than a century of tension over immigration, result in a lack of social solidarity in the United States that makes it hard for the country to agree on the shared sacrifice needed to bring its debt, not to mention other things, under control. So, alas, that leaves me, again, especially pessimistic about the prospects for fiscal and debt management policy in the US. So on that happy note, thank you very much. So I believe we have a coffee break, or do you? Good.
Εντάξει, μετά. We'll open it, and you just control it.
This is the first session on public debt, histories and experiences that we have today. So I'd like to introduce our two speakers. We have Rui Esteves, who's on my extreme right, and also Tobias Straumann. And they're going to be giving a short presentation. And then there'll be some opportunity, about 5 minutes or so, where I'll gather up a couple of questions and they can respond. So, if I can say first, Rui Esteves, we see Professor of International History and Politics at Geneva Graduate Institute. So welcome to the Bank of Greece, and the floor is yours.
So, first of all, thank you very much to the Bank of Greece and to the organizers of this conference for hosting me today. And as the title goes, I'm going to talk about debt consolidations, right? So how countries are able to reduce their debt stocks in a sustainable way over a long period. So, okay. So I don't really think we need motivation, but here's the motivation slide. So we know that debt is at historic highs. Our first speaker, Dr. Spiro, reminded us that overall debt stocks are pushing 93% of world GDP. And as you can see, it's not only the World Economic Outlook, it's also the Fiscal Monitor that is emphasizing these days the importance of putting a lid on this perhaps exploding debt growth path. At the same time, we also know that inflation had its recent moment. It came back unexpectedly, came down, and now there's renewed worries what political changes in certain countries may do to the overall profile of inflation worldwide going forward. One of the things I'm going to do in this paper is precisely to see whether these two have been related in the past, so that sustainability in inflation in some interesting ways. Now, before I actually get down to it, I should make a very obvious acknowledgement. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today is joint work with three very smart co-authors, namely Barry Eichengreen, who's sitting here in the front row. Barry, the good thing of having two co-authors of the same paper in the same conference is that we can share tasks. So here's the cover of the, I understood, published today, Greek translation of our book, In Defense of Public Debt. You'll notice the obvious Escher type of theme in the cover, right? So there's one of those never-ending staircases. So essentially what I'm going to try to do today is that there's ways of going down that staircase, even if afterwards you eventually come back again. Most of actually what I'm going to do is also extracted from a paper I published more recently with Barry on the right-hand side. Okay, so the aims of our research and of this talk and the preview of the results. The thing we did is that we created what we could consider to be the first consistent data set of debt consolidations over as long a period as we could do it, so about 2 centuries, and for as many nations as we could get the fiscal data, that's more than 180. We identified many cases of successful debt consolidation in history, which have been mostly unappreciated in current literature, which continues to be too focused on sovereign default and restructuring. We then developed a new framework to interpret these debt consolidations in an accounting sense, to decompose them into their main contributions of fiscal effort, economic growth, interest rates, and inflation, emphasis on inflation. Overall, we conclude that consolidations do tend to be more frequent after wars and after periods of rising prices. Barry already showed you some suggestive pictures about that, but puzzlingly not during periods of runaway global inflation, meaning immediately after the world wars or even during the so-called Great Inflation of the 1970s. Actually, the conclusion we eventually take is that for debt to be sustainably reduced, so for consolidations to be successful, but also for inflation to have a meaningful contribution to help with those consolidations, you actually need policy credibility from both sides, fiscal and monetary, and macro stability. Now, the first task is to say or to define what we mean by debt consolidation. It's one of those concepts that once you look at it, you understand it. I refer you back to Barry's third story, the story of the debt consolidation in Jamaica. So we do this the same way, but for a longer period and a larger collection of nations. And we consider 6 possible ways of defining what is a debt consolidation. So essentially, these definitions are based on 2 thresholds. One is a threshold of magnitude, how big the reduction in debt over GDP has to be. And so you have their variations, at least 10, or all the way up to 25% of GDP, and how fast that consolidation has to be achieved. The first variant, which is the one I'm mostly going to use in my presentation, does not impose a minimum rate of consolidation, so any duration, which means that we'll have very short consolidations, 1 or 2 years, paired with very long ones, all the way to almost 40 years on ongoing debt reduction. Whereas the other ones, the other concepts, are more restrictive. They require specific minimum rates of consolidation effort. Since former Governor Pablo Hernández de Cos was in the audience, I thought I would illustrate with Spain. So this is the historical path of Spanish debt to GDP from 1850 to 2019. Looks like a roller coaster. I'm not going to digress on Spanish macroeconomic history here. I just want to use this as an example of the implication of choosing these different concepts, right? The first thing we do not do is that we don't mix forced debt restructuring, call them defaults, with what we're studying here, which are debt consolidation. So those are the 2 episodes of default in this period of Spanish history, so we're just going to ignore them. When we apply our filtering criteria, the first variant, a minimum of 10% GDP reduction in debt stock over as many years, we actually identify 5 of those episodes in Spain. And here's the issue, right? So you have very short episodes paired with very long episodes. The very long ones can tend to end with higher cumulated debt reductions, but not necessarily so, right? So we don't impose any restriction on the speed of consolidation. If you do that, if we use that other variant, the last one, where we require at least 10 years of ongoing debt consolidation, we only actually end up identifying 3. Those are the 3 green bars, if you can see them. If we're even more restrictive, and if we go for a faster and shorter debt consolidation concept, 5 years, at least 20% of GDP, and surprisingly, we have fewer periods, right? So this matters, right, especially for people who will want to use this data set for future empirical exercises. But for the purpose of today, which is just to introduce you the data set, I'm going to focus most on the first concept with no restriction on duration. So these are just the summary stats. As I mentioned, the first focus on the first row. So in terms of duration, these debt consolidations averaged 5.8 years, and the longest one went all the way to 36. How many of them did we identify? 378. That was already surprising, right? So there's many more episodes of successful debt consolidation than defaults, right? And then in terms of the overall size of the debt reduction, you see that there's a lot of variation between 32 and, yes, 265% of GDP. Now, precisely to compare consolidations with defaults, here's the time series graph. So the dark solid line is our series, the first definition. So this is the way to measure, to interpret this is the percentage of sovereign nations that in each year were undergoing one of these debt consolidations. You see that's a lot of variation, of course. The shaded gray area is the perhaps more familiar time series of sovereign defaults, same interpretation, percentage of countries undergoing forced debt restructuring. The dynamics there are very well known. They typically peak during major international financial crises, right? So you have the 1830s, the 1860s, the 1870s, the 1890s, the World Wars, the Great Depression, and the Latin American debt crisis. But again, since we put this series for the first time of debt consolidations, we also have to say something about the historical interpretation. There's another line that's blue, harder to see. That's episodes of debt relief, right? Multilateral debt relief that spike more recently with the MDRI and the HPCI of the 90s and 2000s. So the first thing that struck us is that there's a clear peak at the end of our period, right? So there's we want to call it a great consolidation. It overlaps mostly with what most people refer to as the Great Moderation, hence, again, the idea of macro stability. But this is also a period where many, many nations were able to successfully consolidate their debts, right? And definitely that moderation helped them in doing so. That's not the only peak. There's another peak earlier on, if you can see it, the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. So it looks like the turns of centuries are good periods for countries to consolidate their debts for some reason. But actually, joke aside, something that is common, distinctly common about these two periods is precisely macro stability in the context of low but positive and predictable inflation. Right? We know the story about the Great Moderation. Those of you who know a little bit of macroeconomic and monetary history also know that the turn of the 19th century is the heyday of the so-called classical gold standard. Namely, because this was a period of not zero, but positive and stable inflation, and probably that helped countries consolidate their debts then as today. We can splice the data many ways. So this is the histogram of the size, the cumulative size of debt consolidations. Those are the sky blue bars, versus the total consolidation of debt through defaults. So as you would expect by the way we construct the concept, the histogram for the blue bars always had to be on the negative side, right? Because you have to at least consolidate 10%. And you see that indeed the mass point is on those small, relatively small consolidations, but there's quite a bit of spread. What's more striking is actually countries exit defaults frequently with larger debt stocks, right? And this is because of the way we define debt. Frequently, debt restructurings involve changes in coupon, and frequently reduction in coupons are partially compensated with increases in the principal owned, right? But maybe this is not, fair comparison. So instead of doing that, we can look at what happens to debt levels 5 years after the end of a default, right? So maybe, the adjustment took a bit longer, and indeed, the histogram becomes a little bit more skewed to the right, right? But there's still many cases where countries actually exit defaults with larger nominal debt stocks, which is not the case in debt consolidations. Another way, so these are just the summary stats. As you can see, the average reduction in debt to GDP after defaults is surprisingly small, and the median is even smaller, right? And that compares with what we're talking about here today. You can splice this differently. One of the things we do is that we think of 4 different macroeconomic periods: the classical gold standard before 1913 on the top left graph, the messy interwar period, the post-war period all the way to the Latin America debt crisis, and the Great Moderation afterwards. Not going to spend much time here, just to say that the patterns are very similar, right, except in the post-war period, where there's a more even-handed distribution of the size of these debt consolidations. There's not so much mass piled up into small debt consolidations. We can also do this by income group. Is this a story of is self-selection, positive self-selection, right? Relatively rich countries have an easier time at reducing their debt stocks. Well, the Barry's exemplary case of Jamaica should tell you not. Here you have the data for the whole distribution. So we divide countries by income tercile, and as you can see, low-income countries are as able to exercise large debt reductions as the other 2 terciles. Then remember, the second objective of our research was to see whether inflation had a part in this. So this is the first way of looking at it. You have the same time series evolution of the frequency of debt consolidations, and now you have these squiggly lines. They're hard to read. They're measures of inflation, either overall inflation or inflation of the countries doing these consolidations. And something's funny is that you do not find it where you would expect it, right? So periods of high inflation spikes are not the periods of especially large concentration of debt reductions, of debt consolidations. On the other hand, as I already mentioned, it's these 2 periods of relatively macroeconomic stability and low but stable inflation that you find more countries consolidating their debts. Another thing we do in our research is that we go back to the standard way of decomposing that variation in an accounting sense, and we all heard about the never-ending debate whether R is greater or smaller than G. But the problem with this decomposition is that there leaves no room for inflation, right? And there are several reasons why this might be the case. Just some silly adding and subtracting algebra there, right? Inflation is actually there, but it cancels, right? Because real interest rate and real growth both include inflation. But the problem of that is that obviously this is counterfactual. Inflation has been important in reducing debt levels in many countries in many periods. And this only works under that set of very restrictive assumptions that are not verified almost anywhere, anytime, right? So we improve from that. There's other discussions, it's obvious, the inflation is going to have a greater impact on the total debt stock and debt ratio depending on the average maturity of the existing debt stock. So the longer the maturity, the lower the impact, the higher the impact, and also on what's the relevant interest rate measure for bondholders, right? The relevant inflation measure for real growth is the GDP deflator, but do investors care about the GDP deflator or CPI or some other measure of inflation? So that gets us into very complicated territory. In our research, we do something very different and much simpler, which is just look at retrospective budget accounts, right? So governments have to report as part of their financial accounts how much they pay in interest for their existing debt stock. And that's essentially the carry-on cost of their debt. So we don't need any assumptions about rollover rates, average maturities, or even inflation expectations of the marginal investor, because we do all the decomposition using the government-owned proposed information. That's the new formula for decompose it. I'm not going to belabor on that. I'm also going to say that this is an exact decomposition rather than an approximation. And then, what you can do once you have the data and this framework is that you can go around and decompose historical and present and future projected debt evolutions in these terms. So I'm going to exemplify with 2 British debt consolidations that are separated by a century and are about the same size, right? So they're about 1/3 of GDP. This one is a Victorian example. Gladstone was in power at the time. Gladstone was a strong believer in primary surpluses and ongoing debt reduction. So the story here, and that's the emphasized 96.1%, the story here is that primary surpluses were the main contributor to reduce this debt, British debt during this period. This is a period of 10 years. There's some contribution of inflation. Those are the green bars. You see that sometimes inflation helps push that level, but there's also periods where there was deflation. So overall, there's very little contribution of inflation. Compare that with the late 1960s and 70s. Well, unsurprisingly, the great inflation was around, pushing double digits by the mid-1970s. So inflation now was the lion's share of the effect, right? So we can do this for, as I mentioned, 378 debt consolidation cases. But overall, what we find is that inflation, surprisingly to us, I think, inflation actually has been fairly important in helping with that consolidation individually for specific nations, but also overall. So this is a picture for the overall effects, the summary stats. But this is taking into consideration, of course, that markets are not always slipping, and that interest rates frequently catch up with inflation, especially with inflation expectations. So what we do here is that we add up the contribution of inflation to the contribution of the nominal interest rate. And they always push in different directions, right? The interest rates always, if they're trying to catch up with inflation, they'll make your cost of borrowing more expensive, which means it will be harder for you to consolidate, to reduce your debt ratio, whereas inflation, if you're lucky, will help you reduce. So, but once we add the two, overall, for the whole period we considered, there's still a positive contribution of inflation of about 18%, 17.63, which is quite remarkable. Once we separate this by our macro periods, we find nothing or a negative contribution in the sense that interest rates caught up faster than inflation. In the so-called classical gold standard, perhaps unsurprisingly, because inflation all the way to the very end of the classical gold standard was essentially a random walk around zero. We also don't find it in the messy interwar years, unsurprisingly, but we find it afterwards, right, all the way to today. All right, and so I'm ending my, my presentation, so I want us to wrap up and remind you of what we've done here. So the first thing is that we document patterns of debt consolidation that have not been very well appreciated in the literature. So consolidations do tend to follow large wars, large surprise expenditures, but they're not always driven by inflationary consequences of wartime monetary overhangs. Remember, we don't really find a peak of debt consolidations immediately after World War. Some countries did it, but the global picture is not that. On the other hand, we find highest concentrations in periods of macro stability, the turn of the centuries. Again, we want to call it, we want to push great consolidation, so please tweet or, or cite us on that ground. We want to have the concept floating around. We also find it across all income groups, nations, low, middle, and high income nations. They're more frequent than default and debt relief, and perhaps more importantly, they're more significant in terms of debt reduction than debt relief or default. We only find a weak correlation between the level of global inflation and the frequency of debt consolidations. As I told, we didn't find them where we expect them to find, right? Just the reverse. So apparently, the obvious conclusion to take from this that it's more important is the association between debt consolidations, macro stability, and policy credibility. Low, positive, and predictable inflation seems to be the key for inflation to contribute positively to reduce debt ratios. That was provided by the monetary anchor of the peg to gold since 1896, once a series of new gold discoveries allowed a relatively elastic world monetary supply, and also with the growth moderation, where we reinvented monetary stability with inflation targeting. Now, this is history, but since this, the title of this conference was not only lessons of history, but also challenges for the future, I decided nervously, right, as an historian, to also apply my framework to the future. So I just downloaded the last World Economic Outlook forecasts and see what the IMF predicts to be the pattern or the path of debt in the Eurozone going forward. And so here's the picture. I applied it to our consolidation methodology. In point of fact, this doesn't count as one of our concepts of debt consolidation, but only for 0.5 percentage point of GDP. So let's say this is a rounding error. As you can see, this is fairly well known, right? Inflation was actually very, very important in helping nations over the last 2 years to reduce their debt stocks and maintain debt sustainability, even though that's not exactly appreciated, because as you know, Most people, and the electors in particular, were not very happy about this, right? We realize that electors really hate inflation, but whoever is managing that management office actually, it's a good story. In this case, inflation over-explains everything, right? It's 260% because it's counteracted by other things, namely the fact that this is a period, or the IMF doesn't really forecast to be a period of consistent primary surpluses in the Eurozone going forward. But of course, as you know, the last years are suspiciously stable, right? But this is a problem of how these models forecast results. And then finally, just to emphasize that there's a wider story here, which is, it's a financial and a political economy story. All of this works so long as markets allow you to do that, right? So long as bond vigilantes don't start requiring some kind of an inflation premium or to compensate for a perceived inflation risk that is going to undo all of that. This depends on legacy characteristics of debt maturity, financial regulation or repression, also monetary rules and fiscal rules, as Barry exemplified very well in the case of Jamaica, and the ongoing process of inflation expectations. So I thank you again, and I look forward to your comments.
Thank you very much. So now we move on to Tobias Straumann, who's Professor of Modern and Economic History at the University of Zurich. And we're now going to move from a very general look at debt consolidation to a specific case, which is the 1953 London Debt Agreement. So, Tobias, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Andreas and to Barry and the Bank of Greece to give me the opportunity to present the results of a short book that will be published next year. It's not only an honor, but also a difficult task, because the London Debt Agreement has stirred a lot of controversies, especially here in Greece. As you probably know, it stands for the very generous treatment of the Federal Republic of Germany, the successor state of Nazi Germany after World War II. And it was a sweeping haircut. I just talk of a big haircut, but it was such a sweeping haircut that you could argue that the Germans didn't have any hair on their head after this operation. And we all know World War II was horrendous. Germany should have paid a lot of reparations, but was not obliged to do that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and I will end with a question to the audience, because I think it's not so easy to find an answer to all these moral questions that are linked to the London Debt Agreement. So I'm going to talk about it in 5 steps. I provide some information about the importance of the London Debt Agreement, then facts and figures. Then I open a discussion about opportunities and risks, and as I said, conclusion, very short question to the audience here in Greece. Today, maybe with the exception of the Greek population, it's not a very known agreement. People know about the Marshall Plan, for example. That's still in the collective memory, but not the London Debt Agreement. The contemporaries, by contrast, were very aware of the importance. The New York Times called it, when the London Debt Conference was concluded, one of the largest international debt settlement agreements in history. And when the agreement was signed in February of 1953, they also realized that it was crucial for the recovery of the world economy. Just a short survey of what happened. There were 21 countries in London and West Germany, and we have different categories of debts and reparations that were treated. We had pre-war debts. That's very difficult. That's a whole series of public debts, private debts, stemming from the period of mostly the Weimar Republic, so between the end of World War I and the end of the 1920s, early 30s. Those were mostly private creditors holding this debt. And then we have the post-war debts, that's post-war assistance, mostly Marshall Plan. The creditors were public creditors. And these two categories were reduced by each about 50%, and the sum corresponded to only 10% of West German GDP in 1952. And of course, it was stretched over a long period of time, the repayment of these debts. And then the most controversial part was the deferral of reparations. They did not cancel the reparations, they just deferred them, but de facto it was a cancellation. And it's this famous or infamous Article 5, paragraph 2, where they stipulated that there has to be a reunited Germany with which the Allies could then conclude a peace treaty and then talk about the reparations. So they just postponed it to a very distant future. Of course, in the early 1950s, nobody believed that Germany would be reunited in a short period of time. And then, less known maybe, it's the link to the so-called Luxembourg Agreement. It's very important for Jewish history, for Israeli history. It's not the same agreement, but they were linked during the negotiations. And the Luxembourg Agreement was concluded a little bit earlier than the London Debt Agreement. It was kind of a precondition for the end of the London Debt Conference. And that's absolutely pioneering what was stipulated there, also from a legal perspective. First of all, it included reparations to a state that did not exist at the time when the damage was done. Israel was founded in 1948, and as you know, Nazi Germany was defeated in 1945. That had never happened before. Second, it included compensation to private organizations. Usually, these treaties are between governments, here private organizations, and they were not creditor organizations, but really private organizations. And thirdly, even less known, the compensation that was linked to this Luxembourg Agreement for individual victims of Nazi persecution was in the end the highest amount of money paid from the Federal Republic to the victims of Nazi Germany. So that's 55.6 billion. Of course, stretched over about 30 years, but compared to the London Debt Agreement, it was a very substantial amount paid out to these individual victims. And I'm not going to talk about the research a lot, but in recent years it has been rediscovered and considered one of the most important milestones in the post-war recovery of Europe. So let's be a bit more specific to understand the historical role of the London Debt Agreement and to maybe also find a moral judgment of what was achieved at the time. You have to see that this is a series of different, very important steps. And it stretches from the 1946 Agreement on the Reparation from Germany, which is not very known, but is a very important agreement. So it took about 7 years to settle the reparation issue. And it was linked, that makes it very complicated, it was linked to defense issues, to sovereign issues involving West Germany. The European integration starting in 1951 was linked to the London Debt Agreement and to all other issues. The General Treaty, that's the treaty that provided more sovereignty to the Federal Republic. The European Defence Treaty failed, but it was important that it was accepted by Germany as a precondition for the settlement of the debts. So it's extremely complicated, this post-war history. And I have to say, I admire a lot what the diplomats achieved at the time. They had like 5 or 6 arenas at the same time, and these different elements had to fit to each other in order to conclude this process. And what's very important is that usually people think that the reconstruction was achieved by, let's say, Marshall Plan, European Payments Union, and the creation of the Federal Republic of Germany, but that's not true. In 1950, policymakers were still unsure whether they would succeed in reconstructing Europe, and that was because the debt issue was not resolved at the time yet. there were 7 agreements. We're talking mostly about the agreement on German external debts. That's for the pre-war debts, private creditors, and then there were 3 separate bilateral agreements with France, UK, and the US regarding post-war debts. So let me show you first the agreement on German external debts, and together with these 3 bilateral agreements. I'm not going to go through all the figures, I just want to show how complicated it is. You have the pre-war public debts, owed, of course, to private creditors, and there were a lot of German private creditors. And altogether, those were dozens and dozens and dozens of treaties and debt obligations. And important are maybe 3 informations. In the pre-war public debt, the most important item were the Dawes and Young Plan. Those were linked to 2 reparation agreements in 1924 and 1930 after World War I. So in 1952-3, we are still talking about reparations stemming from World War I. Makes it really complicated. And then you see about the figure of the pre-war public debts and the pre-war private debts. Both were reduced to 3.9 billion and 3.5 billion, so about the same size. And post-war debts, this post-war assistance, Marshall Plan mostly, was about the same size. So altogether we have 14.4 billion, so 50% about private and public pre-war debts and 50% post-war debts. What's more interesting is the relationship to the budget of the Federal Republic of Germany. We have GDP, then military expenditure, mostly occupation costs for American troops, and then a very important item in the post-war history were the refugee compensation. Those were paid to German refugees coming from Eastern Europe. They were expelled from different regions, in the eastern part of Germany. And now compare just the refugee compensation to the London Debt Agreement, the yearly payments. You see it's a totally different category, and even less claims conference and even less what was paid to Israel. So that's why I told you that it's such a sweeping haircut, and it was not a huge burden for the German finances. Now we just don't have to look just at the fiscal balance, but also to the current account. You see the trade balance, trade of goods and services of West Germany turned into a huge surplus in the 1950s. So the name of the Exportweltmeister starts in the early 1950s. So it was very easy to have the foreign exchange reserves to transfer these payments to the different creditors. So you see London Debt Agreement, even together, it's not much. And by 1957, it's really a tiny fraction of the trade and services surplus of the Federal Republic. So I think it's a clear verdict. It's really a very, very low burden. And as I said, reparations stemming from World War II are just deferred. We're not talking about this until Germany is going to be reunited. Okay, now I'm trying to discuss a little bit the opportunities and risk of such an agreement. Opportunities, I think most historians and financial historians agree that the London Debt Agreement was very important to sustain the economic recovery of Western Europe. You're also in your book, of Rui and Barry, you mentioned that. And there is an interesting paper by Gallofrey Villa and co-authors who try to show the mechanism and the channels through which this London Debt Agreement fostered growth, especially West German growth in the 1950s. And because West Germany was so central to the recovery of Western Europe, every country in the end profited from this London Debt Agreement. Then the second, as I said, the debt settlement was linked to all other issues. It's inconceivable that the Federal Republic of Germany could have obtained more sovereignty. It was inconceivable that you could build a defense structure with NATO, European Defense Community, and it's inconceivable that European integration would have progressed as easily as it did in the 1950s without the London Debt Agreement. Everything was linked together. And whenever there was a problem in one arena, all other negotiations stalled because they were preconditions for each other. And then I think a third very important argument that sustains the solution found in London is that the Federal Republic was treated so nicely that they could provide some long-term generosity. And here again, I would like to highlight the compensation to individual victims of Holocaust. That was absolutely new in the history of compensation to victims of crimes committed by a regime or committed during a war. And I think this generosity would have been impossible without the London Debt Agreement. Now the risks are obvious too. I'm going to skip that. What's really, it's neither just nor fair. I mean, we have very strong political and economic arguments, but I think everybody has to concede that it's not just or fair. Especially hard to swallow was that private bondholders, they get 50% back from their pre-war debts, and countries plundered by Nazis don't get anything, at least not in the short run. And I think we really have to distinguish between the economic rationality and politically it was a good idea, but it's not just, nor is it fair. And of course you cannot make it disappear, this grievance. And the deferral of reparations was reinforced by the so-called 2+4 treaty concluded in 1990. You probably know this story, but I repeat it for those who may not know it exactly. The four allies decided not to conclude a peace treaty, so they could continue to exclude the reparation issue. And I mean, I'm not a legal scholar, but that's a difficult decision, because in 1953 you promised to all countries which had claims, reparation claims, we're going to fix it once Germany is going to be reunited. And then the moment comes and you say, no, we're not going to do it. We conclude a different treaty, so we don't have to fulfill this clause of the London Debt Agreement. And this long-term grievance, I just read in the paper recently, the German president came to Greece, and there were survivors of the massacre in a town in Crete, and of course they talked about these horrible things that had been happening in Greece. And of course the reparation questions came up again. So to conclude, let me ask this question. In the short run, we think there is a trade-off between economics and redemption. And at the time, the policymakers, especially American policymakers, concluded that economics is more important than redemption. But maybe we can think differently about this issue. Maybe you can give priority to economics without excluding redemption. And I think the deal done in the London Debt Agreement can be defended on the ground that this economic solution, political solution, that was neither just nor fair, was a very good plan for the long-term redemption. And as I said, Germany has paid a lot afterwards, much more than was stipulated in the London Debt Agreement. So, I mean, I don't have a final answer, but maybe we have to say, after war, maybe it's the best to reduce debt as much as you can. I know it's controversial, but maybe this is the best solution. And maybe we can draw the lesson from this episode that sometimes you have to opt for solutions that are neither just nor fair, but over a long period of time, you have this process of redemption is much more comprehensive than if you do it everything in the short term. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have a time for a couple of questions. So would anybody like to ask anything of the two speakers? Okay, we've got a question over there and then one there. Okay. If the photographer could just move slightly. Thank you.
Yeah, two absolutely fascinating papers. Maybe just one comment on, you started with a comparison with the Greek debt restructuring and the LDA. So I would say that the big difference wasn't so much the size of the haircut, which was even bigger in 2012 than in the LDA, both as a share of the outstanding debt, and particularly as a share of GDP, was close to 50%. But the big difference is that the 2012 restructuring came with incredibly stiff conditionality on Greece, whereas this 53 came with zero conditionality, basically promise of good behavior, because the assumption was that the fundamentals would take care of themselves once the debt had been reduced, which turned out to be true. At least exposed. And then on Rui's paper, I have a sort of question, comment. So, going into the post-war period, a policymaker would have been forgiven if he had read your paper as you would have written it until then, to argue that inflation is not going to help and bring down debt, right? Because you have this pretty stunning table 7 where you show that, there's an average beneficial effect of inflation on debt consolidations, but it's completely driven by the post-war period. And basically we have large negative signs in the pre-war period being offset by large positive signs. And so that makes you think it's not really inflation per se, it's financial repression, right? It's the willingness to go through with financial repression. So where does that leave us now? So is it over? So are we back in the negative sign territory? So you really need complete surprises, right? 2020, 21 was a complete surprise. Otherwise, it won't work. And in this case, I think, the IMF projections you show are outright weird, right? Because they show a continued effect of inflation and the negative type, even in the outer years of the wheel, which is more probably a problem with the wheel than with the logic of your paper.
Okay, a second question here, and then we'll ask the panel to...
Thank you very much for these truly illuminating presentations. My name is Konstantinos Zekios Kanalopoulos. I am the Arian Kondelis Postdoctoral Fellow at the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy. My question had to do with the role of the original sin, turning to Rui Esteves's presentation, and to what extent does the role of the original sin change things? And coming back to the present a little, how do you see the debt restructuring lessons of the past informing Greece's current strategy? And then going back to Professor Stroman's analysis of the London debt agreement, again, similarly to the previous question, how does that help us inform current policy, kind of link the past and the present? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps, I don't know how you want to respond. Of course.
Okay, thank you very much for these questions. 2 remarks. It's true that the haircut was not especially big. I mean, we have Russian examples, Argentinian examples, but if you include the reparation haircut, of course. But you're right to point out that. And we have no official figures about Nazi Germany reparations, but it's 5 to 10 times German GDP. So it's huge. It's absolutely huge. But there are no official figures because the Allies never really wanted to open this kind of worms, so we don't really know how big it is. And the second about conditionality, you're right in the short term, but of course, as Barry, for example, showed and other authors, I mean, the Marshall Plan, that was a conditionality program with liberalization, exclusion of communist parties, trade integration. The European Payments Union was very important for multilateral agreements, so they had already done that. And then I would also argue that, of course, this was playing out, but you still had occupation, so you could sanction Germany all the time, and that's why I highlighted these interlinkages between all these different topics, and I'm really amazed how they did it. Defense, sovereignty, European integration, and debt and reparations. About 5 issues were resolved within a few days, a few years. All right.
So, yeah. So thank you very much for the 2 comments. They're related in a sense. So starting with Jeremy, yeah, fair point. I mean, we do historical accounting decompositions. This is not a structural exercise, right? So yeah, that's a fair critique. But if I may abuse the logic, right, if this person sitting in 1945 were to be able to forecast what would happen after 1990, then he or she would be more relaxed. So it's not only a question about financial repression. The post-1990 world is a world of decreasing capital controls, decreasing financial risk. And remember, it's the largest great consolidation that we find. The other thing is more practical, is the way how you splice data to create tables and figures. Indeed, if you consider 1800 to 1913, the average contribution of inflation is negative. If you focused on the post-1895, it's positive, right? So the point is not a gold standard. It's a gold standard with an unexpected also, but positive worldwide monetary shock, which were all those gold discoveries, without an anchoring, right, monetary expectations, which were still anchored at the gold standard, but with a moderate, positive, predictable inflation that helped things going along. And indeed, I agree. I mean, the forecasts of the IMF are just weird, but I'm not responsible for that. To your point, yes, original sin is important, for sure, right? So the highest the share of foreign currency denominated debt you borrow on, and of course, we're in Greece, so we all remember the discussion that one of the problems of Greece was that it was borrowing in a currency it didn't control. But I would submit that even more important than the question of original sin is the composition of debt between domestic and external debt, right? Because original sin, properly defined, is the percentage of foreign debt issued in your domestic currency. How about the percentage of domestic debt issued in your domestic currency? Of course, the larger the latter, the easier it is to inflate or simply to reduce, to consolidate your debt, because you're not, having to deal with foreign bondholders or foreign investment funds, hedge funds, and so on, who might be harder to deal with. Of course, there's always a cost of all of that, right? As Governor Sturnarras reminded us, one of the lessons is that we need to, keep track of the diabolic loop, right, that relates sovereigns to banks. If you overload domestic debt issue, guess what? It's probably going to end up in the balance sheets of your domestic banks. This increases home buyers. The BIS tells us, we need to be careful with that. So yeah, there's costs of whatever you do, right? They're relative, and they're still worth comparing. So that's where I would leave it. Just to say, again, original sin is a constant throughout this period for most of the emergent nations that are in our data set, both in the 19th century as today. And as you can see, that does not eliminate the very big fluctuations in the ability of those same nations to consolidate their debts. So it's not the whole story.
Just a short answer to your question. I mean, the big elephant in the room is Ukraine. And I think we have to be very generous. Whether this is politically feasible, I don't know. After the elections, very hard, but I think there's that's the lesson. You have to be very generous, otherwise Ukraine will never recover, and then it's probably much more expensive.
Okay, I'd like to thank both of our speakers for very interesting perspectives. What?
There's another question.
Very quickly, though, because I'm already over time, and I'll get into trouble.
We were taught in economic history that the whole thing that happened in 1953 was essentially a delayed reaction to Keynes' paper in 1919. And I was surprised that neither speaker mentioned the state of macroeconomic understanding as a driver in what happens.
Very good point. So.
We do mention Keynes's 1919 writings at the very end. That's the last sentence of the paper, right? So I encourage you to go and read it.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'll hand over to my colleague, Daphne Papadopoulou, for the next half session in this full session. Okay, thank you very much.
So, welcome to our second sub-session on long-run perspectives and lessons from relating to sovereign debt issues. I am Daphne. I'm working here at the Bank of Greece with a focus on monetary policy issues. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to this, to our second sub-session, which will continue from the first part of the session that was chaired by Heather. I am delighted that we have with us Kim and Andreas to help us guide us guide us through these issues. Kim is a professor of finance at the Solvay Brussels School of Economics and Management. He is also a research fellow at the CEPR, and recently he became Director General at the Royal Museums of Fine Arts in Belgium. I understand that his interests are mainly in financial history and sovereign debt valuation, but he is also concerned with questions relating to art. Today he will be presenting on sovereign bond conversion at the 19th century France. Andreas is a scientific advisor to the historical archives here at the Bank of Greece. He is also assistant professor of economic history at the Pantheon University. And I understand that his main interests lie in Greek sovereign debt issues, but also in the history of economic thought, with emphasis on monetary and development economics. He will be presenting here on lessons from Greek debt. I would ask both presenters to confine themselves to about 20 minutes each. And having said all this, Kim, the floor is yours to the 19th century France. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daphne, and thank you for having me here. So my talk today is going to bring you back to 19th century France. Hopefully you will understand why I think it matters. It's a joint work with Loredana Ureche-Rango and Jacques-Marie Valin. And we're going to talk about political economy today. So the link between politics and sovereign debt. So hopefully you will believe it matters. If it works, yeah. So there is a huge literature that is basically saying, well, institutions matter. So the institutional setting is the following. If you have good institutions, what's going to happen if these institutions protect creditor rights? Creditors are going to be willing to lend. Interest rates are going to go down. Things are going to be extremely good for the economy and for the borrowers. However, there is part of the literature that says, okay, sound institutions, it matters, but might not be sufficient to have something good going on. And Stasavage highlights the importance of the representation of government creditors in the parliament. So since it's not a crime novel, I'm allowed to tell you what's going to happen at the end. So basically my main claim is going to be the following. Institutions matter, but they're not the only thing. What matters most is who are the bondholders. So, and what is their political power. So let's see how I can make my claim looking at 19th century France. So in this paper, we want to see if actually you can protect bondholders too much. So North and Weingast argue that if you protect bondholders' right, what you'll have is people will lend to you, interest will go down. And we ask a question is, okay, but could there be a case when bondholders' interests are not fully aligned with the state's interest, and where it may actually prove problematic if bondholders are too powerful? So there's a lot of literature that looks at periods when things go bad. We take a different stance. To make our claim, we look at a period when things actually go better, when there is an improvement in the state's credit. And we link at something very specific that existed in France, which is conversion. Conversion in modern time is just a modern term for call options. For those of you who have done finance, it's just a very simple thing. The issuer, so the sovereign, has the right to initiate a conversion. So if he initiates this conversion, the holder of the bond has to choose between getting reimbursed at par, so you lend 100, you get 100 back, or receive a new bond with a lower coupon. This only works, of course, if the interest rates have gone down and prices have gone up. So the state will only initiate this if the credit rating has improved, so that the interest rates have gone down, and so people say, okay, I have to choose between getting now reimbursed at par or getting a bond with a lower coupon. This is just a graph to show that I can also explain graphs. So basically what you have here is a very simple way to show the difference between a non-callable bond. So this is a classical bond where you have an inverse relationship between the price and the yield. And this here is a callable bond, so one that can be converted. At some point, the price doesn't go up anymore because people expect the sovereign to call back the bond. So if the yields go down, at some point you know, okay, what's going to happen? Well, I won't see the price increase. Why? Because if the price increases too much, then the government will ask me to give back my bond and get 100 or receive a bond with a lower coupon. What we're looking at is France and the attempts and successes to convert the bond. So as you see, they tried in 84, 24, 25, 36, 38, 40, 44, 45, 46, 52, 50, just telling you that they tried a lot, but of course it didn't really work out. Just the sheer number of attempts to convert show that something blocked. Well, you could say, Kim, well, okay, maybe they wanted to convert the bond, didn't work out, but did it really matter? What are we talking about? What's the amount they could have gained from that? So as I said, you can convert bond if the yields have gone down enough, so it makes sense to exchange the former bond for a new one. In the next graph, we look at all the periods where it would have made sense to convert the bond. So in blue, these are all periods where the yield had gone down so far that it would have made sense to convert it to a 4% bond. So just to give you an idea, French bond had a 5% coupon. The yield on the market were below 4%. So the French state had now the right to say, okay, give me back your bond and I will reimburse you, or give me back your bond and I give you a new bond with a lower coupon below 4%. If you look at the amount of time, where it would have made sense, it's a lot. Does it change a lot to change a 1% interest rate on the bond? Well, we argue it does. So what we do here, we compute how much could have been saved if France had converted the bond as early as possible. So if they had converted the 5% bond in the 4.5%, as early as May 25, when it was first economically meaningful, the state could have saved 2.7 years of debt service, or 177 times the deficit of reference year. So it's a huge savings. So really, imagine all your debt where you pay 1% interest less. That's a lot of saving. Here we're just looking at half that. So why didn't it work? So we tried to look at the complex French political regimes. So you have a constitutional monarchy, the Second Republic and the Second Empire. And we tried to look at especially the first period. So we're going from 1815 to 1848. And at the time, the political system is as follows. You have two chambers, a chamber of deputies. You have to be rich to be a deputy. It's a selective suffrage. And really, it limits a lot the number of people who can be elected. And there's a chambre des pairs, a peer, if you want, chamber. It's hereditary. The king chooses who is a peer, and they are subject to a very specific system that I will describe afterward, which is called majorat, will play the big role. So just two chambers, rich people in both chambers. The first one because you have to be rich to be elected. The second because you're nobility, and nobility has to be rich, and I'll explain to you why in a minute. So what's blocking? So it goes to the chamber. The deputies are always in favor. They always say we should convert. And who's blocking all the time? The pair or the Senate. There's one case where it works, but it's actually a fake one. It's a conversion where it's facultative. You're allowed to give back the bond if you want. You're not forced to. And the few people who have to do it are basically public servants who have no choice. All the other cases, never it works. And then you have a big change in regime. We have the Napoleonic the Second Empire, and then it works all of a sudden. The Second Empire started in 52. The same year, it's already passed by the Senate and the deputies. So why are these peers blocking all conversions attempts? Why would they do so? It's not a question of being rich. I mean, both groups are rich, deputies and the pair. But in the pairs, they have something very weird created by Napoleon I, which is called majorat. So what did Napoleon want to do? He wanted to have a rich aristocracy. And what is the problem when you have aristocracy? Well, if with fortune, you spread it out across all the heirs. So he created a system where you have to concentrate wealth. They concentrated the wealth, and to show that you could concentrate the wealth, you had to establish these things, the majorat. And depending on your rank, you had to show that you could set aside revenues pretty high. So you could set aside assets that would generate, if you were a duke, 30,000 French francs of revenues a year, account 20,000 French francs of revenue a year. It's a huge amount at the time. So you concentrate the wealth in a few wealthy people. And of course, and there you understand why sovereign debt is going to play a big role, eligible wealth to create this majorat is limited. The only eligible assets are land and French public debt. Which means that all these peers, they're very big bondholders of French bondholders. They have a huge amount of bondholders. We know that they're big holders of bonds because of the, it's public knowledge, that's the dictionary who says so. The Count Villèle, Prime Minister, says so, but also what we did with my colleagues, we went into the archives looking at when the majorats were established. You have to declare the wealth you set aside. Interestingly, the higher ranked were setting aside a lot more in proportion of public debt than the other ones. So the princes, they set aside 90% of the wealth was set aside in public debt. The duke, it's 70%. And if you go down, it's going down, but they still have a lot of public debt. Which means that all these people, if ever you reduce the interest rate by 1%, the assets are no more generating the revenue they need. They're generating 4/5 of the net revenue they needed. So they're going to lose their peerage. And so, of course, when we look at all this legislation, we know some of the examples here that are famous people, but we also realize that they were going to be losing not only wealth, but also political power. Because once you were no more able to generate the revenues linked to your majorat, you were excluded from the chamber of the peers. So you were kicked out. We have a few examples in history. Of course, we don't know the votes in the Chambre des Pairs. We know what was the end result, but we have all the interventions of these peers. And the most vocal ones are the ones for which we know they had the highest wealth. So basically here we have a system where you have an institution that is protecting bondholders' rights, and actually the frame, the political situation that emerges from that is such that these bondholders are so powerful that they can actually protect their wealth vis-à-vis the wealth or the benefit of the state. So usually what we know in the literature is usually parliaments reduce the likelihood of default. Of course, here we're not talking about default. Things are going very well. But here you have a parliament that's protecting a rent, the rent from the peers that they have from their bondholders. You could say, well, maybe at some point it's bad management. I mean, they could have really saved a lot of money. Would they be punished? Of course not. These are unelected politicians, so they cannot get evicted. So at the end of the day, what changes is when Napoleon III becomes emperor, then he changes completely the chambers, kicked out all the pairs, create a new Senate with people who have more progressive views on French public finance. And so what he puts into this chamber is in the Senate, and the Senate is really a puppet Senate. It's really at the order of Napoleon III. He puts bankers, high-ranked military industrialists in the chambers. All these people have an interest in seeing interest rates go down because the interest rate of the French sovereign bond is actually guiding the interest rate of the whole economy. So industrialists, it's good news if interest rates go down. So the conversion occurs really fast. In March 1852, Napoleon III got elected, declares himself emperor, makes a coup. A few months later, first thing he does is conversion, and you have this medal commemorating the conversion that is actually printed at the time, where you see Napoleon III, emperor, and the conversion. So what's my conclusion, basically? I wanted to dig into the political economy of sovereign debts, showing that politics matter a lot. What's the link with today? Well, it's interesting how when we talk about, I was listening to the sovereign debt bank nexus, in a sense, who are the bondholders? A big question there. And that's something that matters a lot. And who are the bondholders plays afterwards a role in what are the political decisions we make if they have a lot of political clout. Talking about institutions, Barry started with saying, well, creditors should be at the table, and of course they should be. But here, they're not at the table, they run the table. It's a completely different story. They run the show, and they're probably too strong. And this raises the question between the alignment of bondholders' interest and the alignment of the state's interest. So in a sense, very often we talk about institutions, we believe that bondholders' interests are aligned with the state's interest because we think about the case of preventing a default. But once a default has occurred, the state and the bondholders' interest might completely differ, and if ever the state credits improve, this is a very specific case, it might be the case too. So my main conclusion, as I said, is, I'm getting lost here. Well, I can say it again. My main conclusion was, in a sense, institutions matter a lot, but who owns the debt is probably the most important story, in my story at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim. Andreas, you have the floor.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. There's no secret that talking about Greek debt is a risky affair, not as risky as holding Greek debt at times, historically at least. Given this joke, this is a good point to clarify. These are my opinions, not those of the Bank of Greece, of course. Fortunately, I convinced George Kouliarakis, who I don't see in the audience, and I hope he comes back, to tackle the more recent part of the crisis, which is trickier. So I can retreat into the relative safety of the distant past. So in other words, my plan is to hide in the historian's basement. And these days, that's quite a crowded place. Ever since 2010, Greece's history of sovereign debt and default has been revisited, repackaged, and retold as a cautionary tale of overindulgence. Journalists and economists have been traveling back in time, stopping at all the major sites. The first loans raised during the War of Independence, the 1832 loan, mostly serviced by the great powers who guaranteed it, the Trikoupis default of 1893, and the subsequent imposition of international financial control, and finally, of course, the 1932 Grexit from the gold standard. The lessons drawn were not always the same, but they did converge on this notion that Greece had been repeatedly over-indebted, overcharged, and overpowered by its creditors, especially foreign ones, while the money was squandered on various military misadventures and used to line the pockets of the corrupt elite. In this context, the latest crisis was a return to a familiar pattern. Now, this is the argument, certainly, of George Dertilis's last book, where he argued that had today's Greeks known about the errors that had led to the first 6 defaults, we would have avoided the 7th. And in a similarly inspired Brookings paper, Reinhard and Trebesch portrayed 200 years of Greek history as a narrative of debt, default, and external dependence that has repeatedly led us to ruin. Now, 2 things stand out in these narratives. First, they rely chiefly on secondary sources, most of them quite dated. Few make use of new data or new archival material. Of course, new data and archival material take time. The idea for this conference came when Barry Eichengreen and I had a conversation long ago about the Greek debt. He was working on a book with Rui at the time, and these other colleagues. I was working on trying to get better fiscal data for Greece's 19th century. Fast forward to today, they've finished the book. It's already been translated in several languages. I'm still struggling with the data. I think that is exactly what Draghi had in mind when he was complaining about the gap between the productivity of American and European scientists. But my personal shortcomings aside, reliable data is a challenge. Vertilis mentions 6 or 7 defaults. I can only count 4. Here's a don't even get me started on the volumes of debt. Here's a comparison of the numbers of 3 different sources. At times, the variation is 70 percentage points of GDP. These are not decent margins of error. These are not reliable margins, even for economists. And I wish I had the ability to show data like the ones Rui showed, but I'm afraid we're not there quite yet. And second, it's not always clear to me what some of these things mean, what the implicit counterfactual is. For instance, what does too much debt mean? Too much relative to the country's ability to repay? I mean, that's obvious, ex post. Ex ante, it's almost impossible to tell. Too much relative to some optimal growth trajectory? Sure, but is that historically relevant? Are we genuinely saying that when Louriotis and Orlandos went to London to negotiate the debt in 1825, they did not solve the right Euler equations? That is not exactly what they were worried about. They were trying to fund an insurgency that was teetering on the brink of default. And this is how narratives slip into presentism, glossing over key differences with the past and drawing moral lessons for the present. So today I want to challenge some of these lessons, not to reverse them. They do provide key insights, but to caution against oversimplification and invite you to think a little differently about Greece's pre-1940 debt and its experience with debt. The post-1940 part I've delegated to George, and I think he'll do a great job with that. And let me start off by defending a key statement of anybody who would be critical. The first century of the Greek debt was indeed used to finance Greece's military misadventures. That's certainly true of the 1824-25 loans. It's also what most subsequent loans were used for, no matter what the actual debt brochures said. Most of the debt Trikoupis defaults on in 1893 had been amassed during 2 military emergencies in the 1880s. Not public works, not railroads, not ordinary military expenditures such as the salaries of 2 large extraordinary deficits in years of military mobilization, which caused huge spending spikes. The same is obviously true of the debt accumulated in 1897, as well as during and after the Balkan Wars and the First World War. The fact that debt actually rose in these short bursts following major military emergencies is an interesting counterpoint to our post-1974 experience, and one that I don't see discussed sufficiently. Was there mismanagement and waste? Absolutely. Even modern bureaucracies struggle to handle emergencies. Just think of the experience with COVID funding across the world. 19th century Greece was no better. But does that mean that debt was fundamentally the wrong choice? On the contrary, as many have already suggested, emergencies are exactly when debt is most useful. These are all hands on deck events where the government must mobilize all its capacities, including the capacity to raise debt. And the fact that it was used for military outlays does not make it useless. Of course, guns are less productive than libraries, but they do come in handy at wartime. And let's not forget what Greece's strategic objective was for the long 19th century. Irredentist aspirations, revision of the borders, the great idea. And not underestimate just how belligerent, how war-driven the Balkans were in the long 19th century. Greece ranks in the top 15 of countries globally in terms of the years spent at war in the long 19th century. But surely you might say, these loans cost too much. Reinhard and Trebesch quote a Greek-Canadian historian from the 50s who laments how foreign debt had literally sucked the lifeblood of the Greek people. And in case you're wondering what literal means, here's a picture, courtesy of the same 19th century satirical paper that gave us debt overindulgence. This is a good point for a second disclaimer. I'm not to share the views of the 19th century satirical comical papers, just in case you're wondering. And you do have to wonder, what does cost too much mean? Compared to the rates prevailing in the Greek market, but the high domestic costs of capital is exactly what led governments to try and borrow abroad. Compared to the rates the British government was borrowing at, sure, but is that a fair comparison? I don't know. I do know that Greece borrowed at rates comparable to other newly independent Latin American countries, and while archival research has revealed many of the brokers and financiers involved in these deals to have been rather shady, let's be honest and remember that those who were less shady were unwilling to do business with a destitute fledgling nation in the 19th century. And so to reiterate, pre-1940 debt was amassed in short bursts during or right after major military mobilizations that, even when ill-conceived and mishandled, were an inevitable byproduct of the Eastern question. Let's remember all neighboring countries also defaulted, and it was perfectly consistent with the country's long-term strategy of irredentism. To finance those emergencies, Greece turned to foreign capital because it was cheaper than the domestic alternatives available, even though if that meant it was riskier. Fair enough, you would say. But what about after the emergency? Why did we not raise taxes then? And this is where things get interesting, because we get into the political economy of debt. Now, the conventional narrative here is that the Greek state was weak and loans made it weaker because they permitted politicians to spend without taxing. This is similar to what Centeno says about Latin America and what Kuralt has argued empirically. Access to foreign capital essentially undermines state building by offering governments an easy way out. In a book we recently published at the bank, two colleagues make a similar or somewhat more nuanced argument, and I single them out not least because they're also in the audience and because they're two of the people who share my interest in high-quality data, and we've enjoyed working together at the archive and hope to do more. But I still have my doubts about the overall argument. And it's not that the Greek state was not weak. That's obviously true. Although if you do look at tax burdens compared to other countries, they were quite steep. Here, by the way, are our tax revenues as a percentage of GDP in the 19th and interwar period compared to other countries. Greece turns out to be one of the highest tax-paying countries. You didn't expect that, did you? Unfortunately, it was an even higher spending economy thanks to these geopolitical circumstances and its revisionist foreign policy that I just talked about. But I also want to challenge this notion that the loans made the state weaker. And indeed, I would argue that loans were a key mechanism whereby the state, the Greek state at least, increased its power and extended its reach into the pockets of its citizens. This is perfectly clear in the first loans of 1824-25. Those were the ones who helped Mavrokordatos and his faction consolidate power, not least by paying off a sufficient number of warlords and sailors and captains. Simos Bazikis shows this beautifully in his most recent book. And the same is true of the 1832 loan, which was meant to help the new King Otto consolidate his power vis-à-vis the local notables. And it's not a coincidence that it's just when the money ran out that the balance of power shifted and Otto had to change his tune. Going one step forward, I would go so far as to argue that loans not only provided the much needed resources to increase the state's authority in the short run, they also provided the mechanism whereby the state imposed the tax reforms it needed to increase its resources in the long run. Now, the empirical argument is developed in a recent working paper, but the intuition is simple. In the aftermath of each emergency, governments had to refinance their short-term debt. That meant raising a new loan. But creditors, especially foreign creditors, require additional guarantees in the form of pledged revenues. You know, you have to promise us some revenue stream to finance the bond. So the state needed to create new taxes, new revenues, and promise them to service the new loans. That's exactly what Trikoupis did in the 1880s, and that is what Kafandaris did in the 1920s. And I single those two periods because they are periods of substantial, impressive increases in the tax burden. And on both occasions, the tax hikes are linked to the prospect of new loans, not their absence. And while the taxes were not sufficient to avert default at the time, in the short run, in the long run, they certainly reshaped the financial landscape for decades to come. This is not unlike what we recently witnessed, I think. Now, the fact that foreign credit was better at encouraging such reforms is why the world dependency is thrown around a lot. And I don't want to open this can of worms, but we do know things are not that simple. Foreign interests are reciprocally exploited by domestic players who seek to advance their own agenda, by domestic politicians eager to push through unpalatable reforms, and domestic creditors attempting to piggy bank on deals brokered by foreign creditors. Stathis Kalivas has pointed out how throughout Greek history, the aspirations of the country's modernizing elites have often failed to gain traction within society. Foreign debt helps bridge this gap, first by providing the money, the financial capital, and later by providing the political capital. Still, you might say, Greece did not manage to avoid default after all. More than once, it was led to ruin. That is the crux of Reinhardt and Trebesha's argument. Too much foreign lending made us vulnerable to sudden stop, which hurt domestic growth. Now, note how this is a two-part argument. First, borrowing in foreign currency makes you more vulnerable to the risk of default. That's undisputed. The second part is that these defaults imposed a significant cost that outweighs the benefits of borrowing. This one's trickier. Economists and economic historians, and happily we have at least two who have done this, both Rui Esteves and Jeremine, are still debating the costs of these haircuts. They are not absolutely certain. And when it comes, so the question becomes, where does pre-1940 Greece fall in this debate? And I would argue on the lower end of cost estimates. None of the pre-1940 defaults were particularly painful in terms of long-term growth. In terms of output at the time, and the long-term growth rates did not diverge from the regional average. I would say backwardness shielded the economy from the fallout. The public sector was small. Farmers who made most of the economy were more interested in the weather than in bank spreads. And the domestic investors and banks, they were hurt, of course, but they were not important enough to produce the negative feedback of a modern-day banking crisis. And again, this is in stark contrast to the most recent episode, where the pain inflicted was enormous. And yet, this did not stop people from using Greece's exit from the gold standard in 1932 to debate the merits of Grexit in 2012, seemingly oblivious to the fact that these were two completely different economies. The banking crisis of 1931 was a picnic compared to what almost happened a few years ago. Not to mention that in the 1930s, capital flows had already dried up, so defaulters didn't really sacrifice capital market access the way they would have recently. In short, I would argue that Greece's pre-1940 history with debt offers interesting insights, particularly on the political economy of state building and the way in which the country's elites can marshal foreign resources and foreign pressure to push through domestic reform. But it cannot be used to evaluate the most recent debt crisis, whose causes, context, and consequences were very different. In other words, I would say everybody is welcome in the historical basement, but as any good archivist will tell you, please don't just take out the historical sources in the modern world. They deserve a little more care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Thanks again to both of you for very thought-provoking presentations. Now the floor goes to the audience for questions. Maybe we gather two or three of them. So please.
Thank you. A question for Andreas. So that's basically the Tilly story stretched from the modern early period to the 19th, 20th century for emerging markets and new states. Is that more or less your story?
I wanted to thank you both again for these fascinating presentations. Andreas, you really, we have a lot of similar research interests, and kind of shifting from the historical archives and the historian in the basement, kind of come into the more contemporary setting and the Nobel Prize of this year, more specifically the work of that Why Nations Fail. How would you link that to your research and the importance of institutions? And more specifically, my question for both of you has to do with path dependence theory, and how does path dependence theory and kind of affect the present trajectory, respectively, of France and of Greece. And I know Professor Chouliarakis will be covering that later. But more specifically, what lessons can be drawn from these stories of debt default and external dependence that Reinhardt and Trebisch are talking about? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe one more question. Here we have...
Thanks a lot for this very interesting historical parallel. So I'm just wondering whether you actually compared the two cases, France and Greece, with contemporary African economies borrowing in the 70s and 80s, because there was an equivalently large literature which developed in the context of that. I'm just wondering whether people actually made the link ever.
So I would propose that the presenters reply. Kim, Andreas, would you like to start? Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you. Very short answer. Yes, that is the argument. In fact, it starts with a puzzle. The Balkans are generally seen as a place that produces more history than it can consume, by this misattributed quote of Churchill. It's not really Churchill. And at the same time, they're always considered weak as a state. So how can they both be very belligerent, and then weak? And so this working paper tries to challenge this argument, arguing that wars did actually work in this way for the Balkans, at least for Greece as well. I'm not going to draw lessons based on a presentation that just said that we should be careful about drawing lessons, but I will defer to my colleague on the role of institutions, since that was essentially the core of the argument. I will say that I do share this nagging feeling that the good institutions explain everything story, Nobel Prize worthy as it may have been, is a bit simplistic. And I do enjoy looking at work that pokes at toys with the details of the argument. As for Africa in the 70s and 80s, I will proclaim my utter lack of knowledge.
No, it's working? Yeah, it is. So I'm a bit skeptical about the institutions explain it all in the long-term past dependency story, in the sense that not all papers, but very often you have an end argument. You say, okay, here's what we find, but the dynamics is never really spelled out. So it's something that I'm coming from finance. We look at dynamics, and I miss often dynamics in these stories. And so this past dependency is very often viewed as something that happened, but there's never a question about how fast something decays. So if it's past dependent, when does it stop? I mean, what's the decay rate of this thing? And in my case, for France, we have major shifts in the way France is run. We move from, in the span of a century, from a constitutional monarch, from an emperor, constitutional monarchy, then a republic, then an emperor, then a new republic. And in a sense, I don't see the institutions having such a long-term impact, very long-term. I'm not saying they don't have an impact. My paper actually shows that the majorat has an impact as an institution. What I'm skeptical about is this very long-term impact that people claim institutions may have. So that's how I view this. As for Africa, gee, I wish I knew. I'm also not a specialist of African sovereign debt. I can imagine you could make parallels where the political economy of sovereign debt and the way they're managed play a big role. I'm thinking, well, I'm from Belgium, about Zaire and Mobutu, and I can clearly see a way where the debt is not managing the bondholders' interest, where you could say it's actually a case we could make a parallel here with my talk.
So thank you very much. If there aren't any other questions, we may close the session. I think we are a little bit over time. Yeah? Okay.
I understand next up is lunch, so we definitely don't want to keep people.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for being here.
I think we can start. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope that you enjoy your break. And it is a pleasure to welcome you back in this afternoon session. I am George Giannis, Director Advisor at the Bank of Greece and Professor of Economics at Opίου University. Now, in the morning, we discuss the past. We discuss lessons from the past. The governor, in his speech, talked about 10 lessons from the past about public debt, fiscal consolidation, and so on. In this session, what we're going to try to do is we try to merge the lessons from the past with the present and with the future. So let me make some general remarks before I introduce the two speakers. In recent years, public debt has played a central role in helping governments addressing large-scale economic challenges, whether through funding critical infrastructure, supporting health systems, or providing relief during crises like the COVID-19 that we face recently. The rapid increase in public debt during these periods was critical in maintaining economic stability and preventing deeper downturns. We know that as a result, global public debt is projected to approach 100% of GDP in 2030, which is much higher compared to the pre-pandemic levels. And if we go to the euro area as a whole, we see that this number is about 90% of GDP, which is higher compared to the pre-pandemic level, and it's not projected to be reduced below the pre-pandemic level, at least in the near future. But there is heterogeneity among euro area countries. We got countries like, for example, Greece and Portugal, so to speak, program countries, past program countries, where the debt, the public debt, as a percentage of GDP is already below the pre-pandemic level. On the other side, we got countries with high debt, like Belgium, like, for instance, Italy, and even Spain, and France and Spain, where debt is not projected to be below the pre-pandemic level, at least in the near future. The complexity, as a result, these figures suggest that substantial fiscal adjustment may be required if we are to sustainably manage or reduce debt burden in the years to come. The complexity of managing public debt is growing. In some regions, high debt levels are becoming a structural issue, driven by aging population, climate-related expenditure, and global economic landscape that remains uncertain. These factors make a debt a long-term consideration rather than a temporary challenge. The real question then is how governments can balance debt sustainability with economic growth and public welfare, a task that involves both fiscal discipline and strategic investment. Addressing these challenges today will require counter-cyclical fiscal policies and a risk-based approach to debt sustainability. The new fiscal rules emphasize flexible country-specific fiscal adjustment paths tied to risk assessment, enabling countries to adjust spending based on their debt profiles and economic resilience. Growth-friendly and credible fiscal adjustment is crucial, and also speed is important. Having this in mind, let me introduce the two speakers that will help us understand better the challenges ahead for public debt and fiscal policy in general. To my far right, we have Jeremy Seltmeier, Director of Bruegel. His extensive work on sovereign crisis and his research on economic architecture of EMU offer us an informed lens on how Europe, in particular, is approaching its debt-related challenges. His insight will be particularly useful as we consider both the regional and global dynamics of debt management. And to my right, close to me, I'm pleased to introduce Marco Butti, Professor of Economics at the European University Institute. Marco's previous role as Head of Cabinet for Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni at the European Commission, but also as the Director General in DG ECOFIN from 2008 until 2019, providing him with a front row seat to the recent shifts in EU economic policy. So I think I will suggest to limit your presentations to 20 minutes, so we're going to have time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Work, so this has not really been published yet. We have done a fair amount of work at Bruegel on the new fiscal rules, and this steps back a little bit and asks the more general question, should we be worried about debt sustainability in advanced countries, which includes EU, but also countries like the US and the UK. So this is my motivational slide, and I don't really need to dwell on this because George made basically the same points. So we have a historically high debt in advanced countries, with the exception, of course, of wartime, as Barry said this morning. We also have higher real interest rates. Growth prospects remain weak, and so the combination of these things smacks of trouble, and the IMF does seem to be worried. Now, the IMF does not project exploding debt or anything like that, right? So if you look at these charts, which are from the latest World Economic Outlook, so the three lines represent the medium, the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile of the debt levels. It looks like debt is stabilizing, but at very high levels. We don't know how it will look beyond this 5-year horizon, so that's one source of concern. Another source of concern is that these are sort of, statistical averages, but these may hide countries that are actually exploding and are simply switching from one percentile to the other. So we need to look at individual countries, and so the method that we use is pretty conventional. It consists in 2 steps. The first step is sort of a bit more scientific than the second. So the first step is to compute a fiscal balance, a structural primary balance, the excess of revenues over non-interest expenditures, that is required to keep debt stable or bring it down. So we call this SPB star. And the second step is to decide whether overcoming the difference between the current fiscal balance and that target fiscal balance over the medium term looks manageable. Why medium term? Because this is the political cycle. It also happens to be the adjustment horizon of the EU fiscal rules. But if you want to poke, if you like, a lack of rigor into this methodology, it would be the presumption that debt has to be stabilized over the medium term. So the problem with debt sustainability, as defined by the intertemporal government budget constraint, is that the only thing it tells you is debt cannot explode in the very long run. It tells you zero structure about how fast you need to stabilize it. So the assumption that you have to do so over the medium term is, in a sense, an arbitrary assumption. It's also a reasonable assumption, I think, because financial markets will look to current actors and actors who are already around to see whether they can plausibly stabilize the debt. But that is, if you like, the underlying assumption here, which may well be wrong, and it may be particularly wrong for the United States, where debt markets seem to give policymakers the benefit of much longer horizons than they would in other countries. But here we are going to treat the US as if it were a European country. Now, there are 3 ways of doing the first step. I will come back to the second step. And we do all 3, just to give you a sense of robustness. The first one is the very well-known, simplistic, steady-state debt stabilization formula, which is written in the first bullet here, and it says that the debt stabilizing primary balance is, with a small linear approximation, equal to the difference between real interest rates and growth and the debt to GDP ratio. So this is the same formula that, for example, Rui used this morning, and he expanded it and so forth. And the intuition, as you know, is that the debt ratio has a denominator and a numerator. The denominator grows at the rate of interest. The denominator, I'm probably confusing the two. The thing that's on the bottom, which is output, grows at the rate of growth. And so it's a race between the two. And so to the extent that there's a systematic difference, you need to make up for that by producing an excess of revenues over non-interest expenditures. Then we have a second approach, which is much more complex. So this is a stochastic debt sustainability analysis, which is sort of our own, but it's very close in structure to the current European Commission methodology. We have sort of tried to improve that. Again, this is not written down, but we basically start with the European Commission methodology, was a reasonable methodology, which basically looks at uncertainty based on the uncertainty of the debt drivers in the past. It takes an estimation methodology to quantify that rather than bootstrapping as the IMF would do. And we sort of take this as a basis and then fix a few issues with it. The main important issue that we fix is that in the European Commission's methodology, the adjustment period is assumed as being deterministic. So there's no uncertainty during the adjustment period, and that's sort of an obvious thing to fix, and then there are a few other things. And so what we do is we compute the structural primary balance both after 5 or 7 years, given projected growth, interest rates, and aging costs over a 15 to 17-year horizon. So here, rather than assuming that the economy is in steady state, as in A, we look at the actual debt structure, right? This is one of the things that we do more carefully than the Commission. So there's no simplification of the debt structure. We look at it bond by bond, essentially. And we look at, how growth is projected. We don't assume that growth will be forever at the level that the WEO projects in year 5. We look, of course, at longer-term interest rate expectations, and very importantly, at aging costs, just like the Commission does. And we use the 5 and the 7-year horizon because the 5-year horizon sort of corresponds to the WEO horizon. The 7-year horizon is the maximum horizon under the fiscal rules. And, we don't compute a deterministic steady-state primary balance, but we compute the primary balance at which the debt would stabilize with some probability. And so the probability we pick is 50%, obviously, to make it comparable to the simple deterministic version, but the one we prefer to look at is it stabilizes or declines with 70% probability, which is the number that the Commission uses as well. And then as another benchmark, we will show you the requirements of the new fiscal rules. So the fiscal rules sort of embed the Commission version of B, a DSA, but then they add things on top. And that has to do with the politics of the EU. As you know, these things that were added on top were an attempt by the fiscally conservative countries in the north to preserve the genuinely rules-based, meaning simple quantitative benchmark-based idea of the original system. And the compromise consisted in that the DSA is at the core of the new system, but in addition there are so-called safeguards which have to be met in addition to debt sustainability. As it turns out, during the first application of these rules, these safeguards are mostly not binding, so it is really a DSA-driven approach, but over time, some of these safeguards may become binding. And the most important safeguard, just to state it here, is that, in effect, Germany has pushed to replace the 3% deficit limit of the treaty by a 1.5% deficit limit, and this will become binding for countries like France and Italy pretty quickly. Okay, so let me show you the main results of step 1. So it's in this table. I hope you can see it. So I've done this just illustratively for a few countries, not for all countries. So I've basically picked the so-called high debt countries. So these are all countries with debt to GDP higher than 60%, and I've added a few that have large adjustment requirements based on their very large deficits among the countries with debt to GDP of less than 50%. And so what you see in the first three columns is the spring forecast of the European Commission for debt, the fiscal balance, and the structural primary balance for 2024, which is sort of this year, the starting year, before the adjustment starts. Of course, these are outdated. The autumn package of the Commission is about to hit our screens in, I think, a couple of weeks or so, but I've kept them because this is what the reference paths and the calculations that the Commission made under the new fiscal rules is based on. Then we have three columns that show four variants of these debt stabilizing or debt reducing primary balances. So column 4 is the simple static formula, really just applying this linear rule. Then we have, if you like, the stochastic version of that formula. So this is the probability that starting in 5 years, debt will come down with 50. This is the structural primary balance that you need in 5 years for debt to come down with 50% probability. So it's a very minimalist approach, right? And then you have the same idea, except that we allow a little bit longer in line with the maximum adjustment period under the new fiscal rules, namely 7 years. But we require debt to come down with 70% probability, not just 50%. And then the final column is what the new fiscal rules say. And as you can see, not surprisingly, I've labeled two columns 4, I'm sorry. The second column 4 and the first column 4, maybe this is surprising, they're relatively close. So it seems that the static formula, where you ignore all these details, long-term future projections, aging costs, uncertainty, is actually not so bad at approximating the more sophisticated requirement. But the big difference is between the second column 4 and column 5. So this is not surprising because, of course, the probability that debt actually comes down is higher in column 5, so it's a more stringent requirement. And then, perhaps also not surprisingly, the requirements either are unchanged between column 5 and column 6, or it becomes still a bit more demanding in column 6, which is the new fiscal rules. And the reason for that is that, indeed, some of these additional safeguards, like the deficit resilience safeguard, could become binding for some countries. So what is the bottom line? So basically there are two bottom lines, and they are captured by this pinkish shading and maybe the yellow shading on that side. So in the pinkish shading, I have sort of highlighted primary balance targets that most economists who work in this area, and I will be more rigorous about that later, would consider to be high, okay, above 2% of GDP. So they are historically unusual. And so the point here is that you don't get so many of those in this data set. For Hungary, Italy. Everyone else, for the United States, the requirement is high, but it is particularly high under the new EU fiscal rules. So if the US were to be subject to the new fiscal rules, they would have to aim at a same medium-term structural primary balance as Italy, 3.1%, which has to do basically with the deficit. But in general, these are not enormous numbers. Where you do get the enormous numbers is in columns 8 and 9. And those basically tell you how much countries have to adjust from current levels to get to these desired structural primary balance targets, right? And so here you have 7 countries requiring adjustments of more than 3.5% of GDP on account of their very large starting deficits, which is column 2. And then you have one country, the United States, which would require an extraordinary adjustment if it wanted to get to the 3% that is dictated by the EU fiscal rules. Of course, the US is lucky not to be subject to those rules. So the main question about realism, which I will pursue, is I will reduce it to questioning whether these yellow numbers represent unrealistically large adjustments, right? That will be the second and final bit of my talk, and the more interesting one, I hope. Okay, so there are a few reasons to worry, and then there are a few reasons to be a bit less worried. And so this is going to be the typical sort of on the one hand, on the other hand argument. So here are 3 reasons to worry. First of all, adjustment periods, adjustment episodes, like the one in the order of magnitude that may be required to stabilize the debt in the medium term are historically rare, right? And so I've done a really quick and dirty sort of relative frequency exercise using the historic public finance database of the IMF, which presumably many of you also have used. So this is in the spirit of a paper by Barry and Ugo Panizza from 2014 that had the wonderful title, A Surplus of Ambition. It's the same type of exercise. We just look how often has this been done in recent history. And so the answers are in that little table, and the little table basically highlights, basically, I mean, you can see the order of magnitude of these numbers, which distinguish between two samples. So this is, you can either say, well, you know, we assess the probability that France is going to pull this off based on the fact that France is a typical EU or advanced country, and so what matters is the frequency of adjustment episodes in an EU sample, right? That's one approach you can take. Or you can take, no, France is idiosyncratic. We're just going to look at the French sample. So for many countries, this distinction doesn't really matter. I have highlighted the two countries where it matters, and that is indeed France and Romania, for some reason. There are also a few countries where it goes the other way. Look at Slovakia. So in Slovakia, you know, the own fiscal track record is stronger in terms of adjustment than the average EU one. And so in France, you know, you might be skeptical. I mean, you know, based on an advanced country EU sample, the probability that France will pull it off is 10%. Based on its own historical record, it's more like 2%. Okay, so that's one reason to worry. The second reason to worry is a literature which it was quite fashionable about 10 years ago. It's kind of a cool paper by former IMF colleagues of mine, Mike Skosh, Jonathan Ostry, and several others. And this is the fiscal fatigue idea. And so the idea here is that, as you know, the fundamental condition for sustainability of debt is that there's a positive feedback from debt levels to the primary balance. And they observed that for countries at high debt levels, that feedback seems to weaken. And so they had this idea, maybe it goes away completely. Let's fit a cubic function to the relationship between debt and the primary balance, and it turns out that if you do that, you get the cubic term is significantly different from zero. Now, if that is true, it has a shocking implication, which is you get to a point, of course, where further increase in debt is not going to solicit the increase in the primary balance, the required to service this debt over time, which means you have a debt limit. And the debt limit is defined by the solution of that equation, which, not surprisingly, is simply a version of the static equation that everyone uses, that I've used, that Rui and Barry have used. And so what it means, I mean, the right-hand side is well known. So this is R minus G times the debt to GDP ratio. In the left-hand side, they've simply taken the primary balance and decomposed it into two terms. This mu is a country-specific term that does not have to do with debt level. So this is whether you are sort of a fiscally conservative country, you have a high mu, you have a low mu if you have weak institutions or something. But then there's the feedback effect from debt to the primary balance. And so if that F function is concave, you get to the point where, you know, you have reached a maximum debt, and that's your debt limit. And so the question is, are we potentially above this debt limit in some European countries? And might the fact that we have this weakening feedback in recent history, like we observed, I mean, recent history does look a bit different from all of previous history when we had sharp rises in wars and then it came down again. Right now we have the largest peacetime. Of course, we did have COVID, okay? So that's the similarity. So might this explain a steadily rising debt at high levels? Okay, and then the third reason to worry, and I'm very sorry, but I only added it to this slide this morning after listening to Barry because it was such a persuasive argument, is basically as an empirical matter, we know that, you know, consolidation episodes are more difficult with weak growth and high polarization. And of course, weak growth and high polarization is just another word for the EU these days, right? So you might really worry. Okay, so these are the reasons to worry, and I'll telling you the reasons to worry a bit less. So this is the most important slide, and also the newest. You cannot have seen this chart again, because it was impossible to draw it until 2 days ago. So one reason to worry a bit less, this goes back to something the governor said at the beginning, is that it helps to have fiscal frameworks that are collectively owned. And so this chart gives you the correlation between the required adjustments according to the reference trajectories of the European Commission. So this is the difference in structural primary balance that countries have to achieve, in this case, over the 7-year period. We just picked this as an example. And, I'm sorry, no, this is not the 7-year period. This is the adjustment period that countries actually have proposed. Okay, strike that. And then on the other axis, you have the adjustment that is actually proposed by the countries that have submitted their medium-term fiscal structural plans to the European Commission so far, which is most countries. 21 countries have submitted it. Few are missing, including Germany, for obvious reasons. And so what you see is that the correlation between what the Commission is demanding and what countries are proposing is actually very tight, with a few outliers. Now, as it turns out, you can see France is on the wrong side relative to expectations of that right? It is offering more adjustment than the Commission wants. Italy and Spain, moderately less adjustment. Finland is a special case. Forget about Finland. It takes too long to explain why Finland is an outlier here, but it's not that they're fiscally devious. It has to do with more like the opposite. They were so super correct, and now they were forced to admit that they were too super correct and are trying to unwind that in their MTP. And then there's Hungary, a big outlier here. Now, the point of the second chart is to say that most of these differences to the 45-degree line go away once you correct just for the fact that the forecast of 2024 balance that was in the reference path of the European Commission in the spring is different from the information that we have now. So for some countries, expect a bigger deficit, that's France, but they still want to get to the same target, so they have to adjust more. Other countries expect a smaller deficit, that would be Italy and Spain, and so they have to do less adjustment. Once you correct for that, they line up almost exactly on the 45-degree line. And I am surprised by that. So I, for one, promoted the idea of the Commission that by having a more reasonable, more scientifically grounded, more country-specific framework, we would promote ownership. But I didn't expect it to be so successful that we end up with the first batch of the MTPs essentially not arguing with the Commission. Just saying, okay, fine, we'll do it. With one exception, that's Hungary. Hungary is the only country to really defy the Commission. They basically just come up with a completely inconsistent medium-term fiscal structural plan, and they say, okay, we are following the DSA methodology, our assumptions are different, but they don't really engage with the reference path. Okay, another reason to worry a bit less, this is my penultimate slide, is that the fiscal fatigue phenomenon is really hard to detect, and it is somewhat fragile. So what we have done is we have taken the Ghosh et al. Cubic specification, we have refitted it to the data. They went until 2013, we have extended it until 2023, and the result is this cloud, so there's this cloud of points that you see there. The darker points are medians of primary balances during this period. The light gray is the actual primary balance. On the x-axis you have public debt. And you can fit a linear equation, then you get an upward sloping green line, so there's positive feedback. You can fit a quadratic equation, then you get an even faster rise, which is of course nice. Or you can fit a quadratic equation, and then indeed you get what Ghosh et al. Found, that the quadratic slopes down at these high levels of debt. Now the point here is to say that it's pretty fragile. What is driving this downward sloping is basically a few data points at very high levels. And Greece is, again, the star. This time for absolutely no fault of its own. So what happens is Greece enters COVID still with high debt. Then, output collapses. The debt to GDP ratio goes above 200%. At the same time, like every other country, the fiscal accounts go into deficit. And so it looks like fiscal fatigue. In fact, what's going on is they're reacting to COVID. If you drop those outliers, you still can fit a cubic. It is still just barely statistically significant, but it becomes so flat that these debt limits only kick in far above 200% of GDP. So the debt limit is really not a constraint. Now, I should say one important caveat to just brushing away this whole theory. So one thing, the way this equation is written here, there's a feedback from debt only into F, right? The primary balance. And so what we are saying is, look, this is not bad enough or not concave enough to produce a problem. But of course, there's also feedback from debt to R. And so if debt gets too high, you may be in territory where you can no longer offset the fiscal cost of bearing that debt because R explodes, right? But that is a well-known phenomenon. We call that liquidity crises. And that phenomenon, in principle, should be addressed by the European Central Bank through the TPI. So these are the things that are less worrisome. So conclusions. First, to put debt trajectories on a path that stabilizes or declines with reasonable probability, several advanced countries will need to undertake large-scale fiscal adjustment. Half dozen, maybe 9, up to 9 countries. The largest adjustment needs are in the US. And by the way, this was the pre-Trump US, so who knows what it is now. And I would like to know Barry's and others' questions of whether we can get a Liz Truss-type market reaction in the US or not. Slovakia, Romania, Italy, France, Poland, and Hungary. Greece is not on that list. Why? Because you did a lot of work. I mean, you know, as you all know, the ultimate triumph of Greece is the fact that its fiscal adjustment requirement under the new rules is exactly the same as Germany, which is, it's still positive, but it's tiny. Adjustments of this magnitude are historically rare, particularly in these 3 countries, France, Romania, and Poland. Nonetheless, almost all EU countries are showing the willingness to do this, at least ex ante. Will they, in the end, stick by it? We don't know. Fiscal fatigue does not seem to be really a robust phenomenon, should not systematically impede the required adjustment, or to the extent that it is, it would kick in at debt levels that are far higher than what we have now. But the main worry that remains is the point that Barry made this morning. So we have an unusual situation in that there seems to be a general willingness to do the adjustment if given enough time, if argued carefully, if it is collectively backed. And the political process seems to be working so far, but when the implementation comes, growth and polarization are going to rear their ugly heads as usual. And then the question, how much does a reasonable fiscal framework help offset these headwinds? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Marco, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Andreas, Giannis for having invited me. We have so many friends here around, actually met in several of them in less auspicious times, as Giannis in his presentation, covered the difficult period here. So, right, I think we take it where Jerome ended and rewind a little bit and try to broaden. Okay, next one. Okay, here I have started already with a mistake, because I think one should say the presentation is not really so much based on this paper here, considering that we have a historical perspective here, so I tried to frame it in a broader sense. But this is a paper published actually 10 days ago in the CPR discussion paper, where we try to provide a simple analytical framework for understanding the main difference between the old fiscal rules and the new ones. Now, the content of this talk, okay, evolution of the fiscal rules. This is taking the broader and longer-term view. Reform of the April 2024, modeling the old rules, incentives under the new rules, and summing up and then looking to the future. Now. So evolution over time of the fiscal rules in Europe. I've taken here, 5 criteria, and okay, first of all, don't look too much at the excessive symmetry between objectives. I think one can discuss that, but it's trying to capture in a very qualitative manner how the different vintages of rules actually perform vis-à-vis these desiderata. The sample, I take 3 vintages. the sample is not complete because basically every 7-8 years, the Stability Pact becomes more perfect. And what is not here, for instance, is the reform of 2003-2004 after the crisis that we had actually with Germany and France with the Commission. You remember some of you taking the Council to court. So this is not covered here. So we go back to Stability Pact 1.0, 1997. Then 2013, which is a 6 and 2 pack, basically. / fiscal compact. In between 2013 and today, there was an important evolution on 2015. When the Juncker Commission came in, we did not reform the rules, but via communication, we provide an interpretation on flexibility, which I think is it was a landmark in the good and in the less good. So actually, so if you confront here, my assessment is clearly, okay, the SGP 1.0 at the very beginning erred on the side of simplicity. You have the 3%, at the end of the day, 3% more than the 60%. That was the thing, and the rest was subordinated to that. 2013, we were in the midst of the actual global financial crisis and the sovereign debt crisis. We tightened the screws at the time. The pact became, with a cyclically adjusted structural balance, a bit less simple, and the elements of debt sustainability, I think, enforceability, etc., improved compared to the very initial pact. Then coming to today, I think you can see the assessment. I think we have overall, I think one can discuss again the difference between each corner there, but I think overall we have a more robust system. And I think what Jerome said in terms of abiding by the spirit, at least so far, of the rules by the member states, I think points in the right direction. Now, with the reform of the SGP, what did they try to do? I encapsulated here in a very simple way. We tried to solve a trilemma. And what we would like to have in principle is a rapid reduction of public debt. We start from very high debt levels in many countries. We want to provide incentives to improve the quality of public finances, so promote investment and reforms for sustainable growth. And at the national level, you want to ensure ownership, and political stability. So these were a bit the three desiderata. And what, based also on the previous experience, 2 out of 3 corners here provided unfeasible. 2 of the 3 solutions. So, okay, if you take the point A, you want to ensure national ownership in a strong reduction, rapid reduction of public debt. The experience in the past is that countries, if they want to do so, they usually cut the good spending. So it is the spending with less strong constituency behind. So that's the easy way out. So we basically do not improve the quality of public finances. The option B is that we want to implement reforms and investment for sustainable growth, enforce a rapid debt reduction. This requires almost inevitably a strong intrusion of the EU into the domestic affairs of the country. So this is also difficult to square with the third desiderata, with the national ownership and political stability. So at the end of the day, the choice we made in reforming the rules was to go for point C, so trying to provide incentives for reform and investment, ensure strong ownership at the national level, but then one has to accept a more gradual reduction of the debt level. So this is what the reform of 2024 tried to do. Now, there was the initial proposal of the Commission, he entered into the machinery of the council. The initial proposal was actually in 2 steps. There was a communication outline, the main lines, in November 2022, and then in April 2023, it was translated into legal proposals on corrective arm, preventive arm, reform of the fiscal frameworks at the national level. And my assessment here, we can discuss that. Overall, actually, it was my last task before I left the Commission, so I'm quite naturally sympathetic to the proposal of the Commission. The Commission proposed in 2023 the legal framework. I left the Commission at the end of the month, so it's really a bit my fingerprints on the proposal of the Commission. And I think if one looks at the negotiations within the Council, I think there was quite a bit of a downside there, and some, you can see that the distance from the optimal levels in the various objectives here has increased. I think in particular, the Commission in April introduced some safeguards, but the Council actually doubled down on that, on the debt, and on the deficit. So overall, I think the counter-cyclicality has suffered from that. I think on the quality of public finances, we had a broader scope in the proposal of the Commission for reforms and investment. That has been, I think, tightened by the Council. Council allegedly improved on the debt sustainability by having these additional safeguards, but I think that it's more difficult to enforce if you come to the crunch at the end of the day. And one can agree also that in terms of simplicity, the addition of this paraphernalia in the Council negotiations reduced the flexibility. So this is what, my assessment of the initial proposal of the Commission and what came out of the Council. Now, just to summarize the main elements of the old and the new fiscal rules, so budget balance, public debt, promotion, reform, investment, simplification, and enforcement. You can see here, I don't have to elaborate too much. You can see the old rules, how encapsulated in these headlines, and the new rules. I think the safeguards on the deficit, maximum 1.5 structural deficit for high debt countries. They have the country-specific debt reduction path here. Additional safeguard, 1% debt reduction. I have to say, between the two, what worries me is the first more than the second. Looking forward, we introduced national plans 4 to 7 years. Actually, Barry, if you take what you presented on Jamaica this morning, you take the TIPEX and delete Jamaica on a number of the description of the rules, and you put EU there, they look very much like ours. Some of these medium, the fiscal strengthening of the fiscal councils at the national level, the medium-term perspective, I think that was, there were elements of similarities. I mean, the big difference is that here we are talking about large countries, several of them, and not as a very, very small, very open country. So you have the various elements here in the new rules. So I don't go through this in any specificity. We tried in the paper with Marcello Messori to encapsulate a bit the main difference here. What I would like to draw your attention to is simply equation 2. Here, this is the debt reduction rule under the old rules. So you have D bar, which is the 60%, and alpha is 1/20. So was the old rule says that you have to reduce in average by 1/20 per year in the difference between the debt level and the 60% target. And what we do in the paper, we have a Nash game between the Commission and each individual country. Now, as I have described it, the old rules actually do not care so much about growth. So the element of growth is more, it's by and large outside the system. But we know that the country as well as the Commission cares about growth. So this is in the two loss functions here for the member states, for the EU, there is an element not only of compliance with the rules, but also a growth objectives. So I go quickly through this. I don't need to elaborate at all on this. And in this framework here, we try to capture the new rules. The new rules, what do they have? It is the part in red. You can see the debt reduction rule actually depends on rho times P, and P is the package of reforms and investments. So if you do that, you actually have a slower path. And P, reform and investment, is equal there mu epsilon, and epsilon is the degree of flexibility that the Commission can grant. So that is and we elaborate and solve the model under the two rules, and we compare the two solutions. Just in a nutshell, I drop over this one here. Okay, before we come to this, in a nutshell, I mean, since in the new rules you have the growth imperative, the growth objective basically factored in, there are stronger investment of compliance with the new rules than what you have under the old rules, and this is one of the conclusions of the analysis that we have. And the consequence of that is also that the Commission has more legitimacy of actually enforcing the new rules in case of misbehavior by the country than under the old rules. What you have here, and that is pretty straightforward, is that at the end of the day, we talk about I think actually I can use Blanchard 1984 definition. Is going back to what Jerome said at the very end. It's what the maximum sustainable primary surplus. So this is, and in your reaction function, it's whether you violate or not that kind of social political constraints. So here, what you have under the new rules compared to a mechanical implementation of the old rules, you have the equilibrium primary surplus, which is actually lower. And that is due to the fact that the alpha zero is, so the country-specific reduction in the debt compared to the 120, it is, I think is lower. And you have the direct, immediate impact of the gradualism and the help that you get indirectly through P affecting growth. So overall, you have the primary surplus under the new rules, which is lower than the equilibrium level, lower than the old ones. Conclusions and summing up, number one, and then I go to the number two. Here we have modeled the high debt and commission game. Under the old rules, growth objectives were outside. So they had to be introduced, forced from the outside into the system, and that was typically the 2015 fiscal flexibility communication by the Commission. The new rules embodies these growth objectives via the investment and reforms. So there is, it is a more consistent system. And the analysis confirms that. Now, should a country misbehave, I mentioned before, the Commission will have a stronger legitimacy to tighten the implementation of the rules by withdrawing the more gradual fiscal adjustment, which is one of the provisions in the regulation. Now, the question here is that, is this an equilibrium? Is this a stable equilibrium with all the better qualities that we had compared to the previous ones? And the answer is no. And would like to spend my final minutes on this table here, because, I mean, what is missing in the rules is a central fiscal capacity. I think Giannis mentioned it this morning in his presentation, and that is, they were not supposed to be there in the first place. Actually, I have to say, at the Commission, we agonized on whether to put it in the proposal of the new rules, a central fiscal capacity, or not. Eventually, we decided not to, because the fear was that if you add that element to the proposal, it would, it would make collapse the whole system because of the especially German oppositions and the frugal opposition. So we wanted to carry out within at least a second best element, acknowledging that there was this void, which is the central fiscal capacity. Now, in this table here, what I have tried is to encapsulate 15 years in one table. So, and it is the interplay between the central fiscal capacity and the implementation of the rules at the national level. So it is basically the vertical coordination between central level and national level. So we start with the global financial crisis, and this is basically what Rui mentioned before, is the period of the great consolidation. Not so much the rules per se, it was the markets who imposed it on more vulnerable countries. So we had there a combination in which binding fiscal constraints, yes, but no central fiscal capacity. We moved then into the aftermath of the sovereign debt crisis, so period after that, whatever it takes, period 2014-2019, and where we had neither a central fiscal capacity nor really a tight implementation of the new rules. So the combination is no. Then from 2019 we moved to the episode of the pandemic, 2020-2022, next generation EU and the application of the general escape clause. So we moved into a yes central fiscal capacity, though temporary, and no binding constraints. These three quadrants are, in my view, if the first one is not an economic equilibrium, I think those who lived through the crisis can actually testify to that. The second one, no. It is basically a free-for-all, and it is not an institutional equilibrium in Europe. The third combination, which is, yes, una central fiscal capacity, but no fiscal rules, no implementation of fiscal rules, is not a political equilibrium. So we have to cross into the fourth quadrant, which is the yes. And the geopolitical fragmentation and, after what happened yesterday, on the other side of the Atlantic, should prompt us to move into that quadrant, which is basically applying the fiscal rules at the national level, revamped EU budget, maybe a new fund, and say the successor of next generation EU, especially for supplying European public goods. You can read this table here also through the economic theory in terms of the interplay between monetary and fiscal. So basically the first quadrant here is the sui generis fiscal dominance, is where you had fiscal dominance out of excessive restraint. So big pressure on the ECB because the fiscal did not do what they had to do to stabilize the economy. So we moved to no, it is a fiscal dominance of the more classic type, let's say Sergeant Wallace unpleasant arithmetic, not actually brought to that level there, but looming. And then we had the third one, which is, let's say, fiscal dominance motivated moral hazard. And finally, in the spirit of EMU, monetary dominance would actually be the fourth quadrant that we have there. Now, in a paper that I wrote a year or so ago with a political scientist, Progresso Fabbrini from Luis University in Rome, we tried, by looking at the past episodes, to see what are the conditions to cross the river. What are the conditions to cross into the fourth quadrant? And we find what we dub there a 3T model. And the 3T model is threat, trust, and time. Threat okay, you need to have pressure, either domestic or more likely external, to find the courage. That's the Jean Monnet method. You need to have the trust between countries to do so. If you do not have that, then you don't make the courageous choices. And the implementation of the serious implementation of the fiscal rules is actually a condition to build trust between the member states. And finally, the most difficult one of all is the third T, which is time. But time here is intended in terms of the political discount rate of policymakers. So if you have a long-term horizon in your planning, then you apprehend much better the benefits of collective actions. If you are squeezed onto the domestic short-term perspective, very difficult to make these difficult choices. Now, let me do just 30 seconds to finish, and let me violate the Andreas principle of this morning. Say you have to be careful in drawing parallels from historical experience. I mean, actually, I doubled down on that because you said be careful of the same country comparing across time. Here, I compare across longer period and across the Atlantic. So take this as suggestive, don't take it literally. But you can actually travel to my table here also if you go back to the US. So basically what you have in the no, yes, the first quadrant, it is essentially the situation of the US in the pre-war of independence, 70-75, 70-83. They moved down actually there with the Article of Confederation in 1781 and the build-up of the debt at the state level to prepare for the war. And then Hamilton in the third quadrant, so the federal Constitution 1787 and the bailout in 1790 of the state debt. And then how do you move to the fourth quadrant? That you have to, go back to the US with the introduction of the balanced budget amendments by most of the US states, and that had to wait for the no bailout during the recession of 1839 and 1842. Then obviously a lot happened since then, but they made it over a period quite long. I think us will have to accelerate and get to the fourth quadrant as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. I think we are behind schedule, but let me take 2 questions from the floor. I'm pretty sure there are many questions. I got many questions myself. Yes.
Thank you very much for these really fascinating speeches and presentations. My question has to do about the need, how can the Eurozone employ flexible tools such as automatic stabilizers, as well as a Eurozone-wide deposit insurance scheme to achieve fiscal discipline without degenerating into fiscal fatigue? What is the balance that we need to strike as policymakers between structural reforms and the immediate fiscal pressures on the member states, particularly since the Stability and Growth Pact is going to be reinforced in the beginning of 2025, and it's making all the points you made ever more important. And considering the new fiscal rules that the EU is considering of applying, how feasible is it for the Eurozone to introduce some new measures like a Eurozone-wide safe asset, or drawing from the Draghi report, a green investment strategy as a part of leading towards a sustainable fiscal strategy? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thanks to both of you for the presentations. I think my question is mostly directed to Jérôme Geldemeyer. To begin with, I found the first part of your presentation, the why to worry part, more convincing than the second part, the why not to worry part. But what was also very interesting was that Greece is clearly right now in a really strong fiscal position. And, well, it took some time and it took some effort to go there. and it's good to see it recognized. My question is that I don't need to remind that this was achieved under conditions of extreme political polarization. So how does this add up with the thing that polarization does not help? Perhaps does not help, but on the other hand, it is entirely possible to have a successful fiscal consolidation under extreme political polarization. So what's your comment on that? Thank you.
Okay, and let me use the privilege of the chairman to ask one question myself. You said that the net expenditure rule, and I agree with you, is simpler compared to what we had in the past. My question is, to what extent you believe that it is easy for a government to monitor on a monthly basis the net expenditure growth, and how a government can communicate to the public when the government has extra revenues from tax evasion or whatever. So in the end of the day, there is a primary surplus higher than projected, how the government can communicate to the public that cannot raise expenditure. Thank you very much. So let me start with Marco, and after that we go to Jerome. Thank you.
Yes, no, just, okay, the first question, very broad-ranging. I mean, we have to organize a two-day workshop just to answer to that. So, I mean, look, let me just make a couple of remarks, also linked to Jerome's presentation, that countries seem to be abiding by the spirit of the new rules. I think there, and we were talking over lunch, a key element in the rules, which actually has been pretty disputed, has been the period between the guidance of the Commission, which has been sent to the member states, which in the first exercise was in June, and the presentation of the medium-term fiscal structure plans. And it is the period of informal interactions between the Commission and the member state. I think this seemed to have worked properly, actually, very well. I mean, at the end of the day, what member states have done, they have not challenged fundamentally the projections, the reference path of the Commission. So they seem to have worked properly. I remember that this was a controversial element because it was seen in the opposite way by the two groups of countries. There were those who, I mean, Germany and other frugal, saying that you put the Commission and the country in the same room, you know, they will agree in an intransparent manner. So there was a fear that there would not be a sufficient grip on the part of the Commission, and actually the more vulnerable countries, high-debt countries, they feared exactly the opposite. You lock us with the Commission in the room, they are going to batter us. So at the end of the day, it seems to me that the first experience, as far as we can tell, okay, never extract a trend out of one observation, but I think seem to be to have worked properly. Now, and I think and I hope, and we will see when all the plans will be published and assessed by the Council. I hope that to have the confirmation that the Commission and the country have taken seriously the structural reforms and investment clause, because this is absolutely key. I have to say there were some cynical views in this, which said, you know, at the end of the day, since 4 years is too short, countries will have to go to 7 years anyway, so everything will go because they cannot make it for over 4 years because the adjustment is too high. I hope these cynical views are not confirmed by what comes out of the negotiation, because this is absolutely key. But what is true also is that considering the key challenges and priorities that we have from the double transition to the to defense, defense, by the way, is one of the policy priorities for which there can be some elements of flexibility and in the lengthening of the adjustment. So even if we do all this, I think it's not going to be enough. That's why we have to get to my fourth quadrant with the central fiscal capacity and the supply of European public goods in the light of the Draghi's report. I think on polarization, I think I very much agree with the presentation and discussion this morning with Barry. I think difficult to have a sustained adjustment in a very polarized situation, and that the experience also in Europe during the global financial crisis is that when that happened, those type of reforms were quickly reversed, actually. So I don't think that's it's a Bible. And finally, on the expenditure rules, I think it requires a bit of a change in forma mentis, both on the aggregate, which analysis has shown is less cyclically variable compared to the structural balance. But in particular, it will require a change in perspective in terms of embracing the medium-term perspective. So because once barring major changes, which can come, and there you can trigger the general escape clause as well as the national escape clause, which is one of the novelty of the programs. Once you have set the net expenditure, you have to comply with that. So that implies that member states and governments have to embrace this medium-term perspective, which was actually not there in the previous rules.
So I think I can be quick because Marco said the most. So on the first question, there's no trade-off between compliance with the rules and structural reform. On the contrary, you could say that because the new rules make it harder, in a sense, to substitute private investment for public investment, there are bigger incentives to unburden private investment. But there is definitely a trade-off between adjustment and public investment, right? And so even though it's not as bad as under the old rules, it's still pretty tight, and particularly what I'm very unhappy about, and I'm sure Marco feels the same, is that these safeguards that were introduced have effectively no public investment exceptions, even for investment that is considered to be good enough to justify the extension. So this means that if you're going to, for example, if you're in the excessive deficit procedure, or if the safeguards relating to the 1.5 deficit target applies and you want to raise investment, then even though you might be able to adjust to completely offset the debt impact of that over the period, you have to, at the time when you raise your investment, you have to offset it 1-for-1, right, in the same year, because otherwise you're up against the rules. So they're not very investment-friendly rules, in spite of the intentions of the designers, and so that is a problem. And so the answer is either we will fall short of our green investment targets in particular, or we will have to do the extra investment at the European level. And on the question on polarization, Greece is the perfect proof by exception. The fact that you managed to climb out of this crisis is not because you were polarized, but in spite of the fact that you were polarized. Polarization is what brought you to the brink of exit. The disaster of 2015 is because of polarization. And the success, the big success, is to overcome polarization, which started with essentially Euclid and George Chouliarakis when they came around a consensus. I mean, they started forming and bringing in the left to a consensus about how Greece should develop, and that was continued by the current government. And what we hope is that this depolarization of Greek society will last. I mean, Greece is the only country in Europe that has become less polarized in the last 10 years. Everyone else has become more polarized. So congratulations and keep it up.
Let me thank you very much for your presentation and the audience for participating in this session. Thank you very much. Andreas, do you have a break? 5 minutes? 5 minutes break.
Okay. So, welcome back, everybody, to session 2B now. We move from the discussion about fiscal rules and debt sustainability to recent experiences on debt negotiations and the macroeconomics of public debt. My name is Dimitris Maliaropoulos. I'm Director of Economic Analysis and Research and Chief Economist of the Bank of Greece. We have two distinguished speakers today, George Chouliarakis and Philip Lane. Let me quickly introduce our speakers to you, and then we will go straight to the presentations. George Chouliarakis is an economic advisor to the Governor of the Bank of Greece. He has previously served as a chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors during the period 2015 to 2019, and over the same period he was also an interim and then alternate Minister of Finance. He took a leading role in the negotiations on Greek debt relief measures in 2015. And let me remind you that these debt relief measures were generous and were implemented in 2018. Philip Lane is a member of the Executive Board of the European Central Bank since 2019. He's responsible for the DG Economics and DG Monetary Policy. Previously, he was the governor of the Central Bank of Ireland. He has chaired and is chairing a number of committees which I won't mention. But he was also a professor of political economy at the Trinity College in Dublin, and previously professor of economics and international affairs at Columbia University. So welcome. Thank you very much for taking part in this session. May I invite George to start with the presentation? Thank you.
So thank you so much, Andreas and Yannis, for inviting me to speak today. It is a pleasure and an honor to deliver a speech on Greece's sovereign debt. Just 15 years since the onset of the Greek debt crisis, and less than 10 years since Greece was on the verge of a disorderly default and an exit from the European Monetary Union. A great deal of progress has taken place since. As you all know, or most of you know, the main macroeconomic flow imbalances have been corrected. Public finances were put on a firm footing. The economy stabilized. Greece built a sizable cash buffer as insurance against future market volatility, and finally regained capital market access with sustainable rates. And following a series of sovereign credit rating upgrades that started back in January 2018, Greece recently recovered its investment grade status, a true milestone, ending a period of 13 years of junk status, and to my mind at least confirming that hard work and immense sacrifices during the crisis have borne fruit and led to a more resilient economy. Greece's economic rebound from the pandemic has also been strong, and for 3 years now, real growth remains robust, outperforming the European Union average by a good margin, despite the tightening cycle of monetary policy, which remains restrictive, and of course the suspension of all temporary fiscal measures of the pandemic. I was looking yesterday at the 10-year government bond yield, standing at 330 basis points, is no longer an outlier, while by the end of this year, I think we saw the figures a little while ago, with the help of inflation, of course, the public debt as a share of GDP is expected to stand at 154%, still the highest among the European Union peers, but considerably lower than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, few would have expected such a remarkable turnaround. And no one can blame them. If the long history of Greek sovereign debt offered any guidance for the future, the outlook would have been really gloomy. In a book back in 2009, Reinhardt and Rogoff, and in a joint paper of Carmen Reichardt and Trebes in 2015, the book and the paper show that Greece, for much of its modern history, has been heavily dependent on external borrowing to finance nation building, to finance military campaigns, and there were several of them in the 19th century, or to deal with emergencies, such as the assimilation of the Greek refugees from the Minor East in the aftermath of the Asia Minor catastrophe. Over the course of a century, from the 1820s all the way till the Second World War, external debt buildups, coupled with large current account deficits, ended in episodes of sudden stops and external defaults, whose resolution has been protracted. This is a common story among many emerging market economies till today. As Reinhardt and Trebes in their 2015 paper demonstrate, Greece has been in a state of external default about 50% of the time since the War of Independence, since the 1820s, with dire consequences for economic stability, financial conditions, and economic growth, of course. More recent experience also suggests that Greece has found it hard to reduce sovereign debt once this has increased substantially indeed. If you look at the path of the debt-to-output ratio over the past 50 years, that is since the transition to democracy, the time series resembles what economists would call a non-stationary process, a random walk, with stepwise increases in the 1980s and then the 2000s. So the stock of debt as a share of GDP goes up sharply and stays there for good. Doesn't go back, doesn't revert to a steady mean. This, I think, is Barry's takeaway from his chapter 2. Once debt goes up, then it's hard to bring it down. In the 1980s, legitimate political demands for social inclusion and a level playing field for all led to a sharp increase in public borrowing, primarily domestic borrowing. At the time, the Greek economy was closed and capital accounts were also restricted. In an environment of low real growth, neither the inflation tax, for those who don't remember, inflation at the time was endemic, nor the stabilization program of 1985-1987 that was soon aborted succeeded in harnessing the upward trend. The stock of debt finally stabilized at around 100%, but did not really fall several years later as Greece was preparing to meet the convergence criteria for joining the European Monetary Union. In the 2000s, capital market liberalization and low borrowing costs led to a new wave of public borrowing, despite Europe's no bailout clause, despite the Stability and Growth Pact, and of course the regular surveillance of Greece's public finance by the European Commission. We all know how this ended. Will this time be different? Will the Greek sovereign debt fall substantially and sustainably, converging over time towards the 60% magic threshold? Or to ask the same question differently, is the decline of sovereign debt that we have been observing in the last few years a false dawn, or rather the first signs of a new economic and political equilibrium where risks to sustainability, debt sustainability, are no longer existential? Before I answer the question, let me take a detour through economic analysis. Let me make clear that debt accumulation is not necessarily a bad thing. Budget deficits and the resulting accumulation of debt can be optimal during recessions or in the face of extraordinary events, such as a natural disaster or a financial crisis. And indeed, they have played a key role in maintaining economic and financial stability for a long time now. Debt accumulation can be also justified by the need to finance large investment projects that benefit future generations. As economic analysis would suggest, debt accumulation is optimal if policymakers borrow up to the point where the marginal cost of an additional unit of debt equals the social return of an additional unit of debt-financed expenditure. Now, the problem arises from borrowing more than it is optimal, or what one would call overborrowing or excessive debt accumulation. And excessive debt accumulation usually arises when policymakers have an incentive to borrow and consume today while deferring indefinitely the difficult and politically costly decision to consolidate debt, i.e., to use the economics jargon, when policymakers have a commitment problem and a bias towards present consumption at the expense of future generations. Once financial market participants come to terms with this commitment problem, policymakers lose credibility, and the country is at risk of losing market access and default on its debt unless it goes through draconian consolidation. It sounds like a very familiar story for our country. How can we overcome this commitment problem for the benefit of society as a whole? The economics literature suggests that the best way to contain this type of behavior is by introducing what I would call checks and balances. That is a set of policy constraints that policymakers cannot break without incurring substantial costs to themselves. I'm now coming to Barry's takeaway from his chapter 3, I think. It's not just Jamaica, but also Greece that has legislated the type of checks and balances to eliminate what I would call the deficit bias, the habit of policymakers to generate deficits both in good and bad times. I'm now stealing again a page from your chapter 3, although in all honesty I haven't yet read the paper. Over the past 10 years, Greece has legislated, listing a number, clearly it's not an exhaustive list, a number of key reforms, public financial reforms that improve monitoring, public scrutiny, and accountability, and make it much harder for a bad Minister of Finance to pursue policies that are not consistent with debt sustainability. A rolling medium-term fiscal strategy to anchor discretionary fiscal policy in a framework that ensures sustainability over the medium term and shape market participants' expectations about the authority's future policy course. An independent revenue agency to insulate revenue collection and the fight against tax evasion from political pressure. Importantly, an independent fiscal council to scrutinize the key assumptions underpinning the budget and assess sustainability risks. I would, in retrospect, I think it would be good to expand the operational capacity of the Fiscal Council further and upgrade it to the status probably of the Office of Budgetary Responsibility in the UK. And of course, the apparatus of Europe's new fiscal framework with its net expenditure rule and debt sustainability analysis. So my belief is that these reforms, if not eroded, can turn the current debt reduction into a substantial and sustainable decline of Greece's debt-to-output ratio and help depart from the distant and not so distant experience of stubborn and unfavorable debt dynamics. just like Jamaica. The key to success in this narrative is that breaking this set of commitment technologies, the ones I just described, would imply a major and costly departure from the dominant economic paradigm and the lessons learned during the crisis. And I cannot think of a stronger commitment device for debt sustainability than this. Let me now say a few words about the quality characteristics of the Greek sovereign debt. Following the debt restructuring of 2012 and the debt reprofiling of 2018, 74% of the Greek debt is still held by the official sector, so it's not traded in secondary markets, with an implicit refinancing rate of 1.32% and a weighted average maturity that exceeds 19 years. It's hard to find such a favorable profile elsewhere, except perhaps the Vatican. Yet, as the creditor composition of the Greek debt gradually shifts to the private sector, the refinancing rate will steadily increase. It will take time. It will take several years to reach this point, but it will happen. And the contribution of the snowball effect to debt reduction will most likely weaken. Financial repression and inflation are, of course, no starters. Hence, the main driver of debt reduction is fiscal consolidation, namely the maintenance of a primary fiscal path of about 2% for many years to come. As interest payments will slowly increase, the obvious risk here, interest payments on one hand, of course, come with it gross financing needs. The obvious risk here is fiscal fatigue. In my view, there are three key ways to minimize the risk. First, raise and maintain potential growth above the historical average of the past 50 years of 1.2%. Now, the bank's own estimate of potential growth over the medium term is much higher, is 1.9%, but as we will see in a while, if time allows, potential growth converges in the long term to a path of 1%. Higher trend growth will generate revenue, create headroom for extra expenditure, and alleviate the pressure on other budget items. To do so, Greece can benefit, it's a paradox, but it can benefit from being a European laggard in terms of real output per capita. Real output per capita in Greece today stands at 60% of the European Union average. Effectively, it doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. It can import high productivity activities, provided it creates the institutional environment for the attraction of high value-added foreign direct investment. And by so doing, change also the mix, the current mix of foreign direct investment that is heavily tilted towards less productive activities such as real estate. Second, effectively absorb and deploy the available resources of the Resilience and Recovery Fund. And importantly, increase the participation rate, especially among the women, where activity rates are one of the lowest in Europe. And it will take a lot of effort to do it, but it's worth trying. Second point, so point number one is try to increase and maintain a much higher trend growth. Second point, it will have to spread the consolidation cost in a socially fair and inclusive way to eliminate grievances and increase political consensus. Again, a point raised by Barry's research. Point number three, it will have to behave in a Keynesian fashion, both on the downside as well on the upside of the cycle, that is allowing the primary surplus to exceed 2% of GDP when times are good and create the necessary fiscal space to fiscal buffer to stimulate the economy in bad times. Let me now turn, if time allows, I don't know how much time I still have. Let me now turn to our own debt sustainability analysis, the terrific work conducted by the Fiscal Division of the Economic Research Department of the bank. And the DSA, I should mention, the DSA has been carried out by Katerina Kotsoni, Dimitris Papaikonomou, and Yorgos Chondrogiannis. So very quickly, let me walk you through the key characteristics of the DSA. The black line is the baseline scenario, and the baseline scenario assumes trend growth that starts as high as 1.9%, the bank's own estimate, and gradually over time converges to 1% towards the end of the time horizon we are looking at. And at the same time, we assume that the structural primary balance stays at 2% on average over this time horizon. And as we can see on the basis of the assumptions of the baseline scenario, the debt-to-output ratio declines steadily and substantially all the way till reaching the threshold of 60% towards the end of the sample by 2060. And the same goes for the gross financing needs as a share of GDP. They remain clearly well below the 15% threshold throughout the sample period. Let me pick one of the adverse scenarios, the scenario where the structural primary balance is reduced by 1%, again throughout the period. Starting from this year, the primary fiscal path is 1% instead of 2%. You can see that the decline in the debt-to-output ratio is again significant, but it kind of stabilizes at rates much higher than 100%, whereas the gross financing needs explode and exceed 20% when we reach 2055. So a very important lesson, therefore, here. Try to maintain, try to stick to the straight and narrow path of a 2% primary surplus, but at the same time try to make the conditions for meeting this target a lot softer by achieving higher potential growth. As I'm running out of time, let me wrap up by saying that the reforms I described and the reforms I'm proposing and the bank is proposing are not reforms that cannot be made. Once implemented, they can contribute towards a steady and sustainable debt reduction that will strengthen the economy, safeguard Greece's position at the heart of Europe, and back the trend of past Greek sovereign debt history. To paraphrase Cassius in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Second presentation by Philip Lane. Philip, the floor is yours.
So let me thank the Bank of Greece, especially Yannis, for the invitation to contribute to today's very interesting conference. And I think Barry Eichengreen this morning was asking, why is the ECB so willing to be to talk about sovereign debt? And I think it's, if I was to pick one line, it's the title of this presentation, which is essentially there's an interaction between sovereign debt and macroeconomic performance. And a central bank has to care about macroeconomic performance. And it's a two-way interaction. Essentially, if we don't have stable public finances, that damages macroeconomic performance and in turn creates headaches for monetary policy. And of course, the dynamics of sovereign debt very much depends on macroeconomic performance. We've heard about snowball effects repeatedly today. So what I want to do is explore these interactions between macroeconomics and sovereign debt. But maybe before I get going, it's also maybe interesting to think about, because there's been a lot of retrospective discussion today, but on a forward-looking basis over the next number of years, these are the calculations of the IMF and the World Economic Outlook about the next 5 years. So the left side is about the overall fiscal deficit, and then the right side is the stock of debt. So if these projections turn out to be a good guide to the future, what can we see here? It is essentially, in Europe, it's a phase of stability, that government deficits are projected to narrow, but only a little bit, and that's in line with the fairly limited amount of fiscal adjustment that's needed in the next few years. Whereas if you see for the US, again, under these projections, some degree of narrowing of the fiscal balance from the fairly wide fiscal deficit is expected, whereas in the direction in Japan, some widening is expected. And then you see on the right side, essentially, everywhere the vision is more or less a stable level of public debt. And that's very much in line with a lot of what we've heard today, which is it's rare to see declining public debt ratios. And so especially for large economic areas like the euro area, stabilization seems to be the near-term goal. But of course, that doesn't hold true for every individual country, and I will come to that. But I should also say, given that we just heard about the deficit bias, stabilization is not kind of free of effort. It takes work even to stabilize the deficit and to stabilize the debt ratio. Okay, so what does the ECB say? And so this is every meeting we have a paragraph about what governments should do. So what do we say? And again, it connects to a lot of discussion today about governments are not just making tax and spending decisions, they play a kind of fundamental role in structural reform. So we say that these policies should be making the economy more productive, competitive, and resilient. And again, why do we care? This means the economy grows more quickly. And also, with an economy growing more quickly because supply capacity improves, that basically is anti-inflationary. So it's not a kind of fake growth driven by pumping up demand. It's kind of robust growth coming from improving the productive capacity of the economy. So you might say, okay, we all want that. Give me a recipe book. And I think right now, of course, every country has individual issues. But there is a recipe book for Europe now between the Draghi report and the Letta report. Essentially, there's a very much a recipe book there, which basically says as a lot of it's comparative. Given a world where scale economies are increasingly important for many industries, there is essentially an open door here by integrating the European economy in terms of the detailed proposals from Draghi and Letta. Of course, as I say, it doesn't come easily to stabilize debt ratios and deficits. So we very much back the revised governance framework to make sure that the fiscal plans are delivered. And of course, very much, I think if you want to deliver an adjustment plan, it does have to be gradual, but a degree of front-loading doesn't hurt either, especially in relation to structural policies, because structural policies take a long time to bed down. Okay, so then let me move more directly to the concerns of the ECB, and going back to the costs of unstable public finances for monetary policy. And this is something we see all the time, and I will show you some charts later on, which is basically in the euro area with the 20 sovereigns, there's a clear and visible connection between the sovereign spread at a national level and the lending conditions at the national level. And so, of course, when we're trying to steer monetary policy for the whole euro area, if you have the sovereign spreads moving against us, that makes the monetary transmission mechanism more difficult. That's true on a day-to-day basis. It's especially true under conditions of stress, and I'll come back to that later on. Let me also say, given the tight connection between sovereign debt and wider macroeconomic analysis, it's very important to remember that essentially you cannot look at sovereign debt in isolation. You have to look at everyone's balance sheet. The country's balance sheet in terms of the overall net external debt, the balance sheet of the banking system, of households, of corporates, and these interaction effects are very important. And then finally, in terms of in a monetary union, where countries are different, not everyone's growing as quickly as Greece at the moment, then it's important at the national level that fiscal policy and macroprudential policy plays a counter-cyclical role. And essentially, in the first decade of the euro, this did not happen. And so it's very important that national policies support the single monetary policy by making sure the national policies resolve any tensions from a one-size-fits-all monetary policy. So what I started off with was essentially, it looks like the next number of years are a period of stabilization. So you might say, you know, here and around the world, it's been, I think, one of the main themes today is it's difficult to reduce public debt. Maybe you could stabilize, but to reduce. So then you might say, well, why would a government volunteer like Jamaica to try and reduce the public debt ratio? And number one, it's a lower vulnerability to external shocks. That is, I think, extremely visible for small island economies, but it holds true more generally. It also means there's a greater capacity to respond to the major shocks. If you think about the European response to the pandemic, where public debt rose quite quickly in the first year or two of the pandemic, this was after a number of years, very difficult years, where the public debt ratio in Europe did come down. So if you did a counterfactual analysis, where all that Europe did after the global crisis was to stabilize public debt ratios in the 90s, rather than bring public debt ratios down to low 80s, what would have been the ability of Europe to handle the pandemic shock? So this is, I think, a very important issue is the future may bring big shocks. It would be very sensible for governments to intervene heavily in the event of a big shock, but the ability to do so does require, in the good years, to bring public debt ratios down. And of course, I think I don't really need to dwell too much on the fact this needs to be sensible, gradual, growth maximizing, you know, protect public investment, hand in hand with boosting the overall speed of growth and so on. And of course, all of this interacts right now with major issues. The green transition is a very important phase, not forever. The transition, we will eventually make the transition, but in that transition phase, there's extra pressures. There's clear pressures to digitize the economy and to boost defense spending. And then aging, both the aging of the population, but then the shrinking population in Europe creates its own issues. And of course, let me come back to something that's raised this morning, national ownership through the role of national fiscal councils. Also, by the way, for structural reform, the role of national productivity councils are important because the recipe for every country is going to be different about what is needed. Okay, I'm kind of have made a range of points here, but let me reinforce it by actually showing you how we think about it at the ECB. So, so in other words, here what we're saying is when there's a shock to the sovereign spread, so there's greater risk aversion, there's a recession, there's a kind of new fiscal plans. This is not just a public finance issue. It spills over to the wider economy. So on the left side, it spills over basically one-for-one to the funding costs of banks. If the sovereign finds it more expensive to raise money, the banks find it more expensive to raise money, and in turn that's going to, of course, affect credit conditions in the economy. Even if you're a firm that's big enough not to rely on the banks and can issue corporate bonds, there is also pass-through to corporate bond conditions. So even large corporates are not insulated from more expensive sovereign funding. On the right side, there's also pass-through. It's not one-for-one, but it's also pass-through to bank lending rates to firms and households. Banks, of course, don't just have bond finance, they have deposits, and of course that stabilizes that to some extent. And so what we think is, what we see is those higher lending rates lead to a drop in activity. So again, it's not just a public finance issue, it leads to a drop in activity and is disinflationary. And of course, the most spectacular examples are from the crisis years, where really big increases in the spreads was associated with really big declines in credit. So again, this is not purely a public finance issue. Macroeconomic performance is so affected by instability in the public finances. Let me also just reiterate, going to this issue, that how important these mechanisms are depend on the health of the banking system. So again, many people have kind of noted that it was so expensive to recapitalize banks. It was also, from a regulatory and a supervisory point of view, the imperative to maintain high capital ratios in the banking system pays off in the sense of the resilience of the economy to shocks is a lot improved. And again, in the pandemic, the banking system was relatively stable because the high capital ratios meant that the banks did not come under concern in that period. And again, what I said at the start, again, there's a basic interaction. The ability of an economy to handle a rise in the sovereign spread very much interacts with how strong is the private sector. So how much leverage is there in the corporate sector, in the household sector, and in the external accounts. So this is, again, very important. There is a reason why Europe has a macro imbalance procedure. And more generally, when I think about the risk factors facing Europe and individual countries, you have to look at all of the imbalances, not just the fiscal. So let me, again, come back to this issue about the cost of fiscal instability. But that can be inverted and say the payoff to stabilizing the public finances. So if you see here, I think I drew a linear, the 45-degree line, which says there's a one-for-one relationship between the sovereign spread and bank bonds on the left. You can actually see it becomes more than one-for-one. It becomes non-linear at higher levels of the spread. So in other words, you push the banking system into severe stress if the sovereign spread is too high. Turn that around. If you reduce the sovereign spread, it's not just the snowball effect for the government, it also means the wider economy faces cheaper funding conditions. And you can see that in the most spectacular fashion on the right. So this is just since 2021, the sovereign spread in Greece and then the bank bond spread. That's a very non-linear relationship. The reduction in the Greek spread has really helped the Greek banks improve their funding position. And so again, if you like, when you calculate who wins and who loses from fiscal stabilization there's a very big societal gain from cheaper funding conditions. And again, coming back, the vulnerability to crises depend on these other imbalances. Okay, so let me come back to the other point when we think about this, which is all of these sovereign debt issues are a lot easier to handle if Europe grows more quickly. Of course, there's always going to be national policy initiatives, which I encourage for all countries to do what they can. But really, as I say, there's a recipe book here. There's an open door coming from the letter report and the Draghi report. So as President Lagarde said when it came out, it's a severe diagnosis. You know, it makes for challenging reading, but it's fair. It's a reasonable assessment of where we are. By the way, at the ECB, we've done a lot of work which very much is in the same direction as the Draghi report. And of course, for us, when we read the list of the two lists from the Draghi report, there's many things we're not directly involved with, such as integrating the energy market, promoting single market in telecoms and so on. But of course, for capital markets union and banking union, these are very much in our scope. And of course, the component about the potential gain from funding European public goods via common debt issuance, of course, the bond market very much interacts with ECB monetary policy. So let me say is in the pandemic, the unique circumstances did allow for more European level debt to be issued. And you can see that here now. So of course, the dominant amount of debt is national, the blue line on the left, but there's now a significant role for EU level debt. And of course, it was there to some extent before from the ESM, the EFSF, the EIB, but now via the Commission, there's a lot more joint debt and more to come in the issuance over the next couple of years. So you can look at this in many ways. You can look at it from a macro perspective, a financial perspective. And again, in terms of saying that there's more possible benefits to be achieved in the future. Let me mention one factor here is right now, it's still at too small a scale to generate what many people think Europe could benefit from, which is having a common safe asset. So if you look at this graph, it basically says the yield curve for the European issued debt has a liquidity premium. It's just not big enough. It's not enough volumes to mean that it's going to trade in the same way as the bond. So you see here the bond has a yield curve well below the European debt. And essentially, this says if there were more European debt and there were greater liquidity from scale, then that benefit could generalize. And then let me say in terms of the overall funding needs, these are the additional funding needs, because of course there's plenty going on already, but in terms of meeting the green agenda, the digital agenda, the military defence, this is why the ECB staff think there's a significant extra amount of public and private investment needed in the coming years. Again, let me emphasize, most of this is going to be private, and this is why banking union and capital markets union is so important. The pressure on the public finances is inversely related to the ability of Europe to deliver banking union and capital markets union. And this is why it's very much a joint discussion. And of course, when you look at it, the ability for private investment in the upper left quadrant from our ECB blog post is enhancing the single market, having maybe the 28th regime for European corporates, improving efficiency of scale in education and research and so on. There's many ways where Europe can deliver a lot that will also boost the private sector. And so Mario Draghi has a significant increase in the investment rate in Europe, most of which coming from the private sector. So let me just come back to it, which is I very much welcome that the Bank of Greece has organised today's event. It's very important for central banks to be involved in the discussion of sovereign debt. I suppose my contribution today has been to say, well, on top of the direct fiscal questions and public finance questions, it's fully integrated into the overall macroeconomic outlook in both directions. So a stronger macro outlook helps the public finances, but stability in the public finances is really a precondition for financial stability and price stability. And so this is why the ECB is so interested. So let me stop there.
Thank you, Philippe. We have some time to take some questions from the audience. Yes, please. Yes, please.
I had a question primarily for Dr. Chouliarakis concerning the positive outlook you shared with us. Considering all the predictions and assessments for debt sustainability, to what extent are those adequately factoring the demographic crisis that the country is experiencing? And to what extent do you believe that the expected contraction of the Greek population by 2070, which is going to exceed surmountably the European Union average, how is that affecting long-term growth sustainability, and how could that be problematic when debt servicing costs increase? And for Philip Lane, I just wanted to ask you, from the perfect mix of these reports, at the same time the European Union and the Eurozone are lagging behind our counterparts across the Atlantic when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. We are lagging behind that. So how can Europe take advantage of this being a laggard to actually catch up? Thank you.
Other questions? No? Okay.
Okay, so yes, the demographic projections is a key input to our own projections for potential output growth, and that's why potential output gradually falls towards 1% at the end of the time horizon. And that's why it's important to do a lot more than what we do now to increase participation, especially among women. There is now ongoing work on increasing participation among pensioners. There is a lot more to be done, I think, and you need plenty of reforms there, including daycare facilities, facilities to support the elderly who may need care at home, and so on. But yes, my answer to your question is yes, it's taken into account.
I think it's very important in think about the future growth rate of the European economy, really to recognize there's many levers. And the point, I suppose, I'm trying to make here, which is also basically behind the Lett and Draghi reports, is on top of the discussion everywhere, which is always there about what kind of education system do I need? What kind of policies in terms of business supports or regulation? What kind of infrastructure do I need? Which every country in the world is always debating. When we think about the fact we have a European Union, we have identified four freedoms as core principles for a single market. Simply delivering that is basically a possibility that's not open. For example, if you think about Asia, there's no such discussion about having a single Asian market. And so, geographies, histories are very different. Europe has, I think, a lot of untapped potential. So on top of all the difficult policy discussions, there's a certain kind of possibility in Europe, which Europe has, over the years, every so often does deliver. From the early 1990s, the Single European Act, the creation of the euro itself, the response to the pandemic, we know Europe can deliver. And it's really, there's a kind of call to arms here. Look, there's a lot to be done, a lot can be done, and it's possible, and it's really, it's important to have a focus here, and the focus on the agenda laid out. And again, it's what the Draghi report basically is fully in line with lots of other work done by many people, including at the ECB. So the agenda is straightforward, but it's not going to be easy to develop the consensus and the agreement. I think Mark Abuti earlier on was talking about the 3 T's for doing fiscal adjustment. But it's more general about, having the threat. And for some people, you think about the external falling behind as a threat. It's trust. So trusting that in an integrated banking market, every country will benefit. And it's time. It's essentially, to deliver all of this takes time. But if it takes time, the more quickly you start it, the quicker you are to the finish line.
Okay, let me thank our distinguished speakers for the excellent presentations. And I think we can have a short coffee break again. 5 minutes, please, because we are behind schedule.
Okay, I think most everyone has taken their seats, and we can start the first of two policy panels with which we will conclude the day. I think we've been reminded of the first rule of conferencing, which is there's no such thing as a 5-minute break. But as good economists, good central bankers, good fiscal policy makers all, we know that there are budget constraints and time constraints. So the provisional decision here is to skip the next coffee break, not so as to make up for lost, not to get us totally back on schedule, but to get us closer to back on schedule. So be forewarned. We have three members other than your convener on this panel, two of which you have met already, so I'll be very, very brief about reintroducing Giannis Sturnarras, who is the governor of the Bank of Greece and our host here today. Philip Lane, who was just introduced and we just heard from. Philip, we were reminded that you are head of DG Economy and DG Monetary Policy, which leaves, if I understand correctly, only DG Catering or a few other functions within the ECB. And our third panelist, who you have not been introduced to previously, is Pablo Hernández de Cos, who's the former governor of the Banco de España and chair of the Advisory Technical Committee of the European Systemic Risk Board. And he's had many other positions on official bodies and committees over the years. I'm delighted to re-welcome you into the academic community in your new role as a member of the faculty at the IESE Business School, where you serve as professor of economics, and at both Bruegel and the Peterson Institute, if I understand correctly. I told Philip that a number of the things that I thought this panel should address were in a way covered in his presentation. So maybe I will start by asking all three of the panelists, starting with the governor, a question on which Philip touched, and then we can go around, namely, how exactly does the existence of a heavy public debt affect or complicate the conduct of monetary policy?
Thank you, Barry. Well, today we have learned a lot. In the morning, we have found out that periods of stable prices and low inflation help to consolidate debt rather than the other way around. People think that it's high inflation that helps the consolidation of debt. So this is easy. The other way is that the existence of instability of public debt markets complicate the exercise of monetary policy, as Philip showed us today. I mean, stable public debts, in my view, is necessary for financial stability, the pass-through of a shock on sovereign spreads to lending rates, both for banks and corporates, make the life of monetary policy much more difficult. So we want to have stability of public debts. We want to have public debt sustainability that facilitates the transmission of monetary policy. So we want both stable situations in the public debt markets in order to facilitate monetary policy, but also we want price stability to facilitate debt consolidation. So what we have shown today is the complementarity between the two. It's being independent does not mean that we should not recognize the complementarity between fiscal policy and monetary policy. I think, and this is a conclusion that I would like to draw from from today's conference?
Yeah, I would say that there are at least three arguments why high debt complicates the life of central bankers. First one, as the governor was just saying, it makes economies more vulnerable, and therefore it's potentially the origin of financial instability. Second, it also reduces the stabilization capacity of fiscal policy. And this means that the monetary policies, the only game in town when high debt is very high. And then third, and not less important, high debt is also the origin of lower growth, potential growth. And of course, this also has important consequences for how monetary policy has to be run. So these three elements, financial instability, lower stabilization capacity, and lower growth, are of course key variables for monetary policy, and this is why it complicates their functions.
Philip, maybe I can put it a little differently for you, since you've already answered the question in a way. When we academics think about this issue, we use the term fiscal dominance. Is fiscal dominance a thing in your view? Do you look at the interaction of monetary policy with high debts through that lens?
So I think that's a very interesting question. And as you yourself said this morning, which I think is true, it's in the whole design of the euro, is the ECB has a lot of independence. So for me, fiscal dominance is absolutely ruled out in the context of the euro area. We will not subordinate our monetary policy to fiscal concerns. What does that mean? It means that it's in the treaty. We cannot monetize debt. I mean, that's the most obvious definition of fiscal dominance, is you end up monetizing the debt. The treaty says we cannot do it, and it's just, it would be a really bad idea. And this is the European Treaty. As we all know, the European Treaty is very hard to change. Compare that to any individual nation state where the central bank law can be rewritten by the parliament at any time. So the fact, the euro, I mean, this goes back to the desire, the conviction in designing the ECB is basically to rule out fiscal dominance. And I think it is, the last central bank to be prone to fiscal dominance is the ECB for that reason. Now, that is essentially taking the phrase in its literal sense of fiscal dominance. What we also have to take, absolutely recognize is that essentially, even with complete monetary dominance, fiscal policy can still cause headaches for a central bank. And I've noted the fact that the transmission mechanism could get fragmented. It could interfere with our ability to conduct our monetary policy. So to protect transmission, we have lots of kind of focus always in making sure the architecture allows us to do our job. And we basically have the OMT. And more recently, again, literally to protect the transmission mechanism, we have the TPI. This is fully consistent with avoiding fiscal dominance because it's subject to member states being in compliance with good governance, in compliance with the EU fiscal framework. So what I would say is the very fact that we know and that we are immune to fiscal dominance means we can also be active in making sure that the fiscal headaches can be handled by our policies.
Your record of anticipating my questions is intact. I was going to ask the panelists next about the TPI. So TPI stands for Transmission Protection Instrument, right? Would you like to explain, maybe we can turn back to the governor, what that is and how it works?
I want to start by saying that our task in the ECB is much more difficult than the task of the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve works in a country. We work in a monetary union, but not in a fiscal union context, not in a banking union context, not a complete banking union context, not even a capital union context. So our task to transmit monetary policy effectively is much more difficult than in other jurisdictions. So we have also the experience of past crises. We have the experience of the debt crisis, the most recent one of the pandemic, where we have managed to achieve a smooth transmission of monetary policy by having a flexible instrument like the PPP. Okay, so that was a flexibility monetary policy instrument. The sovereign bond spreads never exceeded a certain level, so that facilitated the transmission of monetary policy. So the TPI is an instrument which, if needed, will be used when there are market pressures not guaranteed by the underlying fiscal positions of countries. So it's good to be there. It's like the whatever it takes phrase used by Mario Draghi in 2012. It was never used. So we might never use TPI. But it is there, and if needed, will be used to secure flexibility and smooth transmission of monetary policy in adverse conditions. But it cannot be used in all cases. In order to be used, member states should obey the SGP, the new fiscal rules of the European Commission. So it's only for unwarranted market pressures, not guaranteed by the underlying fiscal position of member states.
No, maybe I can only add to what the governor has just said, that I think the market is interpreting it well, because it has not eliminated the reaction coming from bad news, fiscal policy bad news. And I think the most recent example is the French case, no, in which there were bad news on debt or deficit developments, budget developments more in general in France, and the spreads reacted. And I think this makes the case that the TPI, the communication of the TPI, has been successful, yes, in avoiding very extreme and unwarranted development in the spreads, but has not eliminated the market discipline coming from the spreads.
So this brings us more generally to the issue of how the conduct of monetary policy in the euro area is complicated by the fact that you have, I'm forgetting how many members of the euro area there are now, upwards of 20 national fiscal policies and a single monetary policy. So is what you have just mentioned the main respect in which the coexistence of multiple fiscal policies and one monetary policy create complications, that the markets can be treating the debts of the different member states in very different ways that are hard for a single monetary policy to address? Or are there other things that are there other aspects in which life for the European system of central banks is complicated by the existence of these multiple fiscal policies? George?
So let me say monetary policy at some level, again, conditional on having a smooth transmission mechanism. So let's take where we are now, where spreads are contained. We have, I think, as Sherman was showing earlier on, a lot of commitment to the new fiscal framework in terms of what they're actually doing. We have well-capitalized banks after a long period of effort to get there. And so once you have a smooth transmission mechanism, then indeed the question turns to other factors. But we have a single monetary policy, so when we aggregate across the 20-member countries, there is a certain simplicity to the fact that one size does not fit all. We essentially have to deliver monetary policy for the average, the weighted average of those countries. And this goes back to what I said earlier on. It's really important at the national level that you take care of any deviation from what your country needs and what the ECB delivers. So if your country's growing strongly and the interest rate for you is maybe too low, it reinforces the reason to run a fiscal surplus. If you have a situation where there's kind of strong credit dynamics at a national level, it reinforces of using loan-to-value ratios, loan-to-income ratios, countercyclical capital buffers, and so on, to make sure what happened in the first decade of the euro does not happen again. So what I would say is there are national responsibilities in relation to fiscal policy, but also macroprudential policy, and they can go in opposite directions sometimes, in addition to our policy. But beyond that, let me mention actually, this is, I think, has been super interesting in the last 5 years, is in the pandemic, countries, well, not so much with the pandemic, but definitely with the energy shock, the 20-member countries introduced over 500 individual measures to protect people from the surge in energy prices. That's a little bit complicated to deal with because a lot of these directly affect the inflation rate because they were offering a subsidy. And it's in both phases, when they introduced these subsidies and now, especially this year, when they've lifted those subsidies or reversed the tax cut. Then what we do have is the euro system. The ECB relies on the 20 national central banks to kind of calculate, if a tax movement in Spain or a subsidy program in Greece moves, the fact we have the 20-member national central banks is so important. And more generally, it does go back to the basic reason is why do we still have 20 national central banks? The fact we have this difference in fiscal policy is one basic reason. And why do we alternate the macro forecast between the bottom-up forecast of the national central banks versus the top-down forecast of the ECB? Is, I can tell you, the staff in the ECB would have to grow a lot if we were to be, replacing the individual expertise on Spain from the Banco de España, here from the Bank of Greece. So I think the answer is if you have 20 fiscal policies, you need 20 national central banks to supplement and reinforce the work of the ECB.
I mean, I will put the emphasis in a different dimension. So for me, the difficulty doesn't come from the fact that fiscal policy is produced, decided by 20 governments, different governments. That was the case in Germany, for example. It's a very federal state, Spain as well, Canada as well. The difficulty comes from, as Marco was mentioning before, also Philip in the previous presentation, from the lack of a common fiscal capacity. This is where I would put the emphasis. So we are not in a situation on which this common financing is able to finance common public goods that exist for Europe, and of course we don't have either a common fiscal capacity that is able to stabilize big shocks, common shocks for the whole euro area. That's the big difference as compared to other federal countries or jurisdictions.
fully agree. Okay, ideally, we would like to be the United States of Europe and have a single fiscal policy, a single banking area. Unfortunately, this is far away. So we're less ambitious, and I think obtaining a fiscal capacity at the center of Europe is crucial. And I've heard Marco this morning, some hours ago, saying that this was not put on the table in order not to bring the collapse of the scheme. So perhaps an implicit way is when the RRF ends in 2 years' time to try to make it a permanent feature, so to be able to obtain a common fiscal capacity through the extension of the NGU, the RRF, because we have so many things now that we want. I mean, we had the pandemic. The RRF was created to tackle the pandemic. Now we have other tasks. We have the energy transition. We have common defense needs. Perhaps it will increase if certain things that the new American president has said become implemented. So we'll need a fiscal capacity for things that will appear in the future. But I want to say, coming back to fiscal dominance, that there's no cloud without a silver lining, because we are much more independent than the Fed. Okay, we are less flexible than the Fed, but we are more independent. There's no European finance minister to press the ECB. So it's not only that it is not in our statutes that we cannot be subject to fiscal dominance, but there's no single finance minister in Europe to press the ECB. So no cloud without a silver lining.
So you pointed to the very considerable investment needs of the green transition and necessary defense buildup in Europe. I was actually on a 2-day Zoom call last week with a United Nations Commission on finance for development. And there were people there who argued strongly that central banks should be doing more to finance this transition, that they should be much more aggressive. One person put it, much more aggressive, like the European Central Bank is in giving preferences to green bonds, debt issuance that is consistent with zero net emissions by 2050. Is this, number one, an accurate characterization of the ECB, that it is something of an outlier relative to other central banks in worrying about climate and beyond that, doing things financially about climate? Is it desirable for central banks to be more active in this domain, on this dimension of debt markets?
So I think what's most important is actually the amazing commonality around the world from the central banking community. So only a few days ago, the Network for Greening the Financial System, which has many central banks around the world, released another wave of analysis. So the global central banking community can see, I mean, we are basically long-lasting institutions. We look beyond the current monetary policy cycle. Also, as supervisors, we have to think about the risks facing the banks we supervise. So in terms of the involvement of the central banking world in understanding, trying to anticipate the impact of the transition, but also of, if there's no transition, of increasingly severe weather shocks. This has financial implications for banks, insurance companies. That spills over to macro via kind of the stock market, credit policies, and then the transition yourself, as you say, in terms of the investment needs. So there's all of that. Then we are part of the financial system. through our monetary policy operations, which, when we're in a phase of bond purchasing or bond holding, includes differentiating between green and brown bonds, but also in terms of the collateral that we accept against our liquidity operations, also having due differentiation. But let me emphasize, all of that is basically us doing our core work. The wider conversation, and this is maybe where there's sometimes a distance between what central banks, our mandate is and what we can do, versus the kind of wider challenge. So again, I think there's a recognition that to finance the surge in investment that's needed, that there has to be essentially public subsidies. That's not for the ECB to provide the public subsidies to support people renovating their home, businesses making the transition. That absolutely is a fiscal issue, and governments need to make the decision. So it's kind of would be anti-democratic for the ECB to move beyond its mandate. So there's a lot within our mandate that we will do and are doing, but after that, it's very much, I think, for governments to do what they can, while still recognising in the end, most of the financing has to come from the private sector. Households will have to bear some of the costs. Firms will have to bear some of the costs. And this goes back to the scope for a banking union and capital markets union in really helping with that process.
I mean, on the specific question, Barry, of whether the ECB is an outlier or not as compared to other central banks, I would differentiate the financial stability dimension from the monetary policy one. Why I'm saying this? Because, I mean, I was chairing the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Okay? All institutions that have a responsibility on financial stability, including banking stability, acknowledge the fact that climate affects financial stability, potentially. It's difficult to measure. The horizon is longer than the one that we can normally analyze, but it's there. And all institutions that have, therefore, responsibilities on financial stability are analyzing this very carefully and are incorporating this in stress testing, supervisory expectations, etc. Okay? There, the homogeneity across supervisors, central banks is higher. Then when coming to monetary policy, there are, let's say, two differentiations. One is, of course, that climate affects growth and affects inflation, and therefore you have to analyze the phenomena. And this is, I think, done also by most central banks. But then the second part is to what extent the central bank should be an actor, no, in fighting against climate change. And there, the institutional setting matters. In some central banks, the institutional setting doesn't allow for this to happen. I guess the US is one example. In others, I would say the ECB, because of this secondary objective that it is in the Treaty of the European Union, that it basically says that once that price stability is guaranteed, of course, the other objectives for the Union, the ECB should help, no, in order to achieve them. And I guess that's the legal basis for the ECB, not only to do what is doing, but even to even, you can even argue that the ECB should do what is currently doing.
I also agree that the criticism addressed at the ECB is not correct. First of all, climatic change is a fact of life. You can see what happened in Valencia recently, what happened in Greece last year. So I think very few, based on scientific evidence, can deny that we have a huge impact on regarding climatic change. Okay, there are some people saying that this is only the job of the governments, not of central banks. This is not correct. This separation principle does not apply here because, according to the United Nations, this is one of the biggest risks for humanity. So we shall all do whatever it takes. And as Pablo said, can we have financial stability with these huge climatic risks? We cannot. And the ECB should then take into account in its models the effects on inflation and growth, and then how we can, with our mandate, we recognize, of course, that the first task lies with governments, with its taxes, public investment, but also we have a role to play. We cannot neglect that. For instance, there are certain characteristics that we should take into account. We know that green transition, I mean, photovoltaic, windmills, imply a front-loaded capital cost. And also the financing of this cost through carbon taxes might increase temporarily prices and inflation. But then gradually, prices fall. So we're obliged to take this into account in our models. Also growth will be affected. So it's necessary to look at how climatic change affect the macroeconomic variables. And also let's use our instruments. Philip said about the collateral framework. Don't forget that we are also supervisors of banks. And banks also play a very important role in financing green projects. Thank you.
It is tempting to say absolutely, however. All three panelists have backgrounds as researchers. So I guess my question here is, it would be great to be able to incorporate into central bank models both the short-run impact of wildfires in Greece and floods in Spain, and the longer-term impact of climate change on growth prospects. But are we really able to do either of those things? Do central banks have even remotely reliable models that they can utilize for those purposes?
Part of what we've been doing is to step up research on these questions. And again, let me say, well, where does the central bank come in this work? Because, of course, there's many research groups looking at the most important issue, which is the long-run intersection between climate and economic performance. And, of course, in that long run, or that kind of trend behavior, that's beyond the horizon of central banks. So what are we doing? Number one is the transition can be modeled. So, for example, our kind of macro modeling group, one of the ways to handle this is in the macro model to say, essentially, let's imagine there's two ways to produce energy. One is traditional, which uses carbon, and one is green, which basically uses renewables or nuclear or whatever. And then to think about, okay, let's imagine we have policies which promote green energy production and penalize dirty energy production. You can run that model. It can be integrated. You get the business cycle analysis. So that the transition can be modeled. Then you get to the role of weather shocks. But of course, central banks are all about shocks. So you can look at basically the empirics of that, saying previously, because it's not, although the frequency and severity is going up, but weather shocks have been with us for a long time. So working out whether the history of extreme rainfall, extreme heat, all of those things we're publishing a lot on. One of the issues, of course, very important for the overall price level is food, and how the world is adjusting, not just in Europe, but globally, to more volatility in food production. I don't really think there's any big technical challenges here. Of course, there's a trend here. The world is getting warmer every year. We notice lots of non-linearities. So in terms of policy making, because in the end it's about policy making, we do have to recognize the limitations of looking backwards, to recognize the limitations of any one modeling framework. But I think the approach is, do it in different ways, take multiple perspectives. But I do think we're doing a lot of useful and interesting research on these questions.
Yeah, well, in the case of Bank of Spain, in the last 6 years, there was a very heavy agenda on empirics, basically. I mean, Spain is confronted with serious climate change issues. And I will mention two relatively recent papers produced by the bank that show how this climate change is affecting macro variables. No? The first one was biodiversity deterioration in the Mediterranean, in one particular region in Spain, which is Manga del Mar Menor. You may know it. The deterioration has been huge in the last 30-40 years for several reasons. Okay, I'm not going to enter into the details. So what the researchers at the bank did is basically to analyze to what extent this deterioration has already affected the value of collateral, so mainly housing prices. So in a diff analysis, they analyze this region, the coast, and the buildings that are there, compared to another region that is not affected by this deterioration of biodiversity, and well, it's relatively comparable. And the impact is huge. It's 40% the decline in relative prices in this region as compared to the non-affected region. And then a second example is a very nice paper. It's about the evolution of aridity in Spain, which has been very heterogeneous across regions and even within regions. No? It has, the evolution over time has been relatively heterogeneous. So what the researchers do is to try to use this heterogeneity in order to see whether it has already have implications, for example, on lending. On lending, why? Well, it's basically because we have a lot of information no? on lending over time, but also in terms of population dynamics and eventually also on growth. No? And again, the impacts are real and are significant. No? There are two elements that I want to emphasize here. One is the communication issue. It has helped us to show Spanish citizens that these issues are really relevant, that you don't have to wait for the disaster in Valencia in order to be worried and to react to these developments. The second is related to the theoretical part of and the modeling part that you were mentioning, Barry. Of course, the calibration of these models is very complicated because we don't have any experience. The elasticities, the multipliers, etc., is very complicated. No? To have some basis, an empirical basis, it allows you to justify better the different parameters that are needed in order to have proper models, no? that are credible models as well.
I think the Bank of Greece was the first central bank in the world to deal with the impact of climatic crisis. More than 15 years ago, we started studying these effects, and now we are coordinating a group of experts. And I think we were the first central bank to point out that the problems of the European South will be much harsher than the problems of the North. And we have also tried to calculate what are the long-term costs. We found out many years ago, we are trying to make a new study now, but the first results were that the long-term cost over a 100-year period for Greece of the climate change will be about 1% of GDP every year. If no mitigation measures are taken. If mitigation measures can be taken, this is being reduced by 30%. So we have quite a fair idea of where the risks are for Greece. I saw some of the papers of the Banco de España. I think the results are similar. So we have developed not a model but an understanding and a sectoral understanding, which sectors will be affected, how much investment is needed. We are helping the government here also. We're advisors of the government for climatic change issues. So I think central banks can play a very important role, not only through incorporating into their models the effects on inflation and growth, but also through the research departments they have. They can assist society in understanding this issue.
I cannot tell you how gratifying or reassuring it is to be in a country on a continent where you can have a sensible discussion about climate change risk and its implications for economic policy. So I alluded to the challenge of incorporating climate change and climate events into central bank modeling. Let me ask the companion question about geopolitics, which are increasingly prominent and challenging in all respects. What can central banks do to incorporate the risk of these events into their models, other than to make assumptions about the negative impact on trade or the negative impact on energy prices or whatever? How do your staffs think about this problem, and what do they do about it? Do you want to? This is problems of geopolitics.
Maybe I'll report on the ECB. So this is why, in fact, economics and monetary policy are important areas, of course, but we also have other important policy areas, including our international group. And the international group has a global model, and also on top of the kind of macro modeling has many analyses of these issues. So one of the results that we've published a while ago now is essentially if you have, of course, there's different levels of fragmentation, but if you push it, so if there's a kind of sharp and kind of accelerated move to a more regionally world economy where trade around the world might be strong within the region, like within Europe, for example, but where it's more limited globally, then of course that's highly disruptive. Europe is a very globalized economy, very strong supply chains out of Asia, lots of integration with the US economy in some sectors and so on. So that is there. On the other hand, which is I think common to every macro model, and going back to what Paolo just said about elasticities, that over time, if some of this is anticipated, firms have a big incentive to adapt. They find new suppliers. It's a phrase like nearshoring, friendshoring, and so on. So it's important to recognize that the worst case scenario is probably not the best guide to the future, because there's many ways to find it's not free, it's costly, it's difficult, it takes time, but there are ways to adapt. So what I would say is I think the world will be worse off. So we all lose. We all lose. We will adapt, but we all lose from a move away from a kind of pro-trade, pro-integration global system. And this is something to be regretted, something to counter. But what I would say is around the world, many countries recognize this. So it's possible to probe extreme scenarios, but I think it's also important to recognize there's a very big collective incentive to limit, again going back to the Draghi report, the Draghi report recognizes in some sectors maybe for strategic autonomy reasons, you want to make sure you have a reliable domestic supplier and so on. But by and large, to make sure that where globalization can be maintained, it can be maintained, and to limit the amount of geopolitical fragmentation risk that we see.
Well,
I think that there is, as Philip said, I think there is already being a reaction of central banks in the way we work to this increase in fragmentation or geopolitical risk. No? Let me again give two very concrete examples. No? And the key variable for me is the high uncertainty that this generates, no? The increasing uncertainty that this generates. This increase in uncertainty, well, what it has provided is, of course, already some negative consequences for growth. And all these papers that have been produced relatively recently on indicators of political uncertainty and, well, the empirics and the relationships, the correlations between this uncertainty and macro variables. And of course, the effects are real, in particular for some variables, in particular private investment. So this is one dimension. The second dimension on which this increase in uncertainty has affected central banks is, of course, on the need for us to have different scenarios to work with. And so not only having a central scenario, but also scenarios that, of course, try to simulate what if there is a trade war or there is a war in one place in the world. And this is now natural in our, in the decision-making process of the ECB. So the staff regularly provide to the Governing Council with different scenarios, and some of these scenarios are precisely based on geopolitical risk. And I think this is something that unfortunately is here to stay, because I don't expect the geopolitical risk to diminish quick in the following years, maybe the opposite.
Well, I think geopolitical factors are mostly supply-side shocks from a model point of view. We are good, we understand well domestic factors, the determination of inflation, like output gaps, like how expectations affect prices, how the labor market interacts with prices. But we're not very good at understanding supply-side shocks, worldwide supply-side shocks. For instance, what happens in China? The movement of labor in China, in India, it affects us through import prices. We are improving our methods. We are using scenarios. We have lessons from the last several years. For instance, the fact that Europe is a net energy importer had a larger impact of what happened in Ukraine compared to the US, which is a net energy exporter. So these are issues that we are now taking into account better in our models. But we haven't done badly in controlling inflation, I think, at the end of it, because at the end is the result which matters. So despite the criticism, I think we have done rather well in bringing down inflation. Okay, the reversal of the energy crisis helped, but also monetary policy played a very crucial role in affecting expectations and the labor market.
Thank you. So I have a couple of more questions about the interaction of monetary and fiscal policies, which is the ostensible topic of this panel, before I reserve my final minutes to ask you about the implications of the American election. So you've been forewarned about what's coming. Marco Butti in the last session gave a very concise and informative description about the changes in the fiscal rules in Europe. How have those recent changes in fiscal rules affected the conduct of monetary policy? Do they change how you think about policy formulation, please?
Yes, I think if governments follow these rules, I think these are more efficient rules. Fiscal policy is counter-cyclical now. It's not pro-cyclical that it was in the past. I mean, the fact that we had huge monetary policy problems before the pandemic because fiscal policy was pro-cyclical. Inflation was very low. We were the only game in town. Fiscal policy did not assist here because of its pro-cyclicality. So the new fiscal rules, being anti-cyclical, they are not perfect. We lack a central fiscal capacity, as we said before, but definitely it's a step in the right dimension, in the right direction. And I think it makes the conduct of monetary policy much easier.
Well, I think, and it was very clearly shown by Marco, that the new rules are better, in at least 4 or 5 dimensions that you were mentioning. And all of these dimensions are relevant also from the monetary policy perspective. So this emphasis on fiscal sustainability, on fiscal stabilization, on the quality of public finance, and therefore on long-term growth, I think is key. Maybe the only element on which I don't agree is that they have also improved simplicity. I mean, I still find the new rules very, very complex, and maybe there the improvement is not significant. But of course, the jury is out there. Are these rules going to be implemented most forcefully than the previous ones? Well, what Jerome was telling us that, well, at least the programs that have been presented by national governments coincide almost exactly with the initial suggestions based on the new methodology made by the European Commission. Is this a sufficient indicator? Well, my experience, for example, in taking the Spanish case, I mean, ex ante, the Spanish government have always presented stability programs that were compliant with the rules. So it's not an issue of ex ante, it's an issue basically of ex post. So I'm not so sure that this point that was made by Jerome is providing sufficient elements to be sure that this will be the case. But again, my main point is I think the rationale of the rules are clearly better. And now, of course, whether this will affect outcomes in terms of higher and stronger enforceability, it has to be seen. And of course, this will be absolutely critical also for monetary policy.
Let me just talk about this year. So a year ago, when we were here for our monetary policy meeting here in this building, in our monetary policy statement, which I did go back and look at, we basically said we want European governments to roll back the fiscal measures that they had launched to fight the energy crisis. And we were explicitly linked it. We said, if this does not happen, it's going to add to inflationary forces and would require an even tighter monetary policy. So, it's a pretty explicit linkage. What's happened this year, and again, it's happening without too much commentary, is across Europe, a lot of these temporary measures are expiring. I'm sure everywhere people were hoping, let's maintain them. But they have actually been let roll off. Not everywhere, but by and large. And that has been part of the reason why inflation has really come down this year. And we look to next year, and as Jeremy illustrated, the fact that governments are announcing or submitting fiscal plans in line with the rules is going to help. But let me go back to, again, what's very important is essentially stability. This is not going back to the pretty substantial austerity we had before the pandemic, which was kind of anti-inflationary. But a kind of stable fiscal path is consistent with us delivering our target. Something where there's a real withdrawal of demand from the economy in a rapid fashion would be a headache, just as excessive demand stimulus would be a headache. So a stable approach to the public finances makes our life easiest.
Maybe I will go directly to my favorite set of questions. Even before the events of Tuesday, we had begun to see sharp divergence in expectations about the future course of monetary policy in the euro area and the US, that the Fed might do one more 25 basis point cut, and that would be it, where the ECB had more room to continue to lower rates over time. And that had already begun to filter into foreign exchange markets. And then, I guess on Wednesday, we saw a historic jump in the dollar on the foreign exchange market as people thought now the Fed is going to have to start raising rates, given the stance of, prospective stance of fiscal policy in the United States. At what point do we have to begin to worry about divergence in the stance of monetary policy in the two big economies, and that causing big dislocations in the foreign exchange market?
So I think you would not be surprised to know it's not the first time this question has come up. So we have a kind of tried and tested approach to this question. And I think President Lagarde has used a phrase in various fora that we're not Fed dependent. The connection between financial conditions in America and financial conditions in Europe has different features. Part of it runs through the exchange rate, part of it runs through the bond market, part of it runs through the impact of the US economy on global commodity prices. And we have a perfect way to handle this. Data dependence, meeting by meeting. We will take it into account, but side by side with the big stories for the ECB, the big issues are, the narrative is, as real incomes go up, that should translate into stronger consumption. So we'll be looking at stronger, is there stronger consumption happening? Following that, there'll be, as monetary policy eases, and as the economy gets back closer to potential, a recovery in investment. There will be, of course, also we want to see exports improve. So among the long list of all that we look at, the exchange rate is there. But remember, the EU area is a continental-sized economy. We're not a small open economy. We're not a dollarized economy. So the Fed is important. The spillovers are important. Number one, the spillovers are not all in one direction. There's some that call for easier monetary policy. There's some that call for tighter monetary policy. And exactly at any point in time, which force is stronger is a data-dependent issue. So of course we're looking, we look at everything, but let's not exaggerate the impact of the Fed on the euro area.
Well, for me the big issue is that we are now in a context on which uncertainty has increased. And the uncertainty in a particular direction, the probability of having a new negative supply shock has increased. I mean, to me, a trade war is a negative supply shock. And this can be particularly relevant, the shock for the euro area economy, because as we all know here, the euro area economy is a very open economy. In terms of the implications for monetary policy, I mean, all the difficulties in analyzing negative supply shocks for monetary policy are here again. Why I'm saying this? Because, of course, well, negative supply shocks means higher inflation, lower growth in the short run. But the ECB has a medium-term horizon with this 2% in the medium run objective. And of course, if the implications for growth are sufficiently large, this means that in the medium run, the shock would be even deflationary. We have to take into account that, for example, the central scenario of the ECB back in September, for example, the macro projections, a significant part of the recovery of the euro area economy is coming from the decline in inflation, okay, and how this improves real incomes, and therefore the positive impact that this has on private consumption. A new negative supply shock will make this rebound of real incomes and therefore on private consumption less likely. No? So this is, to me, the great difficulty that this new shock will have of course, in the short run. In the medium long run, of course, lower growth, potential growth coming from lower or higher taxes on imports, and that could be the more detrimental. No? But on the implications for the short run, I think this should be the focus, and not so much on the reaction of the Fed and the implications of the Fed for us, etc. This more pure, real effect is what it worries me.
Well, okay, there was a certain rhetoric in the United States during the election campaign. So we make assumptions. We can have an academic analysis, but before we see clear declarations of the new president, we cannot say which way we go. But assuming that the situation will be as said by President Trump, that is tariffs, an increase in public debt in America, policies on immigration, that will have certain implications. It will perhaps increase inflation in the United States, at least temporarily, so the Fed will react to that. It will have a negative impact on the European economy, but also there will be some implications in the exchange rate. All in all, perhaps the European economy will become weaker, at least in the short term. So this has certain implications for our monetary policy. But as I said before, we see concrete declarations of the new government, of the new president. We cannot change our policy. So our policy continues as at least for the next meeting in December, our next monetary policy meeting. Inflation is going down. It's less than what we had assumed, we had forecast in the September BMP. The economy was weaker, or at least we thought until some days ago. Now with the most recent Eurostat data, things are more optimistic on the real economy. So we have to take this data into account, and the new data that will surface in December, and make our decision.
I should have known that I could not provoke these three experienced central bankers into saying something incautious about the implications of the US elections. So before we thank them, let me remind you we're going straight on to the next panel without a break. Let's have a round of applause, please, for the panelists.
Sorry.
Αν πεις διαφορετικά θα...
Αυτό δεν ξέρω αν μπορούμε να το... Είναι περασμένο τώρα έτσι. Right. Good afternoon again, and welcome to this final panel, which is titled "The Future, Facing the Future of the Greek Economy." I don't think we really need to introduce our speakers, but I'll very briefly do so. Of course, we have the Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Hatzidakis. We have our Governor, Giannis Sturnarras, and we have Nikos Vetas, who's a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, as well as the Secretary, the Director General of the EOV, which is our the best economic think tank in Athens. He always corrects me and points out it's probably the only one as well. So, but that doesn't make it any less true. So I'd like to start us off directly with a common question for everyone, which is, if you had to choose, what would be your top two challenges facing the Greek economy looking over the next decade, not immediately, sort of, and why did you single them out? And don't feel any pressure because of the topic of the conference to bring debt up. In fact, it would be a great opportunity if you didn't feel that was one of the big challenges.
May I start?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, first of all, Governor, for inviting me. This is a very interesting discussion, an initiative on behalf of the Bank of Greece, and I'm glad to participate. To be frank, the answer is not very difficult for me as regards this particular question. Why? Because regardless of the issues we are discussing today,
it is clear that we have to insist on two different priorities. The first priority has to do with maintaining balanced budget and further reducing public debt. And the second priority is to continue transforming the Greek economy towards a more dynamic growth model based on investments and exports. This is the answer. As you know, we have made more than significant progress as regards the reduction of public debt, the to GDP ratio, the largest reduction in the whole European Union, and will continue the same path. We submitted the fiscal structural plan to the European Commission, and our forecast is that our debt to GDP ratio will be further reduced by 20 percentage points, going to 133% in 2028. And then, as regards a more dynamic growth model based on exports and investments, we have simplified the regulatory framework. We introduced a modern labor law. We have reduced taxes and social security contributions. We will continue reducing social security contribution next year by 1 percentage point, reaching the European average. So we transmit a message of competitiveness, and we are determined to continue the same way, always combining fiscal prudence with a business-friendly approach. This is, in practice, a common sense economic political mix, but common sense is not always common, as some very well-known European leader said some decades ago.
So your main concern is the lack of common sense, then, because it seems that the other two challenges you seem to have a plan for.
We have to avoid always in this country the temptations of populism.
Right. Governor Strounaras.
Well, there's no doubt that Greece has been the Greek economy has been a success story. Just to remind the audience that twice in the past, in 2012 and 2015, more than 80% of analysts, even some colleagues, Nobel Prize winners, economists, thought that Greece will not make it in the euro. Not only thought that they will not make it in the euro, but they advised us to leave the euro. Since then, things have changed dramatically. We had some analysis today. The situation has improved in almost all fronts. Of course, not everything is perfect, but taking into account where other member states are standing today, Greece is, and some other program countries, like Portugal, for example, or Spain, are exceptions. They are doing very well. If I would to pick out one problem that I think needs explanation and improvement is the current account deficit. Of course, the current account deficit today is what it is because we grow much faster than our European partners, but also because despite the successes in improving labor competitiveness, labor cost competitiveness or price competitiveness, what we call structural competitiveness still remains a problem. And what I mean by that is the basic function of the state, delays justice, the labor market mismatches, problems in the triangle of knowledge, education, research, innovation, This is the only, I would say, problem that I can see in the Greek economy today, the large current account deficit. And we have to find ways to improve it without bringing down the growth rate. So continuing our real convergence, we need to make strides in improving structural competitiveness so that we improve the current account, which is the only, I would say, black spot in the Greek economy today.
Nikos, your question is about what worries me.
Yes.
But let me start by agreeing with the minister and the governor. My working hypothesis is that the Greek economy is going to be on a stable political and economic path over the next 5 to 10 years, growing, however, at a rate that is going to be lower than today's rate, maybe up to 1.5%. Now, if we have to single out a worry, actually, I think your question is two worries. I should start by asking whether economic policy over the next 5 years, which is also going to determine the next 10 years, is going to be ambitious enough. Ambitious enough to propel the Greek economy from this 1 to 1.5% to close to 3%. The reason I'm asking if economic policy over the next years is going to be ambitious enough is because if we look back, when Greece joined the then European Economic Community in 1980, if anybody ever remembers that, Greece was a much stronger economy than Spain, Portugal, Ireland, and the likes. And now we are not. And we did not collectively use the time from 2000 to 2009, the time of the euro, to strengthen our productive base as much as other economies. Yes, we did get out of the crisis, and the institutions of this country proved extremely strong. However, it took us much longer than the other economies. And now the situation is very stable. The ground does not represent risks. But to go to the next step, we do need to redefine how we do things, especially when it comes to how product markets function and the interaction between the state and markets. And some of this is a matter of lack of capacity because for instance, of the accumulated investment gap. We are also fewer. 500,000 people have left. These are really objective problems. But it appears to me that it will be a mistake to simply consider that we have done well. We have done well enough that we are stable. We will converge to the European average. But this is not really going to accomplish the full potential of the Greek economy.
Right. Well, you certainly...
With your permission, I would like to add that I agree with the governor as regards the current account deficit, obviously. This is the #1 problem today. Of course, we don't ignore this problem. I have underlined myself that this is the most important problem we face, despite that we have an impressive increase of exports over the last 5 years. And of course, despite the fact, we have to take that into account, that we had a very negative impact coming from the energy prices, especially in 2022 and 2023. That's why I referred to the effort of the government to further strengthen the economy by adopting a more dynamic, let's say, model. That's why we always take into account the issue of competitiveness, but also we focus on our comparative advantages, for example, the sector of agri-food, pharmaceuticals, and other dynamic sectors we want to incentivize. And also, recently we adopted another initiative focusing on innovation and mergers, exactly to further support competitiveness and exports, because we know that we have to have this dimension always in our mind.
Well, thank you very much. With all due respect, Minister, though I understand that is your job to be so optimistic, so I will also ask the Governor, who has the the central bank has a more long-term view of this. How concerned are you about this change in the current account, which happened in the last few years, and the deficit that has been widening? The fiscal side has been maintained, the fiscal balance has been maintained, the current account has still has resurfaced as a problem. There were circumstantial factors, of course, at play. What can be done to address this, in your opinion?
As I said, we should continue improving competitiveness, productivity growth could be enhanced by all the changes that the government has initiated. But also, we should look at the more structural issues. For instance, as you know, the current account is cannot only be measured as a difference between exports and imports, but also as a difference between savings and investment. Looking at that, Greece needs to cover the investment gap. So it needs to increase savings as well in the years to come. Why savings are so low in the household sector in Greece is perhaps one question we should ask. Was that due to an over-generous pension system that we had before, when pensions were much higher than even the last wage or the last salary? Of course, this has been corrected now, but the legacy, there's a time lag in improving savings. Tax evasion is also one cause, because the undeclared economy is consumed, is not saved, because you cannot declare to banks black income. So, as you know, the Bank of Greece has agreed to all the measures that the government has taken to tackle tax evasion. But also, we should look at problems of the labor market, that mismatches between labor demand and labor supply. So we should look at why our education system does not produce the right skills that the market needs. We should look at problems of de-industrialization we had in the past, because now, as the minister said, we have done miracles in doubling the export rate, but imports also have increased a lot. For instance, it's inconceivable that Greece imports lemons and tomatoes from northern countries. This is something that we should look at. Also, intermediate investment products are missing in the supply in the domestic supply chain. So these are structural issues that we are looking at. So what we call how we can change the production model of the economy. So it is not only competitiveness, but it's more long-term issues like savings, industrialization, innovation.
Nikos, it's been mentioned already that the challenge of boosting investment and boosting exports is important. And it is true that despite the progress made, Greece's investment rate remains below the EU average. What would be your priorities if you felt you needed to change that in the next decade?
Let me start with what I think has been the most, the brightest part of, within all this dark period of the Greek crisis, which has been businesses of fairly small size, that might be businesses in the product market or the services that would just employ 40 or 50 or 100 people, that decided that the domestic market was not there and would not be there for the foreseeable future. They completely rediscovered themselves and they just started exporting. And we have seen several such businesses. I'm not saying enough, because it's not enough. And once finance came back to the country after 2019, these businesses actually grew from 50 people to 500 people. And this we also see in the data. We see this when we see the exports of products. But we also see in another statistic that we rarely study, which is the overall openness of the Greek economy. And openness, by here I mean, like, if you put the numerator exports plus imports relative to our total economy, this has been growing over the last 10 years linearly. This is very important. It's not just a balance, it's the fact that Greece has to become more closely integrated to the global markets, because this also helps Greek businesses be closer to the technology frontier, because that's how basically you grow. You don't grow simply by investing or by working. It is by doing this in sectors where you can get the top value. The top value can be 50 times more than the average value if you are in a growing sector. So that's the positive part of the story, but we have to see, since it works, we have to do a lot more of that. You asked that
so
how
what do we do then?
Sorry?
So what would you do then in the next 10 years?
Well, we have the minister here.
I'll ask him next. I'm just helping him get some ideas.
The truth is that the government not only speaks about attracting investment, but it is central in its plan. Having said that, in order to catch up with the Europeans, we have to invest more than the Europeans, and we have to invest in smarter ways. And now that the political and the economic scenery is stable, I think that the reason that more investment is not coming easily is because, of course, the Greek internal market is small, so all the businesses that would come would have to come for export purposes. And in order to do that, we have to further and massively simplify the rules and stabilize everything that has to do with how to do business. It shouldn't be the case, and I see some very close friends in the audience that are lawyers. It shouldn't be the case that in order to do business in Greece, you need 5 world-class legal firms. Okay, you should be thinking about your engineers, your business people.
Unless you're a law firm.
Look, you say this as a joke, but I don't see why Greece should not be exporting legal services around the world. Exporting services is something, or exporting software, or exporting all sorts of such things. And this can be done by small firms that grow, or it can even be done by subsidiary of multinationals that would open offices here. But simplifying the rules and opening up the boundaries so that we are not kind of a small village. For me, I'm saying this metaphorically.
Minister, I tried to shield you from this question, but I will inevitably ask you as well what you think. And you already hinted at this. And I also want to follow up on something I didn't here, which I expected to when I asked about the challenges. And the environment didn't come up as a challenge, I suspect, because you all take it for granted that it is one of the major challenges. But it has investment, particularly in the green transition, has been an important component of your strategy and the RRF. Are you satisfied with the progress made in this department? In which areas would you say that Greece lies ahead, and where does it lie behind? And you have experience from your previous ministerial post as well.
Yes, I have some experience. Let me refer to the 8 different fronts the Ministry of Environment and Energy is dealing with as regards this issue, the green transition. First, promoting decarbonization. You may remember the reactions were when the Prime Minister referred to this priority of the government. Anyway, we insist not only for environmental reasons, but also for economic reasons. Coal has become too expensive. Second, we increase the share of renewable energy sources. We have a spectacular increase as regards this effort. Thirdly, we advance the electromobility. Certain incentives has been adopted. We implement energy-saving policies, a program which is very well known here in Greece called Exikonomo, a very popular program. We continue the effort to connect the islands to the national grids. We have here both an economic dimension and environmental dimension as well. We try to cover the gap by adopting a comprehensive waste management policies. And also we try to develop a national reforestation plan. So, to cut a long story short, there is a global strategy, a global effort to address all these issues. And we have 2 different instruments to rely on. First of all, the cohesion funds. We have 6.7 billion from the cohesion funds at our disposal to promote these policies. And also, as far as the Resilience and Recovery Fund, RRF, is concerned, 40% of the programs are dedicated to green initiatives. So it's obvious that this is a key priority for the government. I mean, this is a priority for the European Union. It is not a secret. We comply with the rules. But anyway, we want to be a green government, as I said, both for environmental and economic reasons. And there is a visible progress. And especially as regards the renewable energy sources, we have a rather impressive, I would say, interest on behalf of investors. And we have to go on with all these initiatives because we'll modernize the energy sector, we'll reduce the cost of energy, and at the same time, of course, we'll protect the environment.
Thank you. I'd like to switch on the banking side of the investment, I mean, staying on the theme of how do we increase investment and how do we boost growth. And Greek banks have in the recent years cut non-performing loans and improved their balance sheets significantly. However, our private sector remains over-indebted, and there are a lot of firms that do not have access to credit. How do you feel from the central bank's perspective that banks can boost investment, and can more be done to help these debt-ridden businesses?
Banks have made significant progress since the crisis. They are very well capitalized now. They are profitable. Legacy issues like NPLs have been solved to a very large extent. Of course, as you said, certain problems have simply moved out of banks, but still in the economy, like NPLs, non-performing loans. They are not in the balance sheet of banks anymore, but they are still in the economy, in the hands of the services of the funds, and have not been tackled yet, despite the important progress that has been made in private debt resolution. It's what we need today is to see how banks will also start lending to other parts of the economy, because now we know there are only 4 banks. This is the legacy of the crisis. We have the highest concentration ratio in banks in Europe, and there are some negative consequences. This is not only positive consequences like profitability, but also negative consequences like large spreads between deposit and lending rates, and also the fact that certain sectors of the economy complain that they don't get the attention of banks. So what we have done, along with the government, we have tried to increase competition in the banking system. I think this is extremely important. We have created a 5th pole, which means now we have a number of smaller banks around the 4 big ones, which are well capitalized. There is a 5th bank which came out from a merger between 2 smaller ones, Attica Bank and Pakrita Bank. So now we have a 5th bank which has a considerable size and can specialize. Its business model will be closer to small and medium-sized firms. The other part of the equation is the services, because now they service the non-performing loans that remain in the Greek economy. The law has changed. The supervision of services is stricter. We try to incentivize them to provide better terms in the resolution of debt. So we hope that these efforts will bring fruit and encourage more financing of smaller and medium-sized firms.
Thank you. Well, this is certainly optimistic, and Nikos is not known for his optimism, usually. So I look to him now to give him one of the less optimistic questions, which is about the demographics. We know the projections for both Europe and Greece are not very good, and they do undermine long-term growth and debt sustainability. Can we mitigate this risk, and how would you do this? We've already had conversations this morning about increasing labor participation. We've had less of a conversation about migration as a possible solution.
Yeah. First of all, Andrea, I'm a very optimistic person.
Of course.
But now that
your belief in that shows.
Yes. The demographic. Okay, first of all, this is an area where we have to distinguish between what we can change and what we cannot change. What we cannot change is because we are part of the European trends and because of what happened in the last 10 years. The population in Greece is going to be shrinking for the next 10 or 15 years, for sure. Not as much as it shrunk the last 10 years, which was by 500,000 people, young people especially. But it will be shrinking, which means that you need to adjust. It's not the end of the world, it's not the end of Greece, for that matter, but that means that you have to make adjustment in your education system, in your healthcare system, in long-term care, in labor force participation, and all that. You can mitigate these trends. You can, starting even today, you can take measures today so that eventually this gets reversed. And there is certainly room for that. Attracting foreign people into Greece, for me, has to be an essential part of the solution. And I don't think we should be afraid to say that. And there are many ways to do it, from A to Z. I would put very near the top, opening up our education system to foreign kids. Certainly in the universities, the situation would be very different in Greece if 20% or 25% of our students were foreign students that would come to study not only in areas where we have comparative advantages like archaeology or history or whatever, but also operate as a hub of the southeastern Mediterranean. That can change things very much and contribute towards a dynamism of the Greek economy if you then also allow these people to work and integrate. This is one way that you can attract people, and there are other ways you can attract people, as we were discussing before. If you want to attract more investment, you also need highly skilled people, and this does not necessarily have to be only people who are now within Greece. We have a huge diaspora, this is a completely, this is a reserve that they are waiting. It is, of course, the people that left recently, but it is also others that may choose to come to Greece once they see the potential. It's a safe, it's hospitable, it's in the right place. So there is an issue that we have inherited, but there are many things that one can do. Let me only take another 20 seconds to complement a little bit what the governor already said. In addition to the stability of the banking system, I believe it is imperative that we have a faster development of the overall capital markets in Greece, and that the average household also develops a habit of saving. Financing into the economy, of course, this is what happens in most of Europe, but for us, it's very important that we have other channels of financing. And the other thing that, Governor, you very rightly said, the non-performing loans are still within the economy, not the same type of overall problem that we had before. What is a little bit less known is that if we push harder to resolve this issue, that can have huge productivity gains and improve the functioning also of the other firms in these sectors.
If I could follow up on two of the things you said.
I suppose that some journalists are watching this discussion.
We would
just
hope
for their information, by the end of this month, we'll present a new draft law concerning the capital markets in Greece, in cooperation with all the stakeholders, in order to make the Athens Stock Exchange more attractive. But I will stay here because the details will be presented after the adoption
feel free to go ahead
of the
and tell
draft
us all
law
the
by
details now.
the Council of Ministers.
Just one follow-up on your point about what do you think is it the language barrier that keeps the foreign students from coming to Greek universities? Since you're also at a university, how would you go about changing that? Would it be foreign language programs at the risk of lower integration, or would you be encouraging foreign students to learn Greek while they study in Greece and thus potentially join the job market?
A is the institutional framework, which has now changed, but it needs further changes. B is that the education system is a bridge, but the bridge has to take you somewhere. So you need the business and the education system to develop together. People would not come just to study, but they would come to study with higher probability if they think that it's likely that they can stay here. I can name a number of countries around Europe, especially some have benefited from post-Brexit, that have attracted faculty, researchers, and all sorts of students.
Well, since you do mention higher skilled labor as well, and it brings us inevitably to a point that has been raised during these conversations this morning, which involves the Draghi report and the complaints, or rather not complaints, but let's say the weaknesses identified therein in terms of the level of innovation for Europe compared to the States. And Greece's innovation gap is even larger. So I would like to ask the Minister, do you think Greece can catch up there? And how do you think that would be?
Draghi report is a report that should be taken seriously into account by my colleagues in the ECOFIN, by the governments in general, because it's obvious that we are squeezed between, Europe, between the US and China. And we have to act rapidly and systematically. And the Draghi report has some very interesting ideas we can rely on for the future. Anyway, you rightly said that the Draghi report identifies the closing of the innovation gap with the US and China as one of the 3 key areas of action to reignite growth in Europe. Rightly so. It also adds that we have a failure in Europe to translate innovation into commercialization. Anyway, Greece is also lagging behind as regards this dimension, despite the progress made, because we have very talented people, engineers, not only dealing with this sector of innovation, R&D, and so on. That's why we have taken this initiative I referred to previously in another question, dealing exactly with this issue we are discussing. We presented the draft law. We introduced through this law various tax incentives to promote innovation and growth for new and small, medium enterprises. Very briefly, granting of 5 years golden visa to foreign investors and entrepreneurs investing a minimum of 250,000 euros in Greek startups. More generous tax deduction limits for business development and innovation. Expansion of tax incentives, angel investors in startups. Expansion of the incentive for commercial exploitation of patents. So there is a package of incentives based on proposals coming from the stakeholders. And believe me, after adopting this package, and it is not an exaggeration, Greece will have probably the most competitive package in the whole European Union. So we pay the necessary attention because, as I said from the very beginning, we give a priority to the dynamic model of the Greek economy. And innovation is an essential part of this effort.
Right. Well, I think we've, would you like to? I think we've covered the growth part sufficiently. I want to backtrack on something that is related to the topic of the conference as well, which is debt sustainability. And one of the things that is foreseen in the Greek programs is a sustained period of primary surpluses. And the minister already suggested that with the help of common sense, that will be maintained. But I'd like to ask Governor Sturnarras, who also saw through a period of perhaps bigger challenges to common sense, is he as optimistic? Do you think that there could be an issue of fiscal fatigue, as we talked about? Are we going to be able to maintain these large primary surpluses? Because they have not, they have been maintained so far, but they need to be maintained for a long period.
I think with all the reforms that have taken place in the past, and I would single out the creation of the independent authority for tax collection, but also with the measures taken all these years, the crisis years. Now we have a structure of taxes and expenditure that can produce a cyclically adjusted primary surplus of 2% for a number of years, of 2% of GDP for a number of years. So this is a necessary condition for this dynamics that we have seen before. George Kouliarakis presented the diagram that the Bank of Greece, the exercise for DSA analysis shows that public debt is falling rapidly in Greece, while in Europe has stuck at about 90% of GDP for a number of years now, and is expected to remain there, as we saw in Philip's analysis before. So, yes, and also we have buffers. Tax evasion, despite the progress made so far, is still large compared to other member states. So there's a buffer there as well. So I don't think that we can suffer from primary surplus fatigue. On the contrary, I think there are more opportunities because we might need buffers. We talked about climatic change. We talk about perhaps defense needs if America withdraws, as has been said. I hope not, but we should be ready in Europe. And but national efforts are not enough. I think we need more concrete action at the center of the Eurozone, like we have said before, the necessity for a fiscal vehicle at the center of the Eurozone. And practically, this can be done by extending the NGEU, the RRF program, to the future.
You mentioned this before, and it has been widely discussed, and the idea that essentially through the extension of the Next Generation EU, we do move one step forward to a mutualization, which will never be called that way, of course, of some obligations. How do you see, though, that wouldn't even a small step toward fiscal union require the transfer of some revenues to Europe as well?
We have one of the lessons we have learned from the crisis, or even to go back when Keynes negotiated the Bretton Woods terms, he said one phrase that that not only deficit countries should adjust, but also surplus countries should adjust. This is something that we have not learned in Europe yet. So if we want a more efficient Eurozone, we need to adhere by the macroeconomic imbalancing procedure, so that not only deficit countries adjust, but also surplus countries adjust. Otherwise, the adjustment of the deficit countries become extremely difficult. So the internal devaluation needed in deficit countries is huge. So the progress made since the Greek crisis up to now, the creation of the common instruments and the NGEU that has been created now, is an opportunity, if this is extended in the past, to create these better balancing mechanisms. Don't forget what Kostis referred to is the Draghi report and the Letta report. European leaders should read them very, very carefully, I think.
Inevitably, I will have to ask something in the aftermath of the recent election in the US, but it's more of a more general phenomenon, which is this rise of the political extremes and of populism. And this is actually a question for all of you. I mean, I think it's important enough to discuss at some greater length. Do you believe the phenomenon is rooted in economics, or is it a more cultural or social or political? It's probably more complicated, but depending on your view, how would you tackle it? What do you think should be done? Because I would consider it also a threat for the next decade, not just in Greece, but globally. And I don't know if the minister or...
Obviously, this is a complex issue, but I believe that there is a combination of both economic factors and cultural factors. When people are under economic pressure, or when they don't meet their expectations for their households, have the tendency to try and find better solutions or promises, at least. This is something quite human, let's say, I mean, something you should expect. On the other hand, there is also a cultural dimension where feelings of identity and belonging play a crucial role. That has to do basically with immigration issues and other issues, I mean, with this common denominator, identity. Now, what you can do if you are not a populist? If you are a populist, you give very simple questions to very complex problems. The recipe is very easy, I mean, very simple. If you are not a populist, things are getting more difficult. And I think that you have at the same time to have a common sense approach and also an efficient policy mix as regards the implementation. But at the same time, you have to inspire. You shouldn't forget that you are dealing with human beings, not with computers. So it is always necessary for a politician, especially for a political leader, not to forget that he or she speaks not only to the minds of the people, the citizens, but also to their souls. And this is a very difficult exercise. As far as Greece is concerned, I have a rather optimistic approach because we experienced populism. We had the very negative experience of the previous decade. Golden Dawn was, a classic example of what I refer to. And what is quite satisfactory as far as I'm concerned is that our party, I mean, okay, this is a discussion here in the Bank of Greece, but I continue to belong to a certain political party. Our party won 2 consecutive elections despite the fact that we didn't have a populist approach at all. We gave much less promises than the other parties. And despite this, we won twice the elections. This is an indication of maturity on behalf of the Greeks, based probably on the negative experience of populism in the previous decade.
One wonders whether we'll have to, every country will have to repeat that painful experience. We'd like to avoid that.
Well, populism is a serious illness, and there isn't a single cure. But I think that populists and demagogues existed in ancient Greece, in ancient Rome. So when they prevailed, catastrophe also prevailed. I mean, Kostis referred to that in the past in Greece, for instance, that people listened to demagogues, to populists. So catastrophe came very, very close to us. It was averted the last moment, and we are happy here to sit here and discuss these things. But I think it is the responsibility of the political system, of the modern politicians like Kostis Hatzidakis, that they have to talk to the public and explain and dispel and countervail the populist arguments. I know that you need a rational audience. It does not always exist, especially when there is hardship, when hardship was during the crisis in Greece. For instance, people could not be convinced because when they saw their salaries collapsing, pensions, etc., etc. So it was very difficult to convince not to follow populist approaches. But I think if we strengthen our institutions, this is perhaps a remedy. And populism now, unfortunately, is a very dispersed phenomenon everywhere. It was in modern times, it started in Greece, but then it went to the UK, it went to the United States, it went everywhere. So it's a very difficult problem, and those of us who want to say that we are not populist, we have to explain in rational terms what are the real choices for people. But if they continue to prevail, I'm afraid that we'll see more catastrophes coming.
Yeah, I suppose it's difficult to have a well-functioning democracy unless you have people that are reasonably educated and reasonably well-informed. And the governor and the minister talked primarily about populism in democracies. But let us not forget that there is a large and growing part of the world that are not even democracies, and they're growing fast. And let's not make a list of what these countries are. And you have to see, when we're talking about the quality of institutions, what does that mean when you have to trade and when you have to negotiate with countries that do not even care about basic freedoms. So it's getting very interesting. And it's not just what is happening in the US, it's also that, you know, the Brits left, the Germans now have lost the part of the auto industry and the German energy. The French are dealing with fiscal deficits again. The Italians have their debt. And so, you know, every family has its own problems. But perhaps this is a time to regroup a little bit, because since the early 80s, how do the macro people call it? The great moderation or something. So through globalization, through technology improvement, things were going well. And if things are going well, then it's also easy for governments to function, because you can give the dividends to the people one way or the other, through pensions, through whatever. But now you need to inspire and to guide. So it's not so easy. But just since you started thinking about the US elections, there are two more trends that I think are quite important. One is that we are no longer the center of the world. By saying we, I mean not only Greeks, but also Europe. And I don't think we are realizing how fast this is changing. For the US, what happens to Europe is important, but it's not that important. And we have to put things in perspective. It's not just China and India, it's Nigeria, it's everyone. So we have to navigate through this new world. The other thing is what is happening in technology and in markets. And what's happening in technology and in markets is primarily through the digitalization of things. We have increased concentration, which basically means that even if you see what drives the stock markets, it's 50 firms, and most of them in the US, which means that if you just work, maybe your salary will be stuck for years. It has to be that you are a business person or a worker in the right areas. And how will Greece get connected to this? Because I fully agree with the minister, you know, the Draghi report should be a compulsory reading. but maybe with an examination in the end, and if you don't pass, you... However, there are risks if this becomes operational in the wrong way. And one way that this can become, one wrong way that it can become operational is if we drop the main state aid restrictions in Europe and we basically say that, hey, we're going to have 3 large German firms, 2 Italian, maybe 2 French, and the rest. So the idea that we will simply develop national champions or European champions is the wrong way to do it, especially if you couple it with the Brussels bureaucracy, which will have a strong hand in picking what would be the technologies that we should invest in the next 10 years. So what I mean here is that we should take the full spirit of the report, which is that we should have more innovative markets, more dynamic markets, and also more competition within Europe.
Right. Well, taking a page out of the minister's suggestions that we should focus on inspiring, I thought I'd invite you to inspire in this. And from what I've heard today, the reaction to the American election has been usual. Some are pessimistic that this will encourage populists in Europe, which will be increased polarization. Others have been more optimistic, say it will drive Europeans together, it will force Europe to move in that direction. And this has certainly been the theme that has been discussed here at length. If you were to inspire in, I assume, the latter direction, what your message would be for the way in which European policy should advance in over the next decade?
Look, I've been a member of the European Parliament for 13 years, so I have a certain experience regarding the European Union and the way it functions. What I have understood is that the European Union basically reacts to certain developments, doesn't act, it reacts. So, having said that, I think, I wouldn't say I believe, that the developments in the US may inspire or oblige the European Union to do something concrete. Because otherwise, and I don't exaggerate, we're lost. Anyway, even today we have competitiveness problems. We don't have any concrete defense capabilities. We continue to be just a soft superpower, which is good because we are based on certain democratic principles and so on. Nothing wrong about that. But obviously, there is a political and economic deficit. So if the United States decides to follow what President Trump said, and that was his own right, of course, and it was a right of the people to vote for Mr. Trump. We fully respect that. If he implements what he promised to do, we have, of course, to continue cooperating with the United States. We have to continue believing in certain principles, but at the same time, we have to deal with our deficits, with our problems we have neglected to deal with. One basic problem has to do with our competitiveness. Obviously, I will not elaborate on this issue. We refer to this issue, all three of us. And also, at the same time, we have to deal with the political dimension of the European Union, and especially the defense pillar, let's say. I don't mention this dimension as a Greek politician for the reasons you may suspect. I refer to this dimension as a European politician as well. If we continue this inertia, in certain years we'll understand that the role of the European Union will be diminished. We don't want to become just a tourist destination of the whole world. We want to continue having economic activities, strong economy, a competitive economy, and also a political identity and strong presence in political terms in the world's politics.
I think I'll give the final word to our governor.
Okay. I agree with the minister, so I will not delve into this issue of American election, but I will tackle this issue from another angle, and I will pick up what you said, comparing me with Mr. Veda, saying that I'm an optimist and Nick is a pessimist.
He cleared this up.
I think that policymakers should be optimists. I mean, inspiration can come from optimism. Without optimism, you cannot inspire. And in these difficult times, and believe me, because I was here, I was from the beginning in the Greek crisis up to the end of it, and now in these happy days now in Greece, I can advise you by saying that policymakers should be optimists. Otherwise, they don't have the psychology to tackle the difficult problems. And I can quote, if I'm right, George Bernard Shaw, if I'm right, who said that usually in life, pessimists are more correct in their assessments. But if the world is what it is today, it's because of the optimists.
Well, thank you very much. I think on that optimistic note, we can close tonight's roundtable. And before thanking the speakers, I would also like to take just 1 minute to thank those of you who participated in organizing this. We are over time, so I'm not going to go into the details. You know who you are. Our governor, who supported this conference, and mostly, of course, all of you. Many of you I've been looking at since this morning, so you've spent many hours here. Thank you very much for supporting it, and all our speakers. Thank you, and good night.